All right, the unicorn. I'd love your feedback / advice on this. I recently met a very sweet, smart, and attractive lady. We've been texting back and forth for a few days, getting to know each other, and eventually got to the how many people have you slept with question. Okay, I was upfront and honest and told her my number. And when it was her turn, she told me she was a virgin. That's right, she's a unicorn. I've never heard that expression. But it doesn't stop there. She went on to tell me she's never had a boyfriend. Keep in mind, she's 21. Okay. Don't get me wrong, I'm old school and love that she's a virgin, especially in this world full of hooahs, but it's still weird. Jesus, no pleasing you. You just called every other woman out there, basically, who gives sex whores, and then she's weird. All right, we went on the first date a few days later, and she lived up to my expectations. She was hot, smart, funny, and I had a great time. My question is, how is it possible that this smoking hot and seemingly perfect girl is a virgin, let alone has never had a boyfriend? I'm not complaining, but I'm wondering if she's lying or if there's something that I don't see. Well, I mean, I think you're going to physically, I think you're going to, unless she played softball and the ball took a weird hop, right? Wait, whose story was that? Oh, my God, that just popped out of my head. That was a comic from way back when. I don't even think she does it anymore. Used to tell a story on stage about how she was playing some sport and she got hit and broke her hymen. I don't know what to tell you, dude. He said, what's he saying here? I don't want to get into something with her and then find out she's a crazy or worse. Thank you for the feedback, and as always, go fuck yourself. So, dude, what? Just keep dating her and just see how it goes. If she's fucking nuts, walk away. If she is great, 21, that's a little older, but it's not like 31. 26, 27, that's when you're starting to go but someone could just be really fucking walled off, really could have had overbearing parents or whatever. I don't know. She kind of really let you in and told something really intimate about herself. You're just in a spot where you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. So if I was you, I'd be asking myself, why am I asking that? Who did I date before this that's making me think that this is going to be an absolute shit show? Now, look, I would be lying to you if I said that, if some woman was smoking hot or something like that and came up to me, I would think at some point someone would have talked her in to the rack by 21 nowadays. But 21 isn't that old. I say you write it out. It's a good enough situation. See what happens. And if you're worried that she's a psycho, just don't get too fucking, crazy and with the chick. And then, after a while, I don't know, maybe you could actually have a conversation with her at some point. Don't be so blunt like, how some fucking chick as hot as you never had a dick in her. Don't say it like that. Just be like, I don't know. You know what? Don't listen to me. Don't fucking bring that up. But I would continue to see her. If you're having a good time, I would continue to see her. And, if you're really concerned, I would just hide the knives in your kitchen the first time she stays over. Just make sure the bat's on your side of the bed if you really think there's going to be a problem. But that's if she even gets in the bed, so we'll see. Advice, strip club with wife. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Bildo. That's a good one. I've heard that one before, but it's always nice to bring that one back. Me and my wife and 6 of our friends are planning a trip to Vegas early next year. Bars, strip clubs, the whole shebang. I'm 27 and my wife is 26. We've been married for 4 years. I was wondering if you and Nia or past girlfriends have gone to strip clubs together, and if so, what's the etiquette? Neither me or my wife have been to a strip club before. Obviously, I wouldn't mind taking in the sights, but also don't want to be a piece of shit. Oh, God, this has fucking train wreck written all over. I know this isn't exactly something on my wife's bucket list, but I don't think she'll hate it either. She's told me in the past she appreciates the female body. Not necessarily grinding on mine, though. I think she'd probably enjoy it more if I wasn't there. LOL. Would love to know what you and Nia would have to say on the subject. Thanks. Well, Nia's not here. This is what I would say. Okay? You need to stay as sober as humanly fucking possible, and you need to not indulge at all. What your indulgence should be is your wife enjoying the experience. That's what you do. All right? And I would not get a fucking lap dance in front of my wife. I would not do that. Not that my wife, Nia wouldn't give a shit, but my wife is like ridiculously fucking cool. My wife is honestly one of the coolest females. She transcends her sex. The only reason why I say she's a cool female is because so many of them are fucking nightmares, and they won't let you do anything. They won't let you have any fun or whatever. Like, she just, you guys hear on the podcast, that's not an act. She's that fucking cool and funny. But most people are not in that situation. So there's a few red flags in there. You're going with other couples. Like, let the other couples get into the fights. Because somebody's going to go too fucking far. Somebody's going to get too drunk. Somebody's going to fuck up. And somebody's going to have that fucking thing brought up for the next 10 years in their fucking marriage. Because God knows that's what the fuck they do. So all your mission that night is to not be that guy. Strip clubs are not going anywhere. Okay? You can always go to one another night when she's not fucking there. Or if she actually ends up having a good time, the second time. And just literally tell her. Just say, listen, I wasn't going to get drunk and I wasn't going to do anything to embarrass you. Then she'll fucking respect you. So I would just say go real easy on the booze there. And, get your wife a fucking lap dance. That's what you do. And then just say, and just say you're good. You're good. And when your fucking guy friends are all trying to pressure you into doing something, just tell them to go, yeah, I'm cool. Don't worry. I'm having a good time. Okay? And let them do all the dumb shit. Let them wake up the next day when you guys go to breakfast and be the ones that have to say, yeah, sorry, I got a little crazy last night. Or be the ones that are clearly just had a huge fight and are not talking during breakfast. You don't need that shit. All right? You don't need that shit. It's a very, all of that type of shit. There's like, when you're sitting there going, what are the rules? The rules are the rules that you and your wife come up with. And, the fact that your wife has never been to one is just all of the fucking makings of a shit show. So like I said, I'm not going to I'm going to say this again because you're a young guy. Do not be the drunk guy. And I'm telling you, just make sure she has a good time. Ask her if she's all right. Ask her if this is cool, if she wants to get out of there. Just totally be attentive to her, and there's no way it can be a fucking problem, and then you can get on with your goddamn life, and then fucking whatever. Some other time, you go to a titty bar, maybe you bring her along. She might fucking end up wanting to see you get a fucking lap dance. And you're like, you serious? Yeah. And then she'll be like, all right, which one do you want? And then that's another thing that could be a fight. You know what I mean? You fucking pick some, I don't, that's just one of those, it's just one of those things. I remember one time, there's this famous strip club in Los Angeles called Jumbo's Clown Room. Okay? And it is just as creepy and disgusting as it sounds. I don't think it's like that anymore. It's way better now. But back in the day, it was literally like, if I was a serial killer, like that would be my Starbucks. You know what I mean? Sit there with my laptop in a chat room with other serial killers. I mean, it was a fucking disgusting place. So I had been there maybe 3 times over the course of 20 years going out to L.A., and it was always just a shady, shifty fucking place. So one time I was out with Nia, and she brought up that she wanted to go to this fucking place. And I was just like, are you serious? You want to go to that place? I don't want to go to that place. I go, that place it's not a cool place or whatever. So she goes, come on, let's just go. So, all right, fuck it, let's go. It was her fucking idea. So we ended up going there. And I sat over in the corner. I didn't get a lap dance or anything like that. But I think I've told this story before. I literally saw a stripper quit on stage that night. It was fucking amazing. We walked in, and there was like one guy sitting up near the stage, and there was like 3 other people up at the bar with their backs to the stage. So this woman comes out looking a little rough, and she starts doing a thing. She dances to one song. The song ends. Nobody claps. Okay? The guy who was sitting up near the stage was not there anymore. So now it kind of becomes like a philosophical question. Like, basically, if I'm in a strip club dancing, but nobody's watching me, am I technically still in show business, right? So basically what happened was, no one was fucking paying attention. So she ends the first song, 'cause I'm wanted, dead or alive. She slowly slides down the pole. And then the next song starts, and she's just laying there. And she's not dancing. She's not doing anything. And I'm going like, oh, my God. This was like watching a boxer, like, not answer the bell, right? And just quitting on the stool. And she just rolled over. And somehow she had her cell phone. And she just started checking, like, her fucking emails. And at that point, like, one of the barback ladies walked by, saw it, and laughed and said, that's awesome. And she just laid there for the rest of the song and didn't dance and gathered her shit, didn't take up any more of her clothes. And that's like she quit being a stripper. She just quit dancing for the night. And I thought it was fucking awesome. Yeah, as a performer, I respected it. You know what I mean? It's like if you're a comedian, I'm doing my act and no one's listening, no one's paying attention. I'm just going to stop and I'm going to shit on the crowd. That's it. I'm not going to waste my time doing my material. So why should she take her bottoms off and show everybody the fucking world if they're not even going to look at it? Right? So there you go. There's my fucking stripper story. But me and Nia never had a problem. I want to say I've gone to a couple. Have I been to a couple? Maybe one other with her. I got to tell you, it's not fun. It's not fun to go to a titty bar with your wife or even with other women. It's just like everything. I used to do a bit in my act about that. Like when women started going to titty bars, they would always go like, at some point they always say, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. And this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And the joke of my act was, yeah, because you're here. Leave and it'll get evil again. That's one of the worst things ever that happened, that women started going to titty bars. You know what I mean? It's like, can't you just go to a fucking male one? Can't you go to the fucking Chippendales one and have some fucking goddamn dick swinging in your face? If you're a lesbian, then yeah, come on in. Have a good time, right? It's just like they just constantly have to be around us. It's fucking unbelievable. They think we're stupid. They think we do dumb shit, but they just can't get enough of doing every dumb fucking thing that we do. All right. Ex-wife wants me to adopt ex's son. Hey there, Bill, Burlington Cunt Factory. I usually laugh at some of the poor schmucks who write into you asking the advice. Today, I'm that schmuck. I won't go into every little detail about this and hopes you can give me some advice. A few years ago, I married my soon-to-be ex-wife. Dude, I was so fucking thinking about that woman ruining your apartment and how they can just get away with that. I wasn't even paying attention. Read this again. Today I'm the schmuck. Okay, I won't go into every detail. All right. A few years ago, I married my soon-to-be ex-wife. Along with the marriage came her 2-year-old son. His biological father is a deadbeat who didn't hold down a job and avoids child support. He has never had any contact with the son. Wow. All right. So I did the most manly thing that one can do besides going to community college. I put on my big boy pants and I took her son in as my own. He calls me dad and whatnot. We bonded. I really care for the kid. The first few years of marriage of my wife were great, which ended up leading us to having our very own daughter. And then my wife turned into a whore. Oh, God, what happened? So we're going through the divorce, and I still pick both kids up, even though I'm legally responsible for one. I carry her and her son on my insurance to this day, maybe against my better judgment. But I'd like to give her some time to get her shit together until I drop her off of it? Drop her out of it, I think you meant to say. Completely. Well, the finalization of the divorce papers is in August. The soon-to-be ex-mother-in-law keeps insisting that I legally adopt her grandson. No, don't do that. Now, here's the thing. I send a very gracious amount in support payments bi-weekly. We choose to not go through the court system because my ex sees that I'm a good father and still take responsibility of her son. Keep it like that. I flat out said, no, I'm not legally adopting him. Yeah, your fucking mother-in-law does not want you to legally adopt him because she thinks you're a good father. Okay, she's looking at you like an ATM machine, like a lot of women do with men, which, once again, you can't fucking say that. Despite the 10 million fucking examples of it, it's considered sexist. All right, one wrong move, and now the court system has me by the balls for support for 2 legal children. What? What happened? Said flat out. Yeah, he said flat out no because one wrong move and now the court system has me legally by the balls for the support of 2 children. Yeah, there's no fucking reason for you to do that. They don't hold anything over you. They have no negotiating, nothing. The mother-in-law is insisting, unless they try to keep your daughter from you. The mother-in-law is insisting that if I don't legally adopt him, I'm a scumbag who doesn't deserve to see him, and even's gone so far in so many words to say I won't be seeing him. She's even getting my ex on board with this. Like I said, I really care for the kid. He's a good kid who never had a father figure until I came into his life 6 years ago. What's my play here? Thanks and go fuck yourself. What you're seeing with these 2 fucking lunatics, generation fucking psychos here, is the tip of the fucking iceberg with these people. Okay? They don't give a shit about you. They're looking at you like an ATM machine, and they're already fucking with you. They don't have that kid's best interest in mind. They think they do. They don't. They're using him as a fucking negotiating tool. All right? I'm surprised they haven't said, well, we'll fucking go for full custody with your daughter and try to fuck with that. That'll probably be their next fucking move. And here's the thing with them. Okay? With them, it's the more you're in their lives, the worse it's going to get. Do not legally bind yourself to them whatsoever. And this is what I would do. Do not get emotional at all. Do not get into a fuck you fight with the mother-in-law. Do not get into a fuck you fight with your soon-to-be ex-wife. You have leverage in that your ex-wife, as much as she's, going to divorce you here, still cares about you. You guys still had a child together. And you just have to just talk to her logically and just say, I'm not comfortable doing that, but I'm going to continue to make payments and support and all that and help you out with your son and obviously our daughter. All right? And this pressure that your mother-in-law is putting on this is only going to make both of our lives miserable. So what you do is you divide and conquer there. Just say, I have no problem with you, and the way that we get along, I don't think your mother-in-law understands, and that's why she's applying this pressure. But that pressure it's going to be bad for us, and it's going to be bad for our kids. Let's just continue going on like this. I love your son, and, I'm going to continue to support him. That's as far as it goes, all right? And I'm totally comfortable with supporting him. I'm giving you my word, but I'm not, I'm not doing the legal thing. I'm not doing it. And that's it. That's it. And if they want to keep coming at you, I'm telling you right now, do you think that when you legally adopt that kid, do you honestly fucking think that that's going to be the end of the demands? What the fuck is the mother-in-law involved in this shit for anyways? Right there, that's a nightmare. That's a fucking nightmare situation. And so many married women have that ridiculously close relationship with their mom. You know what I mean? And it to the point that it hurts the fucking relationship. And God forbid, is it as if a guy, you keep bringing your mom into the fucking relationship with your wife? That's a fucking rap. It's a fucking rap. But once again, guys put up with that shit. We put up with that shit. We put up with them coming in, busting up our shit. Dude, you hold all of the fucking cards here. That's it. They don't have a dime. They're not even in the fucking game. You hold all the fucking cards. Do not do this. You don't have to do this. Just stay calm and keep reassuring your soon-to-be ex-wife that, you're doing what's best for the kids and what's best for you and what's best for both of you guys. and just keep saying this pressure that your mother-in-law is putting on us is unnecessary. It's just, we're good. Okay? I'm still, like, if I was going to be vindictive, it would have happened by now. I'm still picking both of them up. All right? There's no way I'm going to let anything happen to your son, and there's no way I'm letting anything happen to our daughter. That's it. That's it. So, tell your fucking mother to shut the fuck up. I can't do that part. Don't do that part. All right. All right, read this. Okay. All right, I'm going to read this. Relax. What's up, dickhead? Let's go fucking Bruins. Can't wait for next season. I just moved to wildly mediocre Los Angeles. Well, yeah, that's what you're going to feel like because you just fucking moved there. But if you stay open-minded, which is really difficult for East Coast people to do, I did that the first time I came to L.A. I went to L.A. and I tried to do Boston, New York shit. And then when I couldn't, I was like, oh, this place fucking sucks. It doesn't. It's fucking amazing. Beautiful women, some of the best food you're ever going to have, so much outdoor activity. Just fucking embrace it. Stop trying to be the fucking Boston guy. You're not on a reality show, all right? Take it down a few fucking notches. Nobody gives a fuck in Los Angeles that you don't like it. Everybody just thinks, well, then go back to fucking Boston. Go back to Philly, wherever the fuck you're from. If it's so fucking great, why did you accept a job out here? All right, sorry. I'm just heading you off at the pass before you become another cunt shitting on fucking L.A. He said, I work for the UFC editing fight highlights. Thanks for keeping me entertained with your semi-literate bibble-babble bullshit day after day. This is like a classic East Coast guy. He really likes me and likes what I do, but he just can't get himself to say it because his dad never hugged him, so I'm not taking any of this personally. Anyways, my girlfriend is about to move here to meet me. She had to stay behind when I moved because she's a teacher and needed to finish out the school year. We get along great. I trust her, and she treats me better than I deserve. However, sometimes I can't take how ditzy she can be. I'm starting to pull some threads here. She is successful and very book smart, but sometimes lacks common sense. I find myself feeling embarrassed when she says some stupid shit in front of my friends or parents. It's kind of a hard thing to discuss with her, though, you know? What the fuck should I do? Also, I'm coming to your show at the Saban Theater this Monday. I'm looking forward to it, so don't blow it. Well, I appreciate you coming out to that. Like I said, it's, you know, for a really good friend of mine and for a great cause. So thank you for doing that. All right. Well, here's the deal, dude. You either have to accept the fact that she can be a little ditzy, or you have to come to the realization that you're dating a fucking dope and you got to get rid of her. It's one or the other. I mean, look, she doesn't sound like she's 100% that. I've dated people like that were a little, you know, they were either locked in or just sort of floating. It was really weird. And they could say really, like, amazing, like, spot-on shit, and then 2 minutes later could say something like, oh, my God, what the fuck was that? But I have to tell you, that's kind of a big deal, though, dude, you know? You can't think that the person you're dating is a dope. You know, you get into that situation, and I don't know. You start thinking about getting married. You start thinking about having kids. You're like, is my kid going to be half a dope or a full-on dope? Is the kid going to get all of that DNA from her? Who the fuck knows? It's kind of hard thing to discuss with her, you know. But what are you going to say to her? Can you stop saying dumb shit? I mean, there's no way to do that. You know? I'm trying to think. That's like my wife telling me to work on my temper. I mean, I do work on my temper, but I mean, it's kind of how I'm made up. I mean, if somebody's ditzy, they're fucking ditzy. That would be like my wife telling me, okay, can you be a little less pasty? It's like, I can become red for a few days. And that's about the best I can do. I don't know what else you want from me, but, you know, I think you need to maybe move on. I'm not saying you need to move on. Yeah, you either accept this about her or you got to walk. One or the other. Wind it down. All right, heroin. I have no family, no friends. I work and support myself. I have no kids, no relationship. I actually enjoy freedom and being alone to an extent. I'm in my 20s. I had a lot of sex, relationships, and ended up getting herpes/HPV. I would basically rather just not tell people and not have relationships than to have to. At 35 years old, deal with having to explain/tell this to women. I really like heroin. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, buddy. What are we doing here? This doesn't sound real. I really like heroin. I go to work, come home, and use heroin on a daily basis. I still pay my bills. I still work, but I have traded the pleasure of sex / having a family / relationships for that of watching TV shows / movies while high on heroin, falling asleep, then going to work the next day. Should I change this? Is this real? I'll try. You know what? I'll treat it as real. Should I listen to society, stop using, go out there and find women and tell them about my situation and hope they do not reject me and get clean? Or if I am happy, is it okay for me to just accept the women part of my life is over, eat whatever I want, use whatever drug I want, and fill the time I have left on this planet watching shows, movies, playing games, and resigning myself to the fact that I will be alone? Love the podcast. Heroin gets a bad rap. It may sound crazy, but people can use opiates and still be responsible. I know many people who do. It's like alcohol. Both can be physically... This is really fascinating. Or maybe it's a big lie. I don't know. It's alcohol. It's like alcohol. Both can be physically addictive. Alcohol can actually kill you with withdrawals, while heroin cannot. And the deaths you hear about heroin are from idiots overdosing. What if you get a bad batch? Isn't that something, It's too fucking strong? I don't know. I don't pretend to know. All right. If we reported all the deaths from alcohol-involved incidents, they are easy. Well, they do report all of them. As far as I know, it's not like they're trying to hide them. They are easily 100 times more than heroin-related deaths. But in our society right now, opiates are not acceptable because too many white middle-class parents are finding their idiot kids using them without understanding tolerance / proper dosing. Anyways, love the podcast. I'm not leaving any contact info, so I have no way to know if you read this. Just thought it might be an interesting subject for your show. It is interesting. Yeah, dude, I don't pretend to know anything about opiates. All I do know is that I know alcohol can ruin your life, but I don't think it's nearly as addicting as heroin. I have heard that people can fucking... I don't know, but I think if what you're saying is true, I think you're a rare person that can handle that. I have no idea. Fuck, now I got to look some shit up. The last thing I wanted to do, and I got to get going here. I got my fucking show here in a half hour. The live reads are here. The live reads are here. I guess I'll read them here then. Let me just see something. Let me just look up. What do I look up? Productive while on heroin. Heroin and employment, independent drug Let's see, productivity and heroin addiction. What is this? How heroin addicts in Vietnam. What is this? Productivity and heroin addiction. How living in a cave turned me into a blogger. I failed my New Year's resolution. I wish I could do better. I just don't have enough willpower. Have you ever set a goal you didn't achieve? Ever tried a New Year's resolution that didn't stick? What separates the 0.5% from the 99.5%? What makes some people succeed in building new sustainable habits, but almost everyone else fails? How living in a cave turned... Where the fuck's the heroin shit? How heroin addicts in Vietnam and your productivity habits are the same. What? Everyone knows the horrible effects of heroin addiction. Once someone starts taking heroin, it's almost impossible to quit, and those who form a recurring habit will likely never quit. So why didn't heroin-using Vietnam vets relapse when they returned to the USA? A study from the Washington School of Medical Medicine, very few heroin-using Vietnam veteran relapses. Very few heroin-using veteran relapsed when they returned to the USA. And those who did were more likely to have been illicit drug users before ever arriving in Vietnam. These vets weren't addicted to the chemicals in heroin. They were addicted to the experience of heroin in a specific situational context. In the same vein, you think you are in control of what you do. You think that when you fail, it's a failure of your willpower. But the fact is, you don't even realize the influence of the environment has on you. Did you know that obesity spreads through a network of friends? Happiness also spreads throughout a social network. Your situation determines your choices as much as or more than your own personal choices and willpower. So how can I use this to improve my habit? Oh, Jesus Christ. No, join a volleyball league. I don't even know what the fuck that was. All right, let me look up, let me just read these fucking things here. You know what? I might read up on that. I probably won't. I'll try to. I would never tell people to fucking, hey, it's just heroin. That seems a little crazy to me. And people are always coming at alcohol. It's like the fucking pot smokers always doing that shit. Well, alcohol, actually, man, there's no medicinal purposes to fucking. I get it. But you guys are also, you're pie in the sky fucking thing with weed, like it's. Like you can't get addicted to weed is another fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, you just really like it. That's all, I like a fucking receptionist. And I might be old school. I might be sexist. That's what I'm trying to say. I like a reception. The hoarier, the better. As long as they get the job done. There's nothing better when you walked in, right? And there was some fucking, chick walking around with fucking fuck me pumps on. She looks good. And all these goddamn feminists out there that sit there and they flip out and they act like every fucking beautiful woman out there would be a chemist if it wasn't for men like me. Some of them, they're putting their best foot forward. Jesus Christ. What do you think we have remote controls for? Because no one wants to get up off the couch. And God damn it, if a woman is born beautiful and all she's got to do is walk around with her ass jacked up and her tits jiggling around a fucking office, and next thing you know, she's got a beautiful home to go home to, right? Because some rich guy goes in there going, well, you know what? I'd like to stick my billionaire dick between those tits. Hey, what's wrong with that? And then meanwhile, some fucking, half a leprechaun jerk off like me can come in and I got something to look at while I'm waiting for the fucking doctor to finally come in and figure out what's wrong with my spinal cord. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that, you homely fucking haters of beautiful women? God bless them. God bless them for just showing up and looking good. Giving you something to rub one out to. Everything serves a purpose in life. Like right now. If you're some broad and you're listening to me, I'm probably motivating you to go write some paper, maybe in Portland. We all serve a fucking purpose. Can't we just let the whores be whores? There's a reason the word exists. All right? And I guess because men are running shit, that sometimes there's fewer options, but give me a fucking break. You know what I mean? It would be great if everything was like even. You know what I mean? Everything was just fair and the best got the fucking job, right? But that's never going to happen because we're human beings. And that includes those feminists who don't want it equal. They just want it better for them, right? That's why they're only talking about women. They're not talking about the poor kids that sew together their bed sheets unless they go to Boll and Branch. Oh, look at that little callback to the advertising. All right? Let's just say it was free. Not free. Let's just say everything was fucking even. Are you really going to tell me that there wouldn't still be that chick running around just fucking blowing people because she enjoys it? Why can't she just, why can't she have a good time without you judging her? Huh, you homely hater of a cock gobbler? Huh? I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, by the way, can we talk about that lady? The fucking lady! There's a woman out there. She fucking was married to a guy who was a billionaire. She's getting a divorce. The guy wrote her a check just under $1 billion and she turned it down. Now, I know what a lot of people are thinking. What a fucking gold-digging whore. This is right up Bill's alley. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tweet a fucking link to this article, and this will get him going on the podcast, and then he'll have a shit fit, and I'll laugh as I'm sitting in my cubicle. Well, surprise, surprise. I'm not really having a shit fit about this because I don't think it's about the money. This is the deal. This broad, all right, this fucking twinkle toes here, all right, old little fucking sugar tits here. She married this guy. This guy was worth $50 million. He was an oil man. Get off my fucking property. There ain't no global warming. Good. I like that there's a hole in the ozone layer. Makes me feel like I'm closer to God. Right? He's an oil man. Hey, I'll tell you what, Mr. President, I don't even know why I have to call you Mr. President. I fucking put you in office with my goddamn money. Look at me when I'm talking to you, Obama. All right? My granddaddy put that dictator in fucking power. And he was supposed to give us our little gold little shit there, right? He's supposed to give us our liquid gold, right? He ain't doing it no more. You got to go over there. You got to take that fucker out. You understand me? I don't give a fuck how you do it. He's an oil man. It's a fucking oil man. All right? He's got Slim Whitman on Laserdisc. Right? Oh, that's Irish. What was the fucking Slim Whitman? He sold over 9 million records. Anyways, I'm all over the fucking map here. See, I'm back to me. I'm not looking at the TV anymore. So this fucking guy, he's got a $50 million business. He already has this, and this woman does not sign he doesn't sign a prenup with the woman. According to her, she didn't take the $1 billion payout because now 26, 27, 28 fucking years later, they're going for a divorce. This guy's company is worth $20 billion, according to her. All right? Now, here's the thing. She's like, I was with this guy, and I supported him, and I held down the fucking home front and all that. That's got to be worth something. This was fucking crazy to me. It's like, with all due respect, sweetheart, this guy made $50 million without you. Okay? Look, I could see if the guy had a couple $100,000 in the bank. All right, maybe, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? If you make $50 million, give me a fucking break. If you started out with nothing and you're worth $50 million, you know what you're doing. At that point, once you have $50 million, that's when you got you're starting to have your own plane. You're in a gated community. You got your own security system. You fucking kill somebody and the cops go down to your house and they're talking to your lawyer in the driveway as you're sitting there eating fucking escargot and an English muffin. And they're asking your fucking lawyer if you wouldn't mind turning yourself in over the next 6-7 days. You're like that level fucking rich. And once you're that level rich, it's all fucking downhill. You're meeting the people that are running the world. You're meeting the people in the Bilderberg group. You meet the people in the other groups that I don't know about or what the fuck they talk about, but I pretend like I do. You're at that level of fucking wealth. All right? So this fucking guy grows it to $20 billion, and she gets a check for $1 billion, basically. And she says she doesn't want it. She wants more. So everybody's saying that she's a gold-digging whore. You know what I really think it is? And she's saying that she supported him and helped him build. Say, go fuck yourself. All right? Let's just say, for whatever fucking reason, I met an unknown Lady Gaga in the East Village 10, 12 fucking years ago. Right? And she's down there ripping off Madonna songs or whatever. And I'm like, you know what? There's something about her, though. She's got nice legs. She's got a nice ass. I mean, I like the imperfections. I like the giant nose. Look at me. I got red fucking hair. It's falling out. I think we can make a good couple. We're both a mess. 2 negatives make a positive. We'll make a beautiful baby. So I start fucking hanging out with her. Next thing you know, we fall in love. Garrett Blood! Go, motherfucker! So then we think, all right. We get married. Okay? And let's just say whatever I'm doing. I make keys. That's what I do. That's my job. Okay? And she's down there. She's down in the village, and she's fucking, she's making her own meat dress. She's going out, she's making money in a coffee house, and she goes right to the deli and she buys more meat. She's investing in herself. She's building her career. She's playing the fucking piano. She's coming home, and she's like, what do you think of this? And I'm like, it sounds good, honey. Right? I'm over there. I'm knitting a fucking sweater. I got a pot roast in the goddamn oven or whatever. Okay? And then she becomes Lady Gaga. I get to quit my fucking job. I'm Mr. Gaga. I get to go on Oprah and sit there silently, as Oprah talks to Lady for fucking an hour, and then finally she says, well, what do you see in her? And then I already have some pre-written speech about how I'm Gaga about Gaga. I'm Gaga for Gaga, whatever the fuck happens, right? And let's just say in the end of all of that, I'm walking down the fucking hall blinded by her gold records, platinum records and all that shit. Every morning when I go to brush my teeth, I got to put on my amber visions just to get there so I don't fucking walk into the walk-in closet instead of the bathroom. Let's say at the end of that, she gets sick of me and she kicks me to the fucking curb. All right? And let's say she's worth $100 million And she turns around and says, I'm going to give you, Bill, I'm going to write you a check. Let's do the same thing. Let's say $20 billion. Just say she's worth $20 million. And she says, Bill, I'm going to give you $1 million. And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, thank you, Lady Gaga. It was awesome. I was just making keys. I wasn't going to make $1 million in my lifetime. All right? I'm going to take this money, and I'm going to pay my taxes on it. I'm going to get myself a little fucking house, and I'm going to make keys in the back of it. I'm going to get my life back, and I'm going to fuck. And God knows you gave me plenty of fuck. And I would buy. You know what I would do with that? I would go buy a fuck. Everybody needs keys. Touchdown, Patriots! Who the fuck was that? Who just scored that? Nate Solder just scored his first touchdown ever. Nice, 23-7. Oh, did we match up better against the Packers? So anyway, look at two cheaters talking there on the sidelines. Two convicted cheaters. That was a nice play. How did you like the video? I love the video. Anyways, you got to have a sense of humor about your own fucking team, don't you? Most people don't, but I do. Anyways, so let's go back here. If she gave me $1 million, what I would do is I would find a house that cost like $150,000, and I would put down a ridiculous amount of money on it. And then I'd put the rest of the money away, and I would start cutting keys again out of the back of my house. And I'd get that business going, and I would fucking build it up. And then I'd go on to, instead of farmersonly.com, I'd go on like keymakersonly.com, and I'd try to meet somebody else. That's what the fuck I would do. I would never try to take her money. I'd be like, you know what? I know I gave you support. I know I said that was a beautiful song. I know you wrote a couple songs about us. Instead of Dear Ben, you wrote Dear Bill. I get it. But I can't sing. I can't play a fucking piano. Who's kidding who? We both know why I lived the life I lived for the last 10 years. It was because of you, Lady Gaga. And to think I got to live that life, and in the end of it, you're going to give me $1 million to leave? Yeah, you're a fucking saint. I still love you, Lady Gaga, even though you don't love me anymore. I get it. I don't even know why you love me in the first place, but God bless you. That's probably why you write such wonderful songs that connects with an entire demographic of people. Continued success. Thank you for that $1 million. And I would fucking leave. Right? I got too much fucking pride to sit there if somebody doesn't fucking want me to then try to take everything they got. I mean, I couldn't the second somebody doesn't want me around, I'm like, all right, Jesus, I didn't know I was annoying you. I get it. Sorry. Can I grab my things now? Do you want me to send somebody else? I would just get the fuck out of there. So anyway, so that seems to be, this lady here that she got $1 billion, and she says it's not enough. What I honestly think it is, I just think it's an emotional thing for this woman. I don't think it's a money thing. Because you can't spend that. You can't spend all that fucking money. Right? Did you guys, they actually showed a copy of the check that this dude wrote to his ex-wife. He didn't write it on one of those business checks, that are sort of extra long and the whole extra area, the memo section that you write stuff. He wrote it on like a personal little check. Like the same kind of check, like, somebody living week to week, one of those little checkbooks. He wrote a check for like $989,899,031, whatever the fuck it was. And I think what he did was, this guy's obvious, I don't know what the fuck, maybe he's just good at business. I think he just sat down after they decided on the number, and I bet he did it right in front of her. After 26 fucking years. Okay? He's walking away. He's leaving, and he just sits down, and he's just writing money just to make her leave. And he just sits down and goes scribble, 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 sign, 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 dot the I, cross the fucking T, tears it out. Here you go. Beat it, lady. I just think it came across like that, and it fucking pisses her off. And she's just like, this is the thing, the worst thing you can have when a woman's breaking up with you, or if you're breaking up with a woman, is if she's not over you. If she's over you, it's going to go smoothly. You don't have to deal with her fucking, putting your pet rabbit in a goddamn stew. All right? But if they're not over you, you got to fucking let them down easy. You can't just push them down the emotional elevator shaft. All right? You're going to have a major fucking problem. And I think this guy, he just fucking fired off the check like he was paying another bill. And she just was insulted by that. And she's doing the math in her head like, this motherfucker's going to... I actually talked a little bit about this on the Chris Layton podcast, so forgive me if there's a little bit of overlap, but I just wanted to hear what he thought about it. I think that... I don't know. I just think that they want you... They want you to hurt. They just want you to hurt. I don't know what it is. Not all of them, just some of them. And I think that she didn't get enough of a satisfied, hurt look on this guy's face. There wasn't enough pain. I think he just treated her like he had to get the gutters fixed and had some professional come over and did it, and he just fired off this fucking check, and it just pissed her off. Because she's more than taken care of for the rest of her fucking life. Anything she could ever want, it's all good. But I think the fact that he still has so much more money and it didn't hurt him to write that check, and she knows that he has enough money to get you got $20 billion. There's like a Victoria's Secret model that will pretend to give a fuck about you for a good year and a half. And you can do that for the rest of your life as you ride around in Ferraris. Now she's a woman. Guys don't work that way. We don't really give a shit about money. We're more like enamored by looks. It's both of our fucking weaknesses, whatever. You guys are into stuff. We're into fucking, tits and ass. So, which is why, we will date somebody as dumb as a fucking rock, and you will also date some ugly old balding douche, because they can take care of you. It's kind of what we do. So I'm not really, a lot of people wanted me to go off on her like she's a gold digging whore. I don't think she is. I think she's hurt. And she's hurt how easy this guy is just getting over. I know all you guys are sitting there going like, dude, what the fuck? He's writing her a check for $1 billion. I know that hurts. Dude, you got $20 billion. Come on, man. If that's true. If it's true and you got $20 billion, I'll write you a fucking check for $1 billion. That wouldn't hurt me at all. There you go. Bing, bang, boom. Beat it. Whistling Dixie. Jesus Christ, the fucking interest alone on that money, by the time you walk down the driveway, or she walks down the driveway leaving you, your money is probably already made fucking $30 million. The fuck do you care? I know that's obviously not $20 billion liquid. He's got a lot of that tied up in derricks, right? Some giant fucking wrenches, some oil rags, some trucks. Bill, I fucked up and could use a hand. All right, let's see. How did you fuck up? Hey, you old biscuit bacon bitch. I fucked this one up and could use some of your broadcasted advice. I'm a 26-year-old guy living and working in the Great White North, Toronto to be exact, and I love your podcast and all that shit. Thank you. Anyways, a few months ago, I started seeing this really sweet girl. She's pretty, she's thoughtful, and she's as low maintenance as a 1991 Honda Civic. Okay. It sounds like the beginning of a horror movie. Everything's like fucking perfect, right? And he literally says, perfect, exclamation point. She deserves to be treated right. About a month ago, I was eating in a restaurant with a buddy when this smoking hot redhead comes up to me out of the blue and says, hey, you're cute. Take my number. Let's go out sometime. I should have said no. I have a girlfriend right then and there, but the excitement of having a babe throw herself at me was too much for me to pass up. Abso-fucking-lutely it was. That's like a fucking movie. We're not wired to pass that moment up. I'm not saying you go and do it, but Jesus. He said, I didn't have the damn strength to keep it in my pants. Later that night, after a few wobbly pops, I texted her looking to meet up. We did, and we did the deed. I felt like a piece of shit. Yes, we've all been there. As men, we've all been there. And a lot of ladies, too. which never gets any press because it's considered sexist to suggest that. Here's where it's getting interesting and slightly complicated. Not even 48 hours later, I'm hanging out with my girlfriend when she gets a call from one of her friends saying, I have some bad news to tell you. Oh, boy. I overheard the conversation coming from my girlfriend's phone, and knowing exactly what the bad news was, I snatched the phone from her and proceeded to spill my guts and told her the whole story. Well, there you go. At least you manned it up. Evidently, the friend that called was roommates with the redhead, and the redhead, through social media, had hunted me down and shown my picture to her roommates. Dude, you can't get away with anything anymore. Look at this. The friend goes on to tell the redhead that I have a girlfriend. Oh, dude, this is like you're going to end up with nothing here. My girlfriend obviously was super upset, but being the sweetheart she is, and after many I'm so sorry's from me, she agreed to let me try to make it up to her. How do cheaters do this shit? I didn't even last 48 hours. Cut to 2 weeks later, myself and 3 of my buddies since kindergarten are on a mountaineering expedition in Peru. Dude, what are you, fucking Jason Bourne? What's going on here? Hot chicks throwing themselves at you, now you're in fucking Peru? A trip we planned since February, and I get this panic-stricken email from my girlfriend saying she, parentheses, the redhead, had broken into my apartment and trashed the place. See attached photos. Dude, what the fuck? Women are fucking crazy. Let's just say this, okay? Like, how is she hurt? She came walking up to you, threw her fucking clam at you, you fucking took it. You're not in a relationship with her. My voice is literally cracking. You're not in a relationship. You're not in a fucking relationship with her. Dude, you just need to prosecute this fucking woman. This has to stop, this whole fucking thing that when women get upset, they can destroy property. Let a guy go out and fucking trash some woman's car after she fucks around on him. He'll end up in jail and have to pay for the fucking car. Everything was smashed. My TV, one of my guitars. She cut up my bed sheets and the duvet. She even went so far as to throw all my towels in the bathtub and ran the water. How do I know it was the redhead? The dumb bitch left a note next to the TV saying cheaters never win or some bullshit like that. Give me a fucking break. She even bragged about the whole ordeal to her affirmation roommate. Classic guy. He just writes, sheesh. My girlfriend called the cops, and upon my return from Peru, I set up a restraining order against the redhead. You should fucking you should sue her. Here's the problem. All this drama has led to my girlfriend reconsidering her willingness to give me a second chance. Dude, here's the real thing. Anytime some fucking smoking hot girl just comes up to you and throws it at you, you know it's a head case. Go with a fake name. I feel real bad about the whole situation and want to make it work between us, but there's this little voice in my head says, let her break up with you and start fresh. I'm pretty confused. I was going to say that. Just start over again, dude. You're 26. What are you going to, you got a dick. This is going to happen. All right, so he goes, I fucked up initially, but forgiveness then got fucked with, and the forgiveness was retracted. Anyways, I hope your sage advice is half as good as those fucking pies you make. Thanks a lot, and go fuck yourself. Yeah, dude, you know what you got to do? You got to walk, and you got to have this crazy redheaded bitch pay for your shit. All right? Jesus Christ. She takes no responsibility in that, just walking around throwing her fucking pussy at everybody. I mean, what the fuck you think's going to happen? It's, as a guy, you could walk around throwing your dick at fucking people for years and not get anything. This is why there's the double standard. If a guy does it, he's a stud because he has to convince people. Just the way we're it's the way we're set up. Okay, women are no better than guys. It's what it is the way they're set up anatomically is they're letting someone enter their body. That is a major decision. Sticking your dick in something, it's, it's fun. It's like, it's like putting cereal back in the cabinet. I mean, you don't even fucking think about it. There's probably ignorance in there. I would just say, like, you know what? You're right. I fucked up. That's a really big pet peeve of mine, that fucking women get to do shit like that. That you just get to walk around, destroy your shit. Just fucked up your TV and all that, dude. And your whole thing is just like, sheesh. Like, we're just conditioned to be like, all right, that's what they do. They ruin your stuff. Dude, you were 100% in the wrong. You shouldn't have done it. You definitely did a piece of shit thing, but that doesn't give somebody the right to break into your fucking apartment. That's breaking and entering and destroying property. She should be in jail. This is what you do. I would break up with her, and I would try to take legal action against the redhead. And at some point, you want to send her a note, but don't do it. Just say, yeah, breaking and entering, fucking felons never win either, whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, dude, whatever, it happened. And, you know what I would do? You're 26, stay single for a while. Stay single for a while, go to the gym, get back in shape, figure out what the fuck you want to do. Do you want to fuck a bunch of women, or do you want to meet the one? But I think at this point, dude, you got enough fucking drama. I can't believe she gets to do that. Like, first of all, she got laid, the redhead. She got fucking laid, She had a great fucking time, and she gets to bust up somebody's place like a fucking rock star and then walk out of there and feel like she's a fucking hero. This is why I don't give a shit that they make less an hour than I do. Because when you add up all the fucking perks, I mean, it's a pretty good goddamn deal being a woman. You get all your emotions out all the fucking time. You get to break up people's shit, and you get to live longer than men. I don't know what the fucking problem is. You're going to complain about an extra 79 cents? Rouge tinted William. My fiance was a bit of a case, raised in an odd Christian cult, escaped it in high school, spent most of her adult life working to support her family that was still in the cult. Wow. 8 years ago, she met me. 6 years ago, we started a relationship. It had its ups and downs, and it was very loving and helped change both of us for the better. A year ago, I finally proposed to her after we both became financially successful enough to support our own household. Okay, so you're both on equal ground. That's good. Shortly after that, she lost one of her close friends, then her grandfather. We got through it together, and I thought it brought us even closer. Everything was going peachy, right? Well, at this time, Cleo, get up here. Come here. Get up here. All right, just lay down, fucking relax. All right. Well, she fully converted. Okay, everything's going peachy. Well, at this time, her family and her cult leaders saw an opening, and after a month or two, she started going back to the meetings. Since I didn't want to be the closed-minded guy and clingy near husband, I let her go to those meetings. Oh, God. Her beliefs are hers, and mine are mine, and everyone's happy, right? Well, she fully converted back. Her family threatened to shun her unless she married someone of the same faith, and since her cult holds proselytizing as one of the highest values, highest virtues, she tried to convert me. I was going to guess that that's what that meant. I can't say the word, which is basically going out and getting more members. I told her every one of my experiences led me to believe that her beliefs weren't right for me and relatable at all to me. I didn't see a future where I believed in the same religious things as she did, but I did mind her believing in different things. All right, dude, you've been totally honest. You've handled this perfectly, like a champ. Within a month, she called the wedding off and broke it off with me. So I did the dude thing, drank, worked out, picked up new hobbies, sorry. I was thinking horse. Hobbies. Hobbies, and vacationed in the country half the world away. I was relaxing on the beach in said country when someone from her cult approaches me and tries to convert me. What the fuck? Yeah, what? You're in a different country? How do I get over the love of my life while still staying true to myself, you freckled cunt? Thanks and go fuck yourself. Visit Western Canada sometime soon. Dude, she did you a favor, man. She did you a fucking favor. Get away from that shit, man. Like, You can't be with somebody where their religion is telling them who to love. All right? Her now trying to get you converted is because she still loves you and that type of thing. So I think your best case scenario of trying to get this woman back is to just completely cut her out of your life. Just ignore her and get on with your life. Who knows? You might find someone else first and I want to be with this person, or she'll just finally be so fucking miserable in that and realize the happiness she had with you, and she'll go to you. But you can't go to her, because if you go to her, you're going to come off weak, and she's going to try to drag you down into the fucking dark waters of that fucking cult. So I say you get on with your life, all right? That's the best case scenario for you to meet somebody new, and that's the way you get over her. Just get on with your life, and, when you love somebody, it doesn't totally go away, but it definitely fades like a fucking old tattoo, all right? That's the best you could do. You'll be fine, man. You'll meet somebody else, and, who knows, dude? Even if she did fucking leave, did you really want to be sitting there, one morning you wake up, the sun's coming up through your window, and you look out, and there's like a couple cult people standing there, freaking you out. We just want to talk to her. You don't need the Manson family knowing where the fuck you are and approaching you. Jesus Christ, dude. Please tell me. I mean, sitting on a beach, and that's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. San Diego versus Kansas City. I'm going to go with the man with a million children and pick San Diego, right? I forget everybody's name the second the season ends. What's the guy's fucking name? He's got like 9 kids. What's his fucking name? What is his name? Not Andrew Luck, not Eli Manning, not Tyrod Taylor, not Derek Carr, not Matthew Stafford. Phillip Rivers. I'm going to go with the man, the man with the golden gun. This is the man with the million kids. He's like real life the fucking Waltons. And if you're going to have 9 kids, you might as well be a fucking multimillionaire. Can you imagine what Christmas must be like at their house? Like how many fucking trees they have. It's got to be insane. He probably buys all these sick-ass fucking gifts. You know what I mean? If I had 9 fucking kids and I had his money, I'd buy them all like electric cars, and I'd make them, those little toy cars that you can sit in, little kid can sit in. I'd make them race themselves around the fucking thing. I'd have one of those circular driveways, right? I'd have time trials on Saturday. I'd put them all in the super softs on Sunday, and I'd let them just fucking whip around. And whoever won got dessert and got to hang with me, and then the rest of them would be banished to the loser wing of my mansion. And sure, they would resent me. A lot of them would cry, especially the little ones. But there'd be no excuses come Sunday. Even if you were a baby, if you couldn't figure out how to just roll down onto the gas pedal and at least make a fucking effort, slam into somebody, then that would be it. You would be banished. If my wife didn't like it, she would be banished too, right? This is why God never let me be a fucking NFL quarterback. That's exactly what I would do. If I had 9 fucking kids, Jesus Christ, every one of them would have like chores, and I would never have shit to do. If you have 9 kids, you can actually run a farm. So if you just live in a fucking house, you know what I mean? I'd give each one of them a room. You clean up the study. That's your job, right? If you don't clean up the study, I'm taking away your car. You're gonna get punished. A couple of grid positions come Sunday. You're never gonna have fucking dessert again. You'd have to be strict with 9 kids, I would think, right? Jesus Christ, how many belts would you have to go through during the course of your, or if you're that dude from the Vikings, like how many fucking weeds or switches would you be pulling out of the ground? What kind of a fucking lunatic hits his own son in the nuts with a switch? You know what I mean? I get it. That's the way you were brought up. But, you usually try to correct shit with your parents. At some point you'd be like, I'm going to stop short of hitting my own son in his little fucking prepubescent ball sack with a fucking switch. You would like to think that someone would make that leap. But you know, not everybody is as enlightened as me. I like giving people advice that have children and I don't have any. You know what I mean? If you had 9 kids, you could even if nobody had any musical ability, if you sent all 9 of them to American Idol, you got to think one of them would at least make it to Vegas, right? Someone would just have to be able to carry a fucking tune. Jesus Christ, that's a giant goddamn table. 5 kids on one side, 4 on the other. Your wife on one side, you on the other. I mean, how many fucking turkeys is that? It's a lot of goddamn kids. That's fucking nuts. That's like turn of the last century level kids. You know what I mean? They would just have 9 because you knew someone was going to die of polio, somebody was going to get tuberculosis, right? Someone was going to fall down a fucking well. And right there, you're down to 6. You know, it starts getting nervous. I mean, those crops, you know, the harvest is coming in. We're down to 6 fucking kids. You know, your wife's just laying on her back making fucking bread with one hand, churning butter with the other. And you just, at the end of the day, you come in and you just fucking walk right between her legs like you do when you're behind the herd of oxen. And you just fucking put another one in her. Dude, you know what you'd be like? You're like a college coach, college basketball coach. It's like coaching Kentucky at that point, the way the kids would leave you. You know, Kentucky, they're like one and done, all the good players. So, like, you constantly got to be fucking out there priming the pump, throwing the dollar bills around, handing out gold Trans Ams, right? But back in the day, rather than leaving and going to the pros, they were just dying. You know what I mean? The more they died, the more farmland they took up. I mean, granted, they were enriching the soil. If their bodies their bodies would decompose back then, right? But they still put them in the boxes. But you couldn't plant over there. You know what I mean? Oh my God, I'm eating this cauliflower. For some reason, I'm thinking about Eddie. Oh, that's interesting you say that, honey, because that's right where I fucking buried him. Yeah, when the Native Americans decided to do a drive-by. And he took a fucking hatchet to the head. I told him to duck. He didn't. He was weak. He doesn't deserve to live. All right? And there you go. Now you're down to 5 kids. Now you're down to 5 kids. I'm going to Google this right now. Ways to die in 1900. Let's see what comes up. All right. Ways to die in 1900. Wasn't this a sitcom? It was a short-lived sitcom, right? It was on right after 8 Ways to Fuck Your Mother, whatever the fuck it's whatever the fuck it's called. All right, ways to die. How we died 200 years ago. Leading causes of death in the U.S. in 1900. All right, this is how your kids died. If you had, this is why you had to have 9 kids back in the day. All right. Influenza, pneumonia. See ya. There goes a good 2-3 kids. Tuberculosis, I called that. This is like the morbid family feud. Gastrointestinal infections. Heart disease. And then cerebrovascular disease, whatever the fuck that is. What about farming equipment? By 1950, it was heart disease. Oh, no, this isn't kids, though. I gotta say kids. Ways to die as a kid. Jesus, what sort of watch list does this put me on? All right, let me type this out. Ways to die as a child in 1900. Well, childbirth was one of them, and you lost your wife. That was like your scout, right? Fuck, who's gonna keep bringing in the new talent? Ways to die, trends, death. There's historical horror of childbirth, all right? Leading causes of death. You know what? They're not going to have it. Death in childbirth. Whatever. I'm still going with farming equipment, you know? Dad's out on the team of oxen. Go tell Pa it's time for dinner, right? You go out there and the oxen get spooked or some shit and they run over you. Bill, we don't want to know about fucking dead farm kids. All right, well, you know, the fuck you want from me?
As much as people talk about the Beatles and how great their music was, whatever you want to say, I totally agree with them. I think they're the greatest band of all time. But I have to be honest with you. John Lennon and Paul McCartney redefined Pussy Whipped. You have to watch this fucking video. It's John Lennon is singing with Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry is probably one of the main reasons why John Lennon ever picked up a guitar. So now he's on TV. He gets to play with his idol. They're playing Chuck Berry's hit Memphis. Okay, John Lennon's got Yoko in his fucking band. They're in the middle of singing this song on television, and they're killing it. It's going great. Yoko's playing some stupid fucking drum. And even though she has no fucking talent whatsoever, he's putting her in the fucking band just so she'll shut the fuck up and stop nagging him, because he's too much of a fucking pussy to tell her that she has no talent. All right? The only reason why you're here, Yoko, is because you're sucking my dick. All right? No, you can't play the bongos. But anyway, she's up there playing the bongos, right? So John Lennon, Chuck Berry, two of the greats of all time, harmonizing, singing this hit from the 1950s. That's what this moment's about. And Yoko, in the middle of it, can't handle that she's not getting any shine. She takes the fucking microphone out of the stand, starts playing the bongo, and as they're singing, you know, go, go, Johnny, go, whatever, she picks up the mic and I swear to God goes, yeah, some fucking crazy shit. And you see Chuck Berry's eyes fucking open as wide as they are, and it's that fucking look. Dude, you ever have like a buddy of yours and he's dating some fucking psycho, but he's in love with her, so you can't fucking say anything, and you're just sitting there waiting for the fucking lightning bolt to hit your friend in the head where he finally realizes that he's dating a psycho cunt? Chuck Berry had that look on his face. Dude, I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, that's what the fuck she did. And Chuck Berry's like, what the fuck? And it's kind of like, John, that's your woman. Get her in line. And John Lennon does not even fucking, he doesn't even blink. He just keeps playing. And then she does it again later on in that song. And then you look at all the other musicians, and they just keep playing the song like Yoko isn't even fucking there. And I actually get infuriated when I watch this video. The fact that John didn't just stop playing in that moment. And what he should have done was dressed her down right there. You say, fine, you want to have a fucking moment? This is your moment. If you ever fucking do that again, I will slap you so fucking hard in the head, your eyes are going to look like mine. Do you understand me? You play that fucking bongo and you shut your face. You look like that bitch who crawled out of the fucking well in Ring. You understand me? I don't even know why I'm fucking you. I could be fucking anybody. You can't play the bongos. You can't sing. Shut your fucking face. And then he just walks back up to the mic and just counts the band back in. Right? Isn't that what the fuck he should have done? All right, this is the longest fucking revenge story I think I've ever read. Let me see if I can fucking just I'm gonna read that one next week when I have the energy. All right, questions. All right, Bill. I have a question for you. I was hoping you might be able to shine some insight on this. I have this great friend that's a girl. Mistake. And we get along great, and we have never had any sort of sexual tension. Fucking up. Or interest, despite her being attractive. All right, dude, right there, you're either gay or you're an idiot, and I'm giving you some tough love here. That's a fucking stupid situation to be involved in. That's stupid. All right, unless you're using her to attract other females to get you fucking laid. Let's see if this is the case. I will continue reading. So she has this smoking hot friend. Oh, there we go. That I'd met a few times and always flirted with, but it's just been overall friendly. So this chick calls me up one night, and I'm at the bar at like midnight and asks if I want to stay up drinking with her, and she come pick me up. So obviously I agree. Things go very good, and we have a few drinks and flirt. And when I make my move, she gets all upset, like I should have known she just wants to be friends when she calls me up at midnight to stay up drinking with her alone. After the incident, the bitch still has the balls to ask to sleep over. Since then, I have noticed all her friends are trying to be my friend when all I want to do is rail the shit out of them. Bill, I was hoping you could shine some light on the situation and help me out. Yeah, dude. Never have a friend as a female. You know, you always got to be fucking them. That's the only reason to be around them. You know? I know that sounds really sexist, but, you know, I just... I'm speaking from me. There's no fucking point in hanging out with that level of frustration if you're not having sex with them. And if they're actually like a good friend, then that's the one that you should... I mean, that's the ultimate. If you're banging them and they're also a great friend, that's the one you marry. Because you got a connection there, right? But if you just... I mean, they're using you as like a live teddy bear. And, yeah, the next time they call up, just be like, no, I can't hang out tonight. Why? What are you doing? I'm going to go out and try to get some ass tonight. I know I'm not getting any from you. And it's frustrating because you're hot and I want to bend you over every piece of fucking furniture in my apartment. Oh, my God, I can't believe you said that. Yeah, well, I just did. Are you going to come over here and fuck me? Well, then great. I have to go. Why are you being so mean? I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. Okay? You know how many times I've jerked off to you? It's annoying. That you just, I'm telling you, like, that's a little aggressive, but that's what you have to start doing. You just have to be straightforward and honest, and don't do it like I just said it. Do it how you can do it and pull it off, and you just say it like that. Just be like, yeah, I want to go out, I want to try to get laid tonight. All right? And I go out with you, and you're not fucking me, and then other girls see me with you, and they think that I am fucking you, which I'm not, and I end up going home dry humping my futon, you know? And it's really fucking with my self-esteem. Okay? So that's it. So basically, what are you saying? You're saying that if I don't suck your cock, you don't want to hang out with me? Yes, that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Your conversations are awful. You know, I'm sure they're interesting to other females, but not to me. I don't want to talk about that shit. I could give a shit about the hills, the OC, the ocean, or whatever the fuck other stupid show you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I want to fuck you. Okay? It's World right there. You know what it is? You ever see watch the World Series of Poker when you go all in? That's what you do. Just say what the fuck you want to do. You push all your chips in, then you stand up and you start walking around. You wait for that next card to drop. You see what the fuck happens. Yeah, dude. That's my advice. Get out of that whole circle of, yeah, he's like a big teddy bear. Fuck that. Fuck that. All right? You're not a teddy bear. Well, you are one right now. You got to stop being that guy. So fuck all of them. Go, where are your guy friends? What are they doing? Go hang out with them. Go get a fucking wingman. Get yourself back in the game. And go out there and talk some shit. Hit on some girl you don't give a fuck about so you can practice not giving a fuck. And just say a bunch of shit that you would never say to some girl that you gave a shit about. Because you don't give a fuck if the girl says no. Start with that. You know, always wear a condom. And that's it. That's what I would do. That's what I should have done. I didn't. I just have that knowledge now because I'm fucking... have I ever been the... You know something? I was never the friend. But I was definitely the douchebag. I was definitely the not even pussy whipped. It wasn't even pussy whipped. It was just I couldn't fucking speak up for myself. I was afraid of having a confrontation. And then by the time I had the final confrontation, I was like, ah! And it was like fucking a year worth of shit and we broke up. But that's a whole nother story. So anyways, that's the podcast for this week, I think, right? Yeah, I only got 5 fucking minutes before I got to go here.
All right, Skeletons in her Facebook. Hey, Billy Boy, I'm a big fan and new listener. Thank you. I am in a little bit of a predicament. I got onto my laptop the other day when I woke up around 1 in the afternoon. I worked the night shift. I look through my history and I see some fucked up conversations that my girlfriend is having on Facebook with another guy. Oh, GG. They were old emails, but it was obvious that she's still thinking about this guy. Wait a minute. I got to go back and do the math on this. I got into the laptop the other day. I woke up around 1 in the afternoon. I worked the night shift. I look through my history and I see some fucked up conversations that my girlfriend is having on Facebook with another guy. Wait a minute. You're on your laptop? Dude, fuck all this shit. Just be honest. You got a weird vibe off your girlfriend, or you're fucking, you don't trust her, or you don't trust people in general, and you went on her Facebook account. Isn't that what you did? Okay. Now we're caught up here. There were old emails, but it's obvious that she's still thinking about this guy. How is it still obvious if they're old emails? If she hasn't emailed the guy since she got with you, She says, the one that caught me was from around 2 years ago. It said something about having a sleepover with this guy. The only problem is that we were dating at the time. Uh-oh. Then a few months later, she emails him again saying she misses him. What the fuck? I've been nothing but good to this girl. That doesn't mean shit, dude. If her heart's with this other guy. She lives in my house, doesn't pay bills, or even tries to keep food in the house. I'm always the one keeping the house straight. I'm the one who does everything. I'm too nice a guy, I guess. Everything I say, she freaks out and starts to cry and shit. I've been with her for almost 3 years. I don't know what to do. Should I confront her about the other guy? I was kind of snooping on her shit when I found this stuff. There it is. There it is. Yeah, dude, you know what? You know why you're snooping. And you knew what you were going to find that you didn't want to find. You probably had one eye closed because you knew what you were going to find, and you found it. Anyways, he goes, I mean, don't get me wrong. She snooped on my Facebook, too, at times, and caught me talking to other girls. But all my life, I've never been unfaithful to her. And this kid that she used to know looks like Sloth from the Goonies. Fucked up brother. Any advice would be great. Yeah, you guys, what are you doing? You're just clinging to each other. Break up. What are you doing? All right? First of all, I don't believe that you've never been unfaithful to her. I don't believe that because it took you fucking 2 paragraphs to admit that you actually went into her fucking Facebook. So I think if this email was another 2 paragraphs, you'd be like, except this one time when I let this girl blow me 12 fucking times on 7 different dates, you know? I don't know. First of all, forget the fact that she's fucking around or whether or not she's fucking around or whether she has feelings with somebody else. How can you be in a relationship with somebody that every time you bring something up or want to talk about something heavy, she freaks out and cries about it? She's not an adult. You know? She's a child. She's acting like a little kid. All right? There's no reason to fucking cry. When you're an adult, there's no reason to fucking cry unless something tragic has happened to somebody you love. Other than that, if I'm bringing up the fact that I feel like you haven't done the dishes as many times as I've done it lately, or I go to bed earlier than you do, and you come into bed with your fucking iPad, and it's lighting up the goddamn room like a flying saucer's coming down, and you have a little consideration. If you start crying during that, you're an asshole. All right? You're a fucking child. You know what you should do? You should just get a fucking pacifier. That's what I would do. The next time you go to bring something up, she starts crying, you just pull it out and be like, and you wave it in her face, and you just throw it against the wall, and you go, you pick it up, you fucking baby. Right? And right there, you're not going to have to worry about what to do in the relationship because it's going to be over. Underrated. Uncle Billiam. This could be the underrated of the century. Keeping your dick in check. Flipping the script on the ladies. And refusing your woman's sex. I just told my girl no sex till she goes and applies for 10 jobs today. And the look on her face was priceless. Like she just had no clue what just happened. Looked like a little kid that had just had its teddy bear stolen. Love the podcast and go fuck yourself, you redheaded bastard. That's a great one. That's a great one. I mean, you're fucking with that. That's, you know what? You having your dick in check is like your woman fucking bench pressing more than you. That's basically it. I mean, the core thing a guy has over a woman is that he's physically stronger. Okay? Core thing a woman has is that we're run by our dicks. Well, I mean, they're also smarter. I think I do think women are smarter in a lot of areas just because they have to be. It's a nature thing. You know? We're stronger, so I think we just didn't use our brains as much. Back when you could fucking drag a woman around by her hair and beat her with a branch. I said, shut the fuck up, you know? You didn't have to grow as a human being. They had to sit there and be like, how do I get that big dumb oaf to do exactly what I want him to do? I can't grab him by the fucking throat. How can I make him do it and actually make him feel like it's his decision? You know? All right, advice for the week. Bill, I've known this young lady for a few years, and we're very fond of each other.
But she has a possessive boyfriend with a stupid haircut, and a couple of times when she's broken up with him, she's come to me. But then she goes back to Macro Man. This is the thing that bothers me. Whenever things have gotten sexual between us, like I go down on her and blow her fucking mind. This guy has definitely got confidence. He goes, she never returns the favor. She gets disgusted. She even gets disgusted if I sulk in my seat that I didn't get any. Dude, sulking is like, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what turns women on, but I can tell you the exact opposite of turning a woman on. If you want to have the exact opposite, Spanish fly would be sulking. Nothing makes a pussy dry up like sulking. Just letting you know right there, okay? But nothing makes it wetter with complete indifference. Anyways, once she said callously, after the guy went down on her and then he didn't get a blowjob, she once callously said, have a wank to alleviate my horniness. After having her completely naked on my chair, worshiping her and pleasuring her holes. Jesus Christ, buddy. Thank God I'm not yelling. That one right there would have kicked me out. It was just me with the styrofoam cup. Another time when we had intercourse, we were drunk. She stopped me halfway through, and she even stopped halfway through a shit doing you a favor hand job. She's never made me come. These are the only examples of when she tried to get me off, and I'm a good-looking chappy, so it's not that. Recently, I boycotted her body. I said, let's be friends, to be strictly platonic. I won't even play with her norks. I'm guessing that's her titties. This has had the result of her trying to rekindle things like the old magic. If she's not that into me, what the fuck is going on? I'm finished with her, but any insights you can give is a treasure. All right, first of all, dude, you're not finished with her. Just halfway through writing that, you probably realized what a sap you were being. All right? Okay, first of all, who's kidding who? You're fucking with a psycho. All right? And I don't know. This is a very touchy one to talk about here, but this girl strikes me as one of those girls who wants to be put in her place and wants to be bent over something and wants a guy to tell her what the fuck is what. All right? Okay? Consensually. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, don't take this the wrong way. Go in and just fucking give her a forearm shiver, right? I'm not saying to do that, all right? You know, some girls are cunts and they know they're a cunt and they want a guy to basically tell them that. It could be this, I have no idea, but I can tell you one thing right now. Sulking and keep coming back for more. You're like Charlie Brown. She keeps pulling the football out. And, you know, if you want to fuck this girl, walk away from her. Stop returning her phone calls and all that type of shit. You basically started to do that when you boycotted her body, but then you said, let's be friends. That's a weak move, okay? This girl, I think, wants to see you be a fucking man, all right? And you're not. You're going down on her. You're pleasing her, and she's doing everything she can to disrespect you, and you're allowing it. And I think that's turning her off. And I think she's a fucking sadistic psycho, so she's getting you off, she's leaving you with blue balls. You know, I don't know. That might be it, or she might be fucking angry at something else and she's taking it out on you. All I know, dude, is walk away from this girl. Just walk away from her. But if for some fucking reason you still want to bang her one more time, blow her off. Blow off her texts and her calls for like a week and a half, and then randomly answer one. And when you pick up the phone, just have a whatever vibe. Hey, what's going on? You haven't been returning my calls or make texts? Yeah, I've been busy. What's up? You want to hang out? No. Why not? Yeah, you know, I don't know. What do I want to hang out with you for? And get blue balls? You know? You're fucking selfish. You're fucking annoying. Leave me alone. You know? That's probably too angry. But just... I'm sorry, guys. I'm fucking angry right now that I have to talk like this. Yeah, just blow her off and just be, you know, and when you go to meet her in a public place. Don't go over a place where she's going to dress extra sexy when you come over there because she's trying to get that power over you again. Meet her in a fucking public place and be talking to her as you're kind of glancing around the room, you know? Sort of hit on another girl while she's standing there. I'm telling you. You know? And when she asks you to go home with her, don't. Just say, I'm cool, or whatever. You know? Fucking blow her off. If she ever calls you again, if she wants to hang out or whatever, tell her to come over to your place. And the second she starts acting like a douche, kick her out. I don't know. It's what sucks about a girl like that is immediately you got to try to get into her head, then you got to start playing games. It's not worth it. There's too many decent girls out there who will, when they take the dick out, they will fucking complete whatever you want. So I would just walk away from her. Let's be friends. Jesus Christ, buddy. That and sulking, you need to take, those are the two parts of your game you need to work on this off season. All right? And then maybe next year you'll get the ring. Okay, good luck. All right, next one.
Facebook messages. Hey, dear Billy, I need your help dealing with the girlfriend issue. I have been seeing my lady since December. I'm 30 and she is 27. That's a good fucking age difference. I like it. She lived in the city and I lived in the country. We started as a long-distance relationship, but it got serious quickly. And now she has moved back home. She's, what is this, fucking Green Acres? She is busy buying her own house, but has stayed with me for the last 2 weeks. We've talked about me moving in with her. We tell each other, I love you, and we're making plans for the future, etc., etc. So today I log onto my computer and her Facebook page is still logged in. Uh-oh. This is a whole new world, man. The Facebook thing. Me being a curious creep, I started snooping. In the message section, I find a conversation she's had with a former boyfriend. On February 1st, she tells the guy, I still miss your face. Done. It's over. Walk away. Walk away. Like De Niro in Heat. Just fucking get up and walk out. It's over. I don't even need to read the rest of this, sir. It is fucking over. But I'll keep reading it just because I have to fill up an hour here. But I know, you know, the people listening know. Anyways, he goes, I don't see any response from the guy. Then on February 11th, she trolls out another message. I love how now you're stalking her Facebook page. As well you should. You had probable cause? You never did. No, you were a creep. And then you found, you know what, this wouldn't stand up in court because you didn't have a warrant. But you know what? You got instinct and you can't teach that. Anyways. She trolls out another message that say, hope all is well. And again, no response. Yeah, dude, she's settling for you. I hate to tell you that, but she's settling for you. What she's trying to do is if this motherfucker goes, you know, I miss your face too, she's out. All right? But if he doesn't get back to her, she's going to settle for you. Okay? And I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying the feeling isn't there. She's settling for you, which means the entire time of your fucking marriage, every time you're not looking at her, she's just going to be staring at the back of your head, looking at your dumb shoulders, something, just going like, ugh, how the fuck did I end up with, how did I fuck that other one up? You know? You don't want to be that. You got to get somebody who's crazy about you. Anyways, here we go. There were some previous, somewhat explicit messages they sent back and forth before we got together, and messages about how they should text instead of Facebook. All that being said, she is good. All that being said, however, everybody, she is good to me. I'm good to her, and we have a fun, loving relationship. I had solid trust, and now I'm very confused. How should I approach her with this? I know if I keep it to myself, it's going to fester and really piss me off. Would you head for the hills immediately or give the relationship a chance? Thanks, and go fuck yourself. This is what I would do. I would be 100% honest with her. Say, listen, I got to be honest with you. What the fuck is today? The 18th, about a month and a half ago. I went to use the computer, and your Facebook page was open. And even though I shouldn't have looked, I did look. And then she's going to start crying, and she's going to start fucking, she's going to turn her fucking cap around backwards and get in your face and start screaming and yelling, blah, 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 blah. Fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. She's going to come at you like that because she knows what's coming. All right?
And don't get mad. Don't take the fucking bait. This is the time, sir. You have to hang on to your fucking emotions. She's going to cry, or she's going to yell, or she's going to do both. Because she knows what the... How could you sue? Well, you didn't trust me anyways. You know, and you don't have the line that they have where they just, you know, female intuition. They get to hide behind that, you know? Like guys don't have any fucking instincts. Like we weren't blessed with any of that, you know? Fucking chasing down saber-toothed tigers with sharpened sticks. Like we weren't blessed with any sort of instinct. Give me a fucking break. All right? So anyway, she's going to cry, or she's going to yell, or she's going to do fucking both. And you just stand there, and you let her do it. All right? And when she's done yelling and crying, or whatever the fuck it is, just say, yeah. And I saw a message that you wrote to an old boyfriend saying, I still miss your face. You know? And then you tried to contact him again on the 11th, and it's been bugging me. And I didn't want to bring this up to you because I didn't want to look like a creep, and I didn't want to hurt your feelings that I don't trust you, but you obviously still have feelings for this person. And I guess you're settling for me. Like if this guy doesn't get back to you, then you're going to move forward with and settle for me. And that's not what I want. I want someone who's crazy about me and doesn't have other issues. You seem to have unresolved stuff with this guy, and, you know, I'm not getting any younger, so, you know. And then she's, yeah, break it up with me, and all this shit, and just keep going. Listen, there's a face that you miss, sweetheart, and it's not mine. You know, sir, take your heart and stick it on the fucking nightstand. And go into your brain. All right? Get some self-esteem here. This is fucking bullshit. All right? All that being said, she's good to me. She's not good to you. Not 100%. All right? I'm telling you, get out of it. Get out of it. Fuck that. All right? Did I make myself clear? Girlfriend's past. Hey there, Billy boy. I'm having problems. I'm having problems reading this, sir. I'm having problems dealing with all the guys my girlfriend has fucked before me. She's 17 and a senior in high school, and she's been with 4 to 5 guys all the way and blown more. Now, why are you saying 4 to 5? You know, if you've only fucked 4 or 5 people, she ought to be able to remember all of them. She said, my first girlfriend, I'm 18. Be easy there, buddy. Go easy. Is 17 considered underage? Because you can get busted for statutory rape. Make sure she's legal. He goes, she's my first gay girlfriend. I'm 18, but I wasn't a virgin because my neighbor forced me to have sex with her when I was 5. What? Sex with what? Your little ding-dong? What was she doing? Dude, that's fucking creepy. I didn't even know that. Anyways, she lost her virginity in a one-night stand when she was 14. It just kills me every day that my virginity was stolen from me, and she just gives hers away. It doesn't help that she still goes to the same school as the guy, and while they don't really talk, she fucked him again last summer, a couple of months before we started dating. I feel like she's just let people use her, and it really disgusts me. I don't even know if I love her or if I even like her very much. Am I overreacting about her past or not? No, dude, what you're doing is you're tapping into how you feel about this girl and what you're looking for in a woman, and this girl isn't it, okay? It's, you know, hopefully whatever happened to you didn't happen to her, but what you do, sir, is you're fighting your self-esteem or discovering it. All right? Listen to that voice, okay? This isn't the kind of woman that you're looking to be with, so I would break up with her. All right? And then get with a girl that hasn't fucked 4 to 5 guys that you're going to pass on your way to math class. All right? That's the deal, all right? You sound like you've gone through some shit. I'd probably go to therapy over that one there. You know, whatever the fuck happened to you. And, but what's great is you've come out of this, that you are still tapped in what you're looking for in a girlfriend. You want, a great girl deserves a great guy. And you sound like you're a great guy, so go out there and get a great girl. That's what you should do, all right? And be healthy human beings with one another, okay? Don't let what the fuck happened to you when you're 5 go down some dark sexual road that you pick these damaged girls that you relate to. Both of you probably need to go to therapy and work some shit out, all right? But she didn't write me, you did. So I'm telling you to do that. And, yeah, get yourself the fuck is with my voice? Get a girl that you're proud to be with, that you want to bring home to your parents, all right? That's the one. There you go. All right. All right, goddamn ex-girlfriend. Dear Billy Boy, your podcast is killer, man. Thanks. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And he says, I'm writing you to get some insight on my ex-girlfriend's situation. About 6 months ago, my ex dumped my ass and totally crushed my heart. That's the worst. You got to go through it, though. He says, I was fucked up for a while, but took some of your advice and focused on improving my own shit. I never called her, texted her, or did any asshole for 6 months. A couple of months ago, she texted me. Fucking, I knew it. I knew it. Now, without reading this thing, she's texted you. Now, either she legitimately wants to get back together with you, which if you still love her, that would be a good thing, or whatever the fuck whatever life path she went down over the last 6 months has hit a bump in the road, and maybe she's having second thoughts, or maybe she's completely evil, and she's like, wow, he just never called me again. Why don't I call him up and mind fuck him? Those are my 3 guesses on the cunt genie lamp there. All right, so she texted me. She wanted to know what I've been up to and how I was doing. She also wanted to know why I unfriended her on Facebook. And he writes, why do you think, you dumb cunt? Now, wait a minute. Did you unfriend her because of my advice, or did you do that on your own? That's a great thing. You got to cut the cancer out. You can't be watching what the fuck she's doing. All you're doing is prolonging that pain in your heart. You got to, I'm telling you, you got to cut off all contact, and then you got to go Chris Bosch, where you just got to drop to your knees a couple times a day and cry it out. Don't be afraid to fucking do that. Now, I wouldn't do it in front of a bunch of men, but, do it on your own. Like, as a man, you have to understand that the reason why you're able to cry is because you're supposed to. Because if you don't, you keep it in your chest, and it becomes anger, and then you yell at your kids. All right, I resisted the urge to tell her to go fuck herself and kept my response is cool and casual. Dude, you are on the road to a post-breakup blowjob. That's where you are right now. Let's see if you keep the car on the road. Here's my question. How the fuck do broads know when you are finally getting over them and that they should get a hold of you and make you feel like shit again? Also, do you see, I knew it. Also, do you think it's a dick move to get a hold of an ex if you're the one who dumped them when they haven't gotten a hold of you since the breakup? Finally, how do you think I should handle this going forward? Well, you know what? You basically learned one of life's tough lessons. Is that well, you know something? I might be being a dickhead. Like, maybe guys do this shit too. All right? Guys do this shit too. You got those guys who they break up with a girl, but then they keep her in they try to, like, hold on to her so no one else can fuck her. You know, guys who do that shit. So this is really like I'm being a sexist moron as usual. I'm coming from the male perspective. That's all I got. All right? Trying to show a little empathy here. How do they know? I don't know. But they're great at it. So rather than trying to figure it out, because I don't know that you can as a guy, just respect that they have that ability. All right? You might want to consider changing your cell phone number so she can't text/mindfuck you again. It is the fucking worst. They're just the fucking worst. In that situation, dude, you got to walk away from them, man. So I can't even remember what the fuck you asked me. I'm going through all the breakups I've been through mentally right now. All right, so the first thing you said is, how the fuck do broads know when you're finally over them? I don't know. Change your cell phone number. It's my solution. Also, do you think it's a dick move to get a hold of an ex? If you have no intention of getting back with them, yes, I do. And you have to accept the guilt that you feel that you broke somebody's heart. And you have to own that. You can't, like, just call to make sure you're doing okay. You're not helping that other person. If you have no intent, you're giving them a half a second of hope, and then, you're ruining them. You got to let them go. And lastly, how do you think I should handle this going forward? Yeah, I would say don't respond to her texts, or even then, just her texting you and seeing your name and knowing that she's thinking about you, and your heart's still going to be like, well, maybe she wants to get back together. I would just change your number. Start over again. Go Bill Bixby. Get a backpack. Walk out of town. Go down the fucking street. Start working out. Get some new women in your life. That's another thing. Go out there. Go hit on something you think's out of your league. Who gives a shit? Go have a good time. Hitting on a girl that's so-called out of your league is like playing a sport against people who are better than you. It makes you better. It ups your game. All right? So then when you play against somebody who's only a little out of your league, you're used to playing beyond, and you're not nervous. You're used to that speed. Does that make any fucking sense? I hope it does.
All right, questions. All right, Bill, I have a question for you. I was hoping you might be able to shine some insight on this. I have this great friend that's a girl. Mistake. And we get along great, and we have never had any sort of sexual tension, fucking up, or interest, despite her being attractive. All right, dude, right there, you're either gay or you're an idiot, and I'm giving you some tough love here. That's a fucking stupid situation to be involved in. That's stupid. All right, unless you're using her to attract other females to get you fucking laid. Let's see if this is the case. I will continue reading. So, she has this smoking hot friend. Oh, there we go. That I'd met a few times and always flirted with, but it's just been overall friendly. So this chick calls me up one night, and I'm at the bar at like midnight and asks if I want to stay up drinking with her, and she come pick me up. So obviously I agree. Things go very good, and we have a few drinks and flirt. And when I make my move, she gets all upset, like I should have known she just wants to be friends when she calls me up at midnight to stay up drinking with her alone. After the incident, the bitch still has the balls to ask to sleep over. Since then, I've noticed all her friends are trying to be my friend when all I want to do is rail the shit out of them. Bill, I was hoping you could shine some light on the situation and help me out. Yeah, dude. Never have a friend as a female. You always got to be fucking them. That's the only reason to be around them. I know that sounds really sexist, but I'm speaking from me. There's no fucking point in hanging out with that level of frustration if you're not having sex with them. And if they're actually like a good friend, then that's the one that you should... that's the ultimate. If you're banging them and they're also a great friend, that's the one you marry. Because you got a connection there, right? But if you just... they're using you as like a live teddy bear. And, the next time they call up, just be like, no, I can't hang out tonight. Why? What are you doing? I'm going to go out and try to get some ass tonight. I know I'm not getting any from you. And it's frustrating because you're hot, and I want to bend you over every piece of fucking furniture in my apartment. Oh, my God, I can't believe you said that. Yeah, well, I just did. Are you going to come over here and fuck me? Well, then great. I have to go. Why are you being so mean? I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. Okay? You know how many times I've jerked off to you? It's annoying. That you just, I'm telling you, like, that's a little aggressive, but that's what you have to start doing. You just have to be straightforward and honest, and don't do it like I just said it. Do it how you can do it and pull it off, and you just say it like that. Just be like, yeah, I want to go out. I want to try to get laid tonight. All right? And I go out with you, and you're not fucking me, and then other girls see me with you, and they think that I am fucking you, which I'm not, and I end up going home dry humping my futon, and it's really fucking with my self-esteem. Okay? So that's it. So basically what are you saying? You're saying that if I don't suck your cock, you don't want to hang out with me? Yes, that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Your conversations are awful. I'm sure they're interesting to other females, not to me. I don't want to talk about that shit. I could give a shit about the hills, the OC, the ocean, or whatever the fuck other stupid show you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I want to fuck you. Okay? It's World right there. You know what it is? You ever watch the World Series of Poker when you go all in? That's what you do. Just say what the fuck you want to do. You push all your chips in, then you stand up and you start walking around. You wait for that next card to drop. You see what the fuck happens. Yeah, dude. That's my advice. Get out of that whole circle of, yeah, he's like a big teddy bear. Fuck that. Fuck that. All right? You're not a teddy bear.
Well, you are one right now. You got to stop being that guy. So fuck all of them. Go, where are your guy friends?
What are they doing? Go hang out with them. Go get a fucking wingman. Get yourself back in the game. And go out there and talk some shit. Hit on some girl you don't give a fuck about so you can practice not giving a fuck. And just say a bunch of shit that you would never say to some girl that you gave a shit about. And because you don't give a fuck if the girl says no. Start with that. Always wear a condom. And that's it. That's what I would do. That's what I should have done. I didn't. I just have that knowledge now because I'm fucking... have I ever been someone I was never the friend, but I was definitely the douchebag. I was definitely the not even pussy whipped. It wasn't even pussy whipped. It was just I couldn't fucking speak up for myself. I was afraid of having a confrontation. And then by the time I had the final confrontation, I was like, ah! And it was like fucking a year with this shit and we broke up. But that's a whole nother story.
All right. Hypocrisy of the female gender. Oh, Jesus. Come on, guys. Come on, ladies. You know what? Women, trash the guys. Let's have this fucking be balanced here. Fair and balanced. All right. What do we got here? Hypocrisy of the female gender. My batteries are going to run out here. I got to get through this one quickly. Hey, Bill, a.k.a. Bill Jizit shot during the summer. That really has nothing to do with my name. That's just sort of my first name and then a cum shot. But, you tried. He goes, I'm in a bit of a pickle. He's got gills. He's got a phallic vegetable. Is that a vegetable? Is a pickle a vegetable or a fruit? Well, let's see, Bill. You're planting cucumbers. It's not on a tree. It's in the ground. It's a fucking vegetable. Look at me, Mr. fucking Green Jeans here. Anyways, could be serious. Could be just something that'll blow over, but I'd like your opinion anyway. Here we go. A few days ago, while I was getting a coffee, I saw my girlfriend's best friend kissing a dude that doesn't look like her boyfriend. But like the rational human being that I am, I thought I'd ask my girl before I jumped to any conclusion. So I asked her if her boyfriend's still her boyfriend. She said yes and asked why, so I told her what I saw, and her reaction is something I didn't expect. She went silent. So I asked her if she already knew, and she said yes, and begged me not to tell the guy. So I said that I'd like to hear this. Wait. So I said that I'd like to hear the story first. Oh, my story first? I don't know what the fuck. Well, I'm just going to read it the way he wrote it. So I said that I'd like to hear the story first so I can assess how I want to go about the situation. I'm sorry. And she refused. So I said, I guess it would be the same way if you were cheating on me, huh? You would act the same way and you two would conspire over it? And she denied that, started crying, and said she would never cheat on me. I told her it was fucking bullshit, that she's implying that this cunt of a best friend has even the slightest legit reason to be a piece of shit, and I eventually left to go get some air, though it was difficult since she caused a scene and started screaming down the hall for me. I love when they do that, right? Because the second a woman starts screaming in public, the guy's like, at the very least, a borderline rapist. All right. Well, so far, okay, I'm going to just read the rest of this. He goes, at that point, she was breaking down crying and asked me to come back, but I was fucking done. The funny thing about this is I barely even know the guy. I met him like twice. He seems like a cool, down-to-earth guy and all, but I don't really owe him anything. Yet, what's happening just triggers something in my mind, and I feel like I should tell him. Multiple people know his girlfriend is cheating on him, and he has no fucking clue. I really lost a lot of respect for my girlfriend, but she's always talks about loyalty and how important it is to her and how she hates cheaters because she knows how it feels to be on the other end. What a fucking hypocrite.
When confronted with the situation head on, she just excuses it and mitigates it with secret. What? She mitigates it with secret court NSA legal reasoning. So I have to believe. Oh no! Did it cut out? Is it cutting out? Hello, hello, hello. Something sounds weird. I think it's still taping, right? Oh Jesus! All right, trying to read even faster here. The fuck is going on with the sound now? Hang on. There we go. I'm back. And I'm back. This is the worst read ever. I'm sorry, because this is very interesting. I can't even look at her or talk to her right now. Just thinking about the way she reacted to all of this still pisses me off. So what should I do here? Do I tell him? I don't know. Maybe I should just say, fuck him. He can't save the world, right? And what about my girlfriend? She's quick to say cheating's wrong until her and her group are the ones doing the cheating. Am I just slowly riding along this shit to eventual heartbreak? Help me out, Bill, you sexy beast, you. All right, well, there's a lot of variables here. It's really the cheating girlfriend has put your girlfriend in a position where she's dragged her into her shit, you know, where now she has to choose between her friendship to her and her feelings about cheating. And I imagine it's her friend. She loves her, and she doesn't want to blow up her life. I don't know. I think what really needs to happen here is you don't need to get involved. I think your girlfriend needs to go to her girlfriend and tell her the situation that her cheating has put herself in, and that she needs to fucking end it with this other guy and grow up and start acting like a fucking adult, because her piece of shit behavior is affecting your girlfriend's relationship. And where you never had trust issues, you now do. You know, I'm not saying that your thoughts that your current girlfriend will now cheat on you are unfounded, but there's two sides to loyalty too, where, you know, you help your friend move a body. You know, there's people like that, like, you know, this cheater might be stringing your girlfriend along going, I know, I'm just confused right now. I'm sorry. I feel like I need something different, but I still love Mike, and I'm just doing a little dick shopping. I'm sorry you had to see it. It's like the cock farmer's market, whatever the fuck she's saying, right? Fuck her friend. I feel bad for the other dude. What are you going to do? I would just sit down with your girlfriend and just be like, look, this is what has to go down, all right? You know, whatever the fuck I just said. You need to go talk to your girlfriend and tell her that she needs to fucking clear up her situation because it's affecting my relationship. Okay, grow up, break up with this other fucking guy, you know, and get on with your life. That's what I would suggest. But I don't think you're wrong to now be looking at your girlfriend like, what the fuck? And I never believe when a woman cries, when you call them out on shit. I never do, because I don't believe the crying as a rule, because they can cry on cue like Meryl Streep, you know. They just have access to that emotion, and it automatically makes them the victim. It makes you feel like you're a bully. I think you're 100% right to feel the way you did. You might have gone at her a little too strong. I've given you an option. I hope it works out for you. In the meantime, do you think you're going to marry this girl? Because if you don't, you're just wasting time, and this is a great fucking jump-off point to get the fuck out of it. You know? NFL football starts next month. That money you're spending on her going to the movies would look very nice with the NFL package. You got a lot of options here, sir. Good luck to you. Is this a trap? Oh, Billy boy. Oh, Danny boy, the lights are calling you. I love the podcast. I hope you can give me some perspective on this issue. I am in my early 30s, and I've been married for 5 years. My wife and I recently have been having a sexual resurgence in our relationship after a big lull caused by the birth of our 2 kids and me putting on some extra weight. That's very honest. We are back to fucking as much or more than we did when we first started dating. You know, that was coming off like really like
you were a mature man, and then you went right down to my level. Then after the birth of our 2 kids, there's been a sexual resurgence, and I'd put on some extra weight, but dropped a few pounds, and we're back to fucking as much as we used to. Here's a tip for married men. If you want more sex out of your wife, get your ass to the gym. It worked for me. There you go. There you go. Here's a guy practicing what I have preached for the 6 fucking years that I've been doing this podcast. By the way, next month is the 6-year anniversary of me starting this podcast. Okay? So I am expecting some, I don't know what, some sort of congratulations. I should have done it last year when it was the 5-year anniversary. So this guy's going to the gym. That's right. He's getting the pecs going. He's fighting off the man tits. You know? He's fucking not having that big former fucking rock star goddamn gut. You got to get rid of that shit. And you live longer. I read something one time or overheard it in the bar, knowing me, that every extra pound of fat that you have is 5 miles of capillaries that your heart has to pump blood through. Just saying. Extra 5 pounds, 25 more miles of capillaries. So you can imagine, if you're 30 pounds overweight, holy fucking shit, that's a fucking road trip, 150 miles. You got to get it off. That's why you always see little old ladies and little old men. You don't see jolly old fat 90-year-old guys. You don't. They're gone. You know? Other than Bill Russell, have you ever seen like a fucking 70-year-old 7-footer? There's a reason for that. Your heart has to fucking pump all the way down to the tippy toes. Okay. Also, my wife has been open and willing to do any manner of depraved sexual shit that I can think of. Jesus, dude. He goes, I am living the dream. I feel like I won the wife lottery. Well, I would say you do. If she's a great mother, too, that's phenomenal. So he goes, so here's the issue. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to guess that she wants to bring somebody else into the bedroom. I'm going to guess that you fucking open Pandora's box, and the way this is read, if it's another woman, you don't give a shit. I'm guessing she wants another dude. That's what I'm guessing. She wants a little rotisserie action there, a little Boston market. Here we go. So here's the issue. She has recently been saying that she thinks it would be really hot if I fucked another woman in front of her. Oh, that went an entirely different direction. She's clear that she doesn't want a threesome. She doesn't want to participate. She just wants to be there. Apparently, this is a fairly common fetish known as being a cuck queen. Did you spell it right? C-U-C-K queen? A cuck queen. All right, people. This is the first word I've learned the definition to since, what is it, buggering? Being getting buggered? Anyways, he says, now I'm a guy, so obviously I'm into variety, and the idea is intriguing. And like I said, she's willing to do basically anything I want to do in the bedroom. So it seems only fair that I would do what I can to fulfill her sexual fantasies. Still, this seems like a bad idea to me. Exactly. Great instinct, sir. I don't know what her reaction is going to be. I don't want to jeopardize my marriage for something like this. What do you think, Bill? Should I just go for it or listen to the voice in my head that says this is a bad idea? If I go for it, how would you suggest actually finding a woman who is open to the idea of being fucked in front of my wife? Thanks. All right. Here we go. Sir, you're 100% right. You can't fucking do this. And all the married guys out there who are like, dude, what are you, out of your fucking mind? I do that in a fucking second. Fucking second. I know this chick at the office. Not only she fucking banged me in front of the whole fucking office. Hey, love of my life. Look at me over here. I'm fucking banging. Right? All of those guys, those mouth-breathing morons, you know, who piss on the side of the road when there's a Wendy's with the fucking public bathroom right there. All of those guys, don't listen to them. Sir, you're 100% right. Some shit should just remain a fantasy. Okay? Your parents. Okay? You have kids. Okay? And when that happens, there's a certain level
of maturity that you have to fucking have. Okay? You can't be walking around in the goddamn gimp outfit when at any second your fucking kids could open the fucking door to your bedroom. You know what I'm saying? And it's just going to be, and you're also introducing the chance of you catching a fucking venereal disease. Okay? Because first of all, any woman that's going to allow you to do that is going to be a freak on some fucking level. And evidently, wearing a condom, you can still get herpes. I don't know how. It fucking paratroops down on your ball bag. I have no idea, but evidently you can. All right? And I got to tell you, some fucking things, some doors should just remain closed. I don't know how I would try to make up in that area. I was going to say, if she wanted to fuck another dude, then you could just act like you were another dude and say a bunch of different dude shit to her while you had her bent over and she's not looking at you so she could feel, you know, maybe wear a different cologne. But this whole, why don't you just get a blow-up doll and fuck that in front of her? Huh? You like that? It sounded the fucking... You like that shit? Oh, yeah. Take it. You whore. Right? Maybe you could do that. I don't know what to tell you, dude, but I'll tell you right now, your instinct to not do it is 100% correct, all right? You did hit the lottery with this woman. And this is another deal, dude. You could be gradually opening this shit up. You know, women are phenomenal masters of manipulation, okay? This might be her roundabout way of saying, I want to fuck another guy, okay? And what she's going to do is get you dirty first. Right? Just like politics. We can't have this guy get into the Oval Office unless we got something on him. She might be doing that same thing. Now, this is just conspiracy theory. Don't look sideways at your wife as you're eating a bowl of fucking corn checks. I'm just throwing this shit out here. All right? This might be her roundabout way of fucking getting her to be able to have a fucking, all right, you get to fuck one. All right? And not only does she gonna fuck him, you got to sit there and watch it. You know? Don't do it. Do not introduce other fucking people into your relationship. All right? Your relationship, when it comes to sex, if it's going to fucking work, has to be a secret society. As far as my fucking skills go. My skill set, you know, I show up to the gym, people know what I do. I got one mid-range jumper. That's all I'm taking. Everybody knows if you can stop it, you can stop it. That's what the fuck I'm coming with. All right? I don't even know how the fuck I went into that analogy. I was supposed to be making fun of me in the fucking bedroom. I have my little bag of tricks. That's all I got. Yeah. Okay, now here's something, because I've never done shit like that. I never went into that area of fucking freak week. I never did that. All right? And I think if you are in a fucking healthy relationship, at some point, both men and women do want a variety, and at some point, it's going to come up, and you are going to talk about it. And be like, maybe we went to Vegas, maybe, yeah, and then in the end, usually after you've banged and got that urge out of your system, you lay there and you just look at each other, yeah, no, what the fuck are we thinking? We can't do that. It's fucking gross. We can't do it would totally, it's not, I'm not trying to judge people who do shit like that, but it would totally, you know what it is? It's a house of cards, and you're pulling one out way down near the foundation. It might stay up, but the whole thing might come down, and you got some kids in there. So, let me ask you this. At the risk of turning this podcast into a complete freak show, not freak show, just, I don't know, because I really don't judge people what the fuck they do. Is there anybody out there that is married, has a couple of kids, and has had this scenario? Has your wife been cool with it? Did you just bring some girl in and you fucking banged her? Well, what is the etiquette when you bang another woman in front of your wife? Is she just sitting there watching? Like she's watching a chess match? Are you allowed to throw her some looks like, huh? See that? You like that move there, sweetheart? I don't know what the deal is. I imagine that there's a bunch of rules. You're not allowed to do it missionary style. If you come, you have to look at me. Don't look at her. I mean, that seems like there's all these, like,
You know what it is? It's like you're starting a new sport. It's kind of like MMA when it first started out, and you could uppercut somebody in the balls and gouge their right. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted, and then they'd be like, all right, we need some parameters here. Dana White came in and said, hey, no more fucking uppercuts to the undercarriage, no more eye gouging, no kicking in the face when the guy's on the ground, no punches to the back of the head. He made it civilized. So I imagine that there has to be some sort of, civility to the fucking another woman in front of your wife. Look, who's kidding who? That would be absolutely phenomenal. But I just couldn't imagine, my woman afterwards, and the woman leaves, and then I take a shower, right? And then we're sitting down, eating SpaghettiOs. Like, I would so be praying that she started the conversation. That she was going like, yeah, I thought that was just, wow, I thought that was really neato. But the absolute fucking worst is if there would just be complete awkward silence, and then all of a sudden she starts tearing up, right? And now here you are going, but honey, you told me to do it. And the fucking kids are sitting there. I just didn't think, I know it was my idea, but I just didn't think that you were going to enjoy it that much. You don't come that fast with me. The fucking kid's sitting there looking like that kid in The Shining, when he's fucking looking up with that red rum face. And I'll tell you right now, that would be a classic fucking 180 that could possibly happen because of the delicacy of women's emotions. And I don't mean that like they're weaker or whatever. They're more tapped into them or whatever. And like I said, this also could be some fucking top shelf pimp shit that she's doing where she really wants to go fuck another guy. And she knows, well, the male ego, I can't come at him with this. And if her mindset is like, hey, it's just sex, she's trying to get you on the same page. She has to get you she's got to get you dirty first. So, I don't know. But like I said, if there's people out there who've done this shit, please email me. Because I'd love to know. Give me a quick scenario of what happened, and then give me a long, detailed. It's not the act. I get it. The picture's been painted. I want to know the aftermath. I want to know afterwards, like how the fuck. I want to know what was the first topic that was discussed, other than the fact that your wife had an outer body experience as far as like the whole intercourse with you, And what is she doing? Is she saving this up to think about later, or is she literally engaging from across the fucking room? Basically doing the sexual version of the guy who goes to the game with his face painted. Oh, shit. Great email, by the way, sir. Great fucking email. You want to bang another woman in front of your wife because that's what she's into? Well, God bless you. Put on a fucking... Gators, bitches wear jimmies. Put on a jimmy and have a good fucking time. Oh, you know what? I didn't answer his last one. He said, if I go for it, how would you suggest actually finding women who is open to the idea of being fucked in front of my wife? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to find somebody who's... I would try and find somebody who was really advanced in their career. Like a lawyer. They have to have a certain level of job. I wouldn't go on fucking Craigslist and find somebody who works at a Baskin Robbins who's down for doing something like that. You know what I mean? You're trying to go out and find the cleanest person you can. And I would just lay it out on the table. Put it on the table. And I'd have everybody get fucking tested. And then I'd still wear a condom. And then I'd have at it. And then, as far as the SpaghettiO conversation afterwards, that's on you. Surprise. We're getting a divorce. All right. Here's a new story. All right. Hey, Bill. I know you have
you aren't a therapist, but I think I just want to talk to anyone at this point. So here goes. I've been married for just under 4 years to my wife, who I dated for 4 years prior to marriage. I love being married and have said that to anyone that asks since day one. We own a nice house together. We have 3 dogs, pit bulls too, good man, and both make a decent living. I share everything in my life with my wife. When something makes me happy, she knows. When I'm upset about something, I tell her. Throughout the course of our relationship, about once a year, she would suddenly, without warning, say she was unhappy and has been for months. Oh, God. Here we go. She says she has discussions with her mom, who loves me and is the sweetest woman alive, and close friends about the things that make her unhappy, but I never hear a word about it until it boils over, and she floors me with how unhappy she is. Well, that's not fair. All right, we tried to work it out, though. Make changes. She would act like it was okay while bottling it up again. Once the lid goes on the bottle, there's no opening it again. Each and every time she calls the unhappiness State of the Union meeting into session, I've always been completely honest in saying that I'm very happy with her. I love our jokes and honestly enjoy spending time. Blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ, dude, get to the fucking point. All right, last Wednesday. Here we go. We had a good night together. We went out for dinner and ice cream and laughed at about blah, 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 blah. So I thought I'd come home. The following night, in general, great mood. And she told me she had talked to her mom and a friend and that they recommended she talk to me. I was confused. More shit about not being unhappy. Anyways, I wanted anything to make her happy, but she told me she didn't think there was anything. It was very emotional as she finally mustered up the courage to say that we might need to get separated. I was floored, and not in an I'm an asshole husband that sits around, drinks beer, and watches football with his buddy way. I love my wife. We have free... Okay, dude, okay. So the following day, after much reluctance, I get her to agree to try marriage counseling so we can work out our happiness. Dude, I'm not giving you shit that this is... You're pouring your heart out because this shit just happened. I understand. But for the sake of the listeners, I got to fly through this. I get to agree with her. I get her. Okay. So the following day, it's like Lord of the Rings here. After much reluctance, I get her to agree to try marriage counseling so we can work out her unhappiness. I was willing to do anything at this point. I immediately scheduled an appointment with a counselor and was looking forward to having someone neutral for us to talk to. Later that night, we were laying in bed, and I asked her if there was someone else in her life. She said no. Yeah, dude. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. We just went over the waterfall, folks. Or you know what it is? No. In this story, we're hearing the waterfall. And we just looked at the other person in the raft with a panic look on our face for that split second before we try to desperately but futilely try and paddle the fucking thing over to the goddamn coast. Okay, here we go. We're going over. I got a feeling we're going over. She said no. There's no one else in my life. I asked her if she's ever been unfaithful in our relationship, and she adamantly said no again. Then she turned out the light and laid down to sleep. 5 minutes later, she sat up and turned the light on. Oh, fuck. She told me she just lied to me and said that she had messed around with someone a year into our marriage. And he writes in capital letters, what, period, the, period, fuck, period. I probed her to tell me what messing around was. That's got to at least be a blowjob. How did that happen? Fucking whore. And after a minute of me guessing, her silence told me that she went down on a guy she works with. Oh! Swear to God I hadn't read this. Oh, if I was Verzi right now, dude, what'd I say? You heard me. What the fuck? Fucking creep. I was furious and hurt, then furious again. She cried and said she was sorry. We cried together. Dude, you're a bigger man than me. Well, I tried to wrap my head around how she could possibly have done that to me. I've had casual flirting with people over the years, but to act on something physically with someone other than your spouse is completely disgusting to me. The worst part is I love this woman more than anyone. She's been here we go again. She's been my best friend for the last 8 years. She knows everything about me. I want to hate her and make her sleep at her parents' house until we divorce, but all I want to do is, be near her again. Yeah, dude, that's because... Yeah, dude, she was in the hurry-up offense. That's what happened here. So now you're scampering, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And, she has the next 3 plays that she just called in the huddle.
That's why this is why it sucks to be you right now. One of my close friends tells me what I know is the right thing. He goes, let it go. Don't bother with counseling. What else has she done that you don't know about? How can you never trust her again? Bill, is it possible for me to forgive my wife? Am I wasting my time? Also, I found out who this guy is, and I really wish I hadn't. Yeah, dude. Of course, all I wanted to do was show up at the job and beat the shit out of him like Ed Norton beats the blonde pretty boy up in Fight Club. He writes, I wanted to destroy something beautiful. My other thought is, since this guy also cheated on his girlfriend, who he's still with, he did it with my wife. I threatened to tell his girlfriend what he'd done, but not actually do it. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That way, he'd live in fear of coming home and her knowing everything because I told her, or he would try to beat me to it and admit to it, hopefully ending his relationship and getting terminal cancer and AIDS. Terminal cancer and AIDS. And you know what? You're still being a gentleman. I still think that you're handling this with class, wishing terminal cancer and AIDS on this guy. I know you don't give a shit. Of course I give a shit. But not occupy. But I've got to occupy my mind, so I thought I'd do it here. Yeah, dude, why would you think I don't give a shit? You know, I mean, I'm not a friend of yours, but you know what I mean? Give me a fucking break. This is horrific. All right, your first question. Bill, is it possible for me to forgive my wife? Eventually, you're going to have to. Or you're going to go on a fucking tear. And you're going to meet some really damaged fucking women. And they're going to reinforce everything that you've now found out about your wife. So you can't do that. You're going to go on a fucking hate fuck pussy spree that is, yeah, you don't want to do that. He said, am I wasting my time? Yeah, dude, it's over. She's not happy. She's not good at communicating. She puts a lid on it, you know, until it boils over. This is the deal, dude. You know what? This is going to kill you. All right? Let's go with the positive. You don't have any kids with her. Okay? You can just walk away. Okay? We had a problem. And there was, there's nothing we can do. It's over. He didn't make it. You just fucking walk away. Just walk away. It's over. All right? That's a good thing. All right? One thing, you've had a bunch of kids with this person who, for whatever reason, couldn't say that they were. I don't think that she even wanted to fucking marry you. I think she ignores her feelings. She's actually having a fucking breakthrough right now while stomping all over your fucking heart. All right? Well, I don't know. Fuck her. Give me a break, dude. You loved her with all your heart. You say her mother's a sweetheart. You got dogs. You like communicating, dude. You know something? You're like the fucking guy. You're the guy my girl wants me to be. Every fucking woman wants a guy like that. You know, guy who actually wants to be married. Guy who actually comes home and communicates. You know, a guy who gets along with the mom and all that type of shit. You're a family man, all right? Unfortunately, you know, you met the wrong person. So forget that, dude. All right? Forget it. Forget it. Fuck that. Fuck that. It's over. Walk away. Walk away, dude. Give me a fucking break. You know what you're talking about there? You're talking about, like, the amount of fucking shit she has to go through before she even learns how to just communicate her fucking emotions. And the frustration of that's going to mean every once in a while she's going to blow somebody at work. Are you wasting your time? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely. And as far as, like, going there and trying to fuck over that other guy he's already, you don't need to fuck him over. He's fucking himself over. He's living a life of misery. That life is miserable. To fuck around with the person that you're with somebody else, that is a miserable life. You know, I don't know. I think it's something that a lot of guys do, myself included, back in the day, in my 20s, going into 30s, trying to fucking, figure myself out. I lived that life, that whole fucking double. It's horrible. It's a fucking horrible thing. And in the end, I ended up alone, and I hurt a lot of people, and I was a complete piece of shit. So, and believe me, dude, it was miserable. It ended up with me on a fucking futon. So, yeah, dude, you're don't become a piece of shit now. Don't judge other women like that. Just fucking, yeah, get out of it.
Get out of it and just know that it's going to be a fucking, I don't know, it's going to be 100 yards of pain that you never fucking dealt with in your life. And you just got to go through it. And I would say the next time you get with somebody, you're going to get serious with somebody, you make goddamn sure that they know how to fucking communicate. Because that's a scary thing to get with a woman who doesn't know how to communicate. Because that's something that they're supposed to teach us how to do, in a way. They make you better because I can just say, no, I don't feel like doing that without fucking punching the wall. They do that so to settle you down. If you get with some psycho and she can't settle you down, I mean, she's damaged goods. Wife leaving. Oh, geez. Bill, quick question. I turned 42 years old today, and after 17 years of marriage, my wife announced she wants a divorce on your birthday. God damn it. You know what that is? That's some cold lotion right there. That is some cold lotion. Sorry, that's an inside joke between me and Nia. My gut has been telling me for months she's been cheating on me. I got to tell you what cold lotion is now. Cold lotion is when somebody is going to do something right and then they fuck it up. It basically started one day when Nia wanted me to put lotion on her back and I didn't rub it in my hand, so it was cold, so I put it on her back. So I was doing this loving thing that was good for her skin, but I did it in a way that made it awful. All right? So the reason why that would be right here, this would be cold lotion, is because she probably got him a birthday gift. Happy birthday to da 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 ba ba boop 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 boop. And then I want a divorce. She got him a fucking chainsaw, or a goddamn hockey jersey, whatever the fuck he wanted, baked him a cake, and then kicked him right in his fucking twat. All right. He said, my gut has been telling me that she's been cheating on me for months. She's packed up and left the house, but many of her things are still here. She's coming by next week to pick them up. Here's my dilemma. Her dildo/vibrator is amongst the items she's left behind and will be coming back to get. So do I coat it with hot sauce or not? Thanks. Shit. Do I have time to answer this one? All right. How do I fucking answer this? You know what? A woman would do that to a guy. Okay? But this is the thing. A guy would just take it. A woman would do something like that to a guy. Like, what the fuck would she do? She'd fucking, I don't know, pour water on your computer. What is the female equivalent to putting hot sauce on a fucking vibrator? I don't know. What do you jerk off with, sir? A woman would definitely do some shit like that. All right? If you were fucking cheating on her and you broke up with her on her birthday, I mean, you want to talk about hell hath no fury? Hey, women, you know what? Why don't you guys write in? Hey, ladies, write in and tell me what you would do to your fucking a guy who did that to you after you dedicated 17 years of your life to them. All right? You found out they were fucking cheating on you. Well, you didn't find out, but you had a good feeling. Then they broke up with you on your birthday. What would you do? I don't know what they would do, but this is the thing. You don't want to do that shit. Don't do that shit because you're going to go to divorce court. She's already probably going to try to take you to the fucking cleaners. Provided, she makes more money. If she doesn't make more money than you, don't do it. Just know this. Okay? Whoever she's going to is now shacking up with the cheating cunt. All right? And you sound like you're a good dude. You're devastated, although, it's a little crazy to want to put hot sauce on it. I don't know. The way I look at it, dude, the sooner she comes back and gets all of her shit out of your life, the better. You're 42 years old, dude. I'm telling you. Hit the gym, P90X, fucking insanity, whatever you got to do. Get yourself ripped up and look better than you ever fucking looked in your life. All right? And then what I would do if I was your age, I'd go to one of those fucking dating sites. All right? Go to one of those dating sites and get yourself fucking some hot, good girl, 10 fucking years younger than you. All right? Do that instead of putting hot sauce on a fucking dildo. All right, dude? You're above that. Please tell me you're better than that. All right? This fucking twat doesn't want to be with you? Fuck her. Fuck her. And letting some other fucking asshole who goes around banging somebody's fucking wife
Those two pieces of shit, they should get together. They should get married. They'll have a baby. You know what? It'll probably be a fucking banker. All right? Fuck her. Don't do that. Don't stoop to her level. Let her leave. You want to leave? Go ahead and leave. All right? And then one day she's going to see you and be like, what the fuck was I thinking? And you're going to be like, it's too late. It's too late for you. She's younger. She's hotter. She's a sweetheart. And she doesn't suck another dick in the relationship. You filthy pirate whore. All right? There you go. Okay.
Jesus, everybody giving me shit. Remember last week when I called that woman a douchebag? Remember the douchebag of the week last week? Because she was giving me shit. Once again, a female, surprise, surprise, was giving me shit that when I read the underrated, overrated, or the questions people have, I wouldn't say what sex they were. And she somehow found out a way to kind of, I don't know, make me look like I was some chauvinist that I guess she felt if it was a good question, I credited a guy. And, you know, it's a free podcast. All right? Stop being so fucking cunty. So she became douchebag of the week. So evidently she didn't like it. And what does she do? She sends me an email. Here's the email she sends me. Bill, it's nice that you named me douchebag of the week. I don't really give a shit because I always mean what I write. I don't even know what that means because I always mean what I write. Oh, really? What are the rest of us just faking it? We're just joking around? But not you. You're so fucking serious. So anyways, evidently this psycho. This is a new segment. This is I can't figure out if this is love letter of the week or psycho of the week. I don't know. You guys name it. I don't give a shit. So anyway, she goes, I don't really give a shit because I always mean what I write. And it seems you're just talking shit about two things that I wrote that seemed bitchy. No, I was talking about your entire email. Don't try to knock it down. All right, continuing here. She goes, call me a cunt, but I really don't give a fuck. You've read a lot of my comments previously and agreed with them or had a good response to them. I'm literally fixing her sentences because she doesn't know how to write here. But it's nice that you will consider telling the gender of the person who the comments are from. And I know you have a shitload of people who listen to your podcast, but I got you some more since my friends who heard the podcast thought it was fucking hilarious, and then they started listening to you. So you really should be thanking me. Isn't this just typical? This is just all going to be woman bashing this week. Isn't this just typical of a fucking female? You know what I mean? She's getting something every week that is free, and she still found a way to bitch about it. Okay? And then when I call her out for being a douchebag, now she's actually trying to make me feel guilty. You know, you call me douchebag, whatever. I mean, just, even though I got a whole bunch of friends to listen to it, I mean, probably should be thanking me, but, that's okay. Shut up. I swear to God. Why can't you slap women? Back in the day, how great did that feel? You have on the wife beater the wind blowing through your armpit hair as you just fucking crack. I know it's evil. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all you guys. I don't give a shit. This is the rest of her email, okay? Before you think I'm an asshole, this is what she wrote. This is actually so psychotic. It's hilarious. She writes, and yeah, I do know that the name shows up on the email even if I don't sign it, but you just make it seem like you that much of a retard to notice. That's literally what she wrote. And then she wrote, you're over 40 and have the vocabulary of a 7th grader. Your is spelt Y-O-U-R. All right, for all you morons out there, your Y-O-U-R is possessive, meaning like that's your shirt. Okay? If you're saying you're over 40, that's you are. Okay? So that means if you're going to say your, it's an apostrophe. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. So if you're a dumb fuck like this woman, if you don't know, the next time you go to write your, just stop and see if you are would still fit. All right? Like you're over 40. You are over 40. Okay? Right there, you got to use the apostrophe as opposed to saying you're over 40. So what is over? Do I own over? You dumb fuck. But I do have the vocabulary of a 7th grader. But you know something? You have the fucking vocabulary of a 3rd grader. All right? You're over 40. And you have the vocabulary of a 7th grader. You can't recognize real words. How hilarious is this? And she's misspelling stuff. You stutter when you read, and I hope your dog outlives you. And you die lonely because of your inability to commit and therefore never achieve the comedic fame of the great George Carlin.
So Simon says,
Go fuck yourself.
since it sounds like you have major brain damage.
All right. Sweetheart, I'm really going to try to help you out here. Okay, if you hope that my dog outlives me, and then you say, and then I die lonely. Okay, if I'm going to die before my dog, mathematically, the fucking dog is still going to be there. So how am I going to be lonely? You know? The dog would have to die first or run away. So what you should say is, I hope your dog outlives you, then runs away, and then you die by yourself, as opposed to saying, I hope your dog outlives you and you die lonely. No, I would die before my dog and be sitting there licking my face in my last few pathetic moments. And then evidently, because of my inability to commit to a relationship, I'll never achieve the comedic fame of George Carlin. Oh, that totally makes sense. It has nothing to do with the fact that I wasn't blessed with his gifts as a comedian. You know, all you have to do to be as good as George Carlin is just commit to a relationship to some psycho fucking chick like you. All right? Lady, these are podcasts. These are jokes. When I call somebody a douchebag, I'm just fucking around, so don't take it seriously. But if you want to, you and your friends can go fuck yourselves and go listen to another podcast, all right? Stop trying to threaten me like you're going to take podcast listeners away. I don't give a shit. This is free. What are you going to take away advertising dollars from me? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you and your friends. I hope you're all listening it together.
Fuck all of you. Look around the room. Look into each one of your eyes. I'm saying fuck all of you.
You know what's funny is your friends are probably laughing at you right now. Going, you know what? She is kind of a cunt. She really is like that. She does have a tendency. I know I shouldn't use that word, but I'm serious. She is. She can be real cunty sometimes. And she has a tendency to exaggerate things that aren't really happening.
Podcast. Oh, let's get into this shitstorm. Last week, I did somebody asked me a question about why, when a guy does something for his girlfriend, why is it never enough? And one of the problems that I've had and that this guy had last week is you try to plan something that both you and your girlfriend can enjoy as your night out, and evidently women have a problem when you pick something for the both of you to do that you as a guy will also enjoy. Evidently, from what I'm reading from these fucking psycho emails that I got this week, is that if it's not 100% about them, if you don't literally make a Rose Bowl fucking float, sit them on it, and then drag it down the street with your fucking teeth, they feel that you got too much enjoyment out of the evening. So basically the evening was really your evening. It was real. Look at the fucking wedding day. You stand in it like an idiot, and she makes this grand entrance. She gets some one-of-a-kind dress, and you get a tuxedo that some fucking drunk's going to wear at a 15-year anniversary for a bowling alley the next fucking week. You know what I mean? All right, let's listen to what the twats had to say this week. All right, here's this wonderful girl. And I say she's wonderful because she actually admitted that she was a psycho, because I actually emailed her and asked her, why do you only respond to male-female shit? And she sort of, in her own little cute way, admitted that she was a psycho, so I can't hate her. But anyways, this is her email. Hey, Bill, I love the clueless email questions from your male listeners. That's always a great way, by the way, to get the other people to listen to what you have to say. Right out of the gate, just start insulting them and talking down to them. He said the guy was asking, why is it never enough to please a woman? Since he and then she's referring to his email. She says, since he admits he isn't home a lot, I'm guessing his wife/girlfriend is doing all the dirty work for him. His laundry, cleaning, cooking, picking up after him, etc. All right, let's stop right there. She's doing all the dirty work. Let me ask you guys a question. Would you rather sit home doing laundry? First of all, laundry is the most overrated fucking chore ever. If you have laundry in your fucking apartment, that takes all of a minute to load the fucking thing in. And if you're not colorblind, it probably takes 45 seconds to load it in. And then you go back to watching The Price is Right. Cleaning, cooking, picking up after him. I would rather do that than do what this other guy's doing. This other guy is working like 60 hours a fucking week. Okay, let's move it. She's already made this assumption. Okay. Then she wants him to spend some time with him, and he comes up with something that he wanted to do. Just like when you took your girlfriend on that drive, all we heard about was the love story between you and the car. You were more excited about the car than anything. It was like you were on a date with the car and your girlfriend just came along for the ride. Listen back
to even the tone in your voice when you were talking about it. It's like you were talking about another woman. All right, you know something? I could sit around for 20 years trying to come up with the perfect paragraph to talk how insanely jealous and psychotic women are. Can you? They're jealous about an inanimate object. She's talking about a car. It's almost like you were talking about another woman. Lady, you are out of your fucking mind. You're out of your fucking mind. And you're totally ignoring the fact that I took her out to dinner. I took her out to lunch. I took her up for a ride up the Pacific Coast Highway. People fly out here as a vacation to do that. A lot of couples do that. And I'll tell you right now, they don't do it in a Corvette convertible. They do it in like a fucking, whatever, a Buick Century. Really? I mean, it literally is never enough. You're actually proving this guy's point. So she says, my husband does the same damn thing. I'm like, what can we do for fun today / tonight? And the only thing he can come up with are things that interest him. Well, what can you come up with? Can you come up with anything that doesn't interest yourself, you selfish cunt? You're doing the exact same fucking thing. And it's unbelievably selfish for you to sit here and have like a day that's for both of you, and it has to be 100% about you. Because what? You did some laundry? You lazy fuck? You know what women are? They're like adult children. That's what they are. They never get beyond. They're like juveniles. They're adults, but they still want to be treated like they're not of age. It's just fucking boggles my goddamn mind. She goes, I'd rather not do anything at all. I think it's selfish and obnoxious that everything we do has to have his interests before mine. So everything that they do should have your interests before his? These fucking broads. See, this is my thing. This is why you should never get married. You should never be in a fucking relationship. You shouldn't. Because they just constantly fucking hack away at your goddamn knees, and their idea of a relationship is that you do everything that they want to do. And right now, they're sitting there shaking their heads. They're going, no, no. Even the girl who wrote that's probably saying no. And there's a bunch of other women going like, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. I went to a ping pong convention. They always come up with some stupid-ass fucking example. And at the end of the fucking day, you have to do everything that they do. You have to do what the fuck they want to do, or else they get mad. Okay? And that, my friend, is when jerking off comes into play. Because when you really break it down, what's the worst thing that they're going to do to you? They're not going to fuck you for a few days. Okay? And I got to be honest with you. Once you rub one out, who gives a fuck? And you have to have that clarity when your nuts are full. Do you know what I mean? Am I sounding like a fucking maniac here? I know I am, but you got to hear what this other woman wrote. And of course I don't have it in front of me because I'm an idiot. Where the fuck is it? All right. I am writing to comment on the why it is never enough discussion on your last episode. I'll start by saying that the guy that wrote in, and to a slightly lesser extent you, come off as total douches. Let me explain my view of the writer's situation. Oh, I guess the guy sent the email. And yes, I am one of those manipulative, selfish creatures known as women. Yeah, you are. What, you called yourself out on it? Now, was I supposed to like read that and be like, wow, I really am too harsh on women? See, you're like trying to manipulate me with your fucking bullshit already. Okay, here we go. I don't remember the names, so I'll call him Bob and his wife Sally. Bob neglects Sally. A huge fuck up on Bob's part. Now let's get back to the detail here. He's neglecting her. What is he? Is he out at the bar chasing other women? This guy is out working his fucking ass off. This is the thing that women don't understand. What they don't understand is, this is, maybe I'm being a moron again, or a douche, as this lady says. I think a lot of women don't understand what it takes to be successful. What it takes is sacrifice. And in your 20s, you have to work your fucking ass off. That's what I did for 5 years. My first 5 years in this fucking business, I had no girlfriend. I had no social life. I had nothing. All I was doing shows and fucking rubbing one out. That's what the fuck I did every goddamn day. I went to work. I was writing jokes at work. And at night, I got in a piece of shit car. And I would sometimes drive to another fucking state. And you know why I had no girlfriend during that time? Because none of them could understand what I had to do to get where I am today. All of them were giving me shit. You're doing stand-up again tonight? Do you realize how many Richard Pryors
are fucking working at a Home Depot or Jimi Hendrix because they hooked up with the wrong fucking twat who talked them out of their goddamn dream because they didn't want to hear it, because they said you needed some sort of responsibility. This fucking guy is doing the right thing, and she's calling him selfish. He's at work, busting his ass, trying to get ahead. So when he's 40, he's not a fucking loser. And he has, see, and they all want the fucking house. They all want it fucking yesterday, but they don't want to get through the bullshit of it. They don't want to go through the bullshit of it where you actually have to not see him for a little while because he's out working. So anyways, huge fuck up on his part to be busting his goddamn ass. So he says Bob decides to make it up to her by taking her to see your live show. She says, which is awesome. And a dinner, which is pretty standard. This is how out of control women are. She's getting a free fucking meal. And they're so spoiled as a sex that she describes a free fucking meal as standard. Do you know what I have to do as a man to get a free meal? I have to win like a radio contest. You know, I got to call up this radio station and imitate the local sports guy. And I have to beat out all these other fucking guys who are... I haven't had a free meal since I was 8 years old. My parents took me to McDonald's or whatever, maybe 13, 14. Women are so fucking spoiled that this guy is busting his ass at work. That's viewed as selfish. He's buying this girl a free dinner, and it's viewed as standard. They're out of their fucking mind. So anyway, she goes, Sally basically tells her friends, who may or may not know, that Bob has been fucking up. Once again, Bob is fucking up because he's busting his ass at work. So when they're 40, they're going to be on easy street. He's fucking up right now. These same bitches who make you fucking, not chase your dream, leave you when you're 38 because you're a fucking loser. Right? All right. I love generalizing. It really gets these twats, cunt hairs in a fucking... I can't even finish that sentence. That was so evil. All right, let's plow ahead. Who may or may not know that Bob has been fucking up, that this night out is not what she had in mind, but she is taking what she can get, playing the victim. Oh, the poor baby. She's taking what she got, a free meal. She's just taking what she can get. And she's getting a show, to come out to my show, one of the best fucking comedians in the country. You like that? I'm talking shit. It's football Sunday. And plus I'm reading the Ric Flair. The best comic on the biggest hill. Bob gets upset and determines that no one has ever or will ever be able to please any female. Code for why should he even make an effort to make his wife happy in their marriage. That's not code for that. That's how you read into it. You've never met Bob. You've made all kinds of assumptions here. Poor Bob. Bob's douchery becomes crystal clear when he says something to the effect of, this whole night out was supposed to be about her. This is classic male privilege wankery. But I realize this is hard for you and Bob to see, so I'm here to help. I'll try to make it simple. When you piss off your wife, bringing her along to a show you already wanted to go to and that she is only mildly interested in, then being a little scrotum about it when is underwhelmed by the fact that you are actually making an effort to go out with her, which is what you should have been doing as a matter of course, is not the way to go. Oh my God. I mean, the arrogance in this. I love people who are arrogant and they're calling you out for being arrogant. Bringing her to a show. Do you understand? I'm going to stop being a jerk here because maybe I can actually convince a couple women. Do you understand what it takes? This actually, I've been generalizing. There are women out there who understand what it takes to become successful. And I guarantee you most of them are not in relationships. And they have a difficult time being in relationships. Because the guy they're with wants to go home and play fucking footsie or wants her around and doesn't understand that these are the years where she has to bust her ass to get where the fuck she's going to be. So, lady, both you guys are 100% wrong. I could see if this guy was out drinking with his buddies, if this guy was out fucking around on her, or if he was just sitting there staring at the TV watching football and not paying attention to her when he brings her out, yeah, then I could see that he should have some sort of mini all-about-you wedding day for her, okay? But if this guy is busting his ass at fucking work, okay, he's not going out having a good time either. So he should be allowed to have some sort of enjoyment. You understand? He should be able to enjoy some of the day, some of the night also. And this is another thing that you haven't even brought up. How much of the rent do you think he's fucking paying?
I'd be willing to bet that he's paying more than she is. A lot of guys are in that situation too, when you get this, the adult child version of a fucking woman. I'm telling you. You women, I'm telling you, the two who wrote in, you're way out of line on this one. I'm not even trying to be funny right now. You're 100% in the fucking wrong here. You're being selfish, beyond fucking selfish. This guy is at work. He's busting his ass trying to get ahead. Do you think this guy wants to fucking work 60 hours a week? Nobody dreams about doing that. Why do you think he's doing that? He's trying to become successful. You know? So the next time you're, you know, like I said, if this guy had been fucking around, or if this guy had been sitting there watching, you know, sports and not paying attention to you and hadn't given you a compliment since you could fucking remember, yeah, then I could understand. You know what I mean? Taking you to the whatever the fuck you wanted to go to. But for you to sit there and this guy spends his hard-earned fucking money, takes you out to dinner, okay? Which you got to understand is not standard. Okay? In your how fucking spoiled are you that you think that is standard? I got the fucking hiccups here. I'm so goddamn upset. You guys are 100% wrong. If any of you broads out there want to try to come out and support these two girls, I mean, go for it, because I don't see how they're wrong. This guy did nothing wrong. He took her out to go see a show. It's just, you know what, his stand-up comedy is not respected. It isn't. If he took you out to see a Broadway show or a fucking musical, or I guess that's the same thing. I don't know what. I guess if he took you out for dinner and a movie, I love how like guys always have to show some sort of imagination. It's standard. It was just imagination. We like surprises. And it's like, when was the last time your girl actually showed any fucking imagination when they got you a shirt, you know, or some sports DVD? You know, do they ever really show any sort of fucking imagination? I'll tell you who does. My girl. She actually showed some imagination. One year. When I first met her, I was playing drums, you know. She knew I was into drums. She knew I loved them, and she actually got me this pair of drums. She got me a pair of drumsticks. We'd only been going out for like a month, so there was like that thing, you can't get a really huge gift, but you got to get them something. She got me a pair of drumsticks, and she had my initials engraved in them. I never even used them. I thought it was unique. It was loving. It would, you know, and it didn't cost her that much money, and it was totally fucking cool. I wouldn't be like, well, you know, you got to do that every birthday, you know? Surprise me. Like you did with the drumsticks, except spend a ton of fucking money, too, you know? I don't even know if that even fucking... I think I started to make one point, and then I made another one in that one. I'm so fucking annoyed by these women. They're out of their fucking minds. You're out of your fucking minds. Okay? And if the guy who wrote that email last week, don't listen to these fucking twats, all right? You're out there, you're busting your goddamn ass. You have to sit down, and you have to explain to your wife or your girlfriend or whatever the fuck she is what it takes to become successful. Because I'm telling you, you understand what it is. You're doing what everybody else did in their 20s. All those people out there, you know, the broads with the tramp stamps and the guys with the tribal band tattoo who are out there doing keg stands and fucking everything that moves, doing their best to catch herpes every fucking weekend. Those people, they wonder what happens. When they get to their 30s and their 40s, they wonder what the fuck happened. You know? And they're looking at you like you're a shithead. You know? Now, the payoff is usually when you become successful, you end up renting a Corvette at 41. Having sort of a mini midlife crisis. But I'm telling you, I'd rather be me than those other fucking dudes. I really would. So you really need to explain to this woman who looks at you busting your ass as neglect, as being selfish, is just beyond me. It's fucking beyond. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing as a man. A man is supposed to work, and he's supposed to provide for his family. And what you are doing is you are laying the groundwork for you to do that as best as you possibly can. And for someone to say that that is selfish is just fucking beyond me. Okay? Let me ask you this. When you went out that night, how fucking tired were you? How many times did you yawn from working all fucking week? You know what I mean? You know, aren't you allowed to go out and have a good time with your girlfriend with a little bit of shit that she enjoys, a little bit of stuff that you enjoy? Isn't that like a fucking relationship? I mean, am I out of my fucking mind here? Anyways, this is really just going to become a woman bashing thing. This really just fucking tapped into this.
Bill, wife left. Bill, so I got a text from my wife a couple weeks ago saying she had taken our dog and her things, left, and we're getting a divorce. Wow. She gave you a text message. You know, that's kind of the way to do it. In a selfish way. You know. Do you know I know somebody who did that? I knew somebody who was in a fucking relationship forever. And I guess they just didn't know how to get out of it. So here's an option for people out there, men and women. And sir, this has nothing to do with you. This just reminded me of this. So this fucking guy, his woman went on a cruise or went on some sort of wine tasting thing or whatever. And he I guess he knew that she was going on this trip. So before she left, he already found another apartment, signed a lease, and all that type of shit. So she leaves. I mean, she was leaving for like 2-3 days. He had another buddy of mine, went over there. They packed up all his shit and fucking moved it out to this new place. And then, you know, he just lived in that place until the day she was coming back. He came back to the apartment. She comes home and immediately sees half the shit is gone. And he just dropped the bomb like that and said, listen, you know, we need to talk. I'm not fucking happy. And when I tell you this fucking woman flipped the fuck out, flipped the fuck out, like went absolutely fucking ballistic. And and I always wanted to ask her why. What was it that made you flip out? Would you have flipped out less? Because she didn't even go into the surprise of what? Oh my God, crying, went immediately to anger. And I think it was because he was already out. And there wasn't going to be any sort of closure / I can torture you and be a total cunt to you. Like, he sidestepped all of that and just made this clean ass fucking break. You know, Dennis Miller, that's the news, and I am out of here. That's what I thought when he did it. And I don't know why I always smile when I think, because that's the thing, you know, if you're going to break up with a woman, you just know. I mean, I never had to break up with a girl I was living with. I can't imagine that fucking hell. And this person, I mean, that's one way to do it. So if you are stuck in a relationship and you don't know how to fucking bring it up, you just don't know how to do it, that's one way to do it. Because when they come home and you're sitting there, but all your shit isn't there, that's the conversation has begun. Fuck. Anyways. So, getting back to this poor bastard. He goes, her rationale was that she always hated me. Oh, my God. Forget the 8 instances of cheating, 3 post-marriage that I tolerated just because is as good of a reason for her to leave as any. Wait a minute. Back up here. Wait a minute, dude. She cheated on you 8 fucking times? 5 times before you got married? I mean, dude, what? Come on, man. You didn't see this coming? All right, I'm going to save judgment here. He said, forget about the 8 instances of cheating, 3 post-marriages that I tolerated. And then he writes in quote, just because is as good of reason for her to leave as any. Here's where you pummel me, but she was at my mom's bedside with my mom and I when my mom died. Okay, I didn't realize. Dude, you didn't write this well. I didn't realize to her that nothing. I didn't realize to her that was nothing but her way in. I didn't realize that to her. I don't know. What, that she went to that was her way into your life? In my grief, I didn't notice she went full Andy Dufresne, just chipping away at my sense of self so she would fuck around. So when she would fuck around, I thought, well, no person in the world will hang on to me, so this is better than being alone. Fuck it. Oh, dude, come on, man. She and I have been together for 9 years, married 3. My problem is that as a 26-year-old, birthday was yesterday, none of my friends can relate, and my 1,000-yard stare, can relate. And my 1,000-yard stare at the bar just seems to be harsh. Seems to harsh their hipster PBR buzz. Dude, this is the most difficult fucking thing I've ever tried to read. Dude, you're only 26 years old. Get the fuck out of this thing. Go to the gym. Is that your problem? Huh? You got a little dough around the fucking middle? That's it, dude. Read up on nutrition. Get some fucking self-esteem, man. This is ridiculous. This fucking cunt, you know why she hated you? She's probably one of the reasons she hates you is because you're not sticking up for yourself. This fucking... Oh, dude. You know what? I'm not going to yell at you. You've already been through the fucking ringer with this one. I'm sorry you ran into something like this. I'm sorry. I don't know who the fuck your male role model was when you were growing up. Didn't build you up more, but they obviously didn't fucking raise you right, and now you got to do it. Okay? You got to build yourself up, man. You can't fucking have something like this going on. You're like William H. Macy and fucking Boogie Nights. You can eventually fucking shoot her in the driveway, fucking your friend, and then go blow your own brains out. You don't want to be that guy. Fuck this woman. Because I've tried to get back out there with some people I know, but when they tell their stories from college, all I think is, I wonder if John McCain gets this mad when people his age tell stories about Woodstock. All right, now where do we make the leap there? What, they're pussy stories? And you're pissed because you missed out on that? I'm optimistic as, for the most part, my life is much better. My friends think I'm exaggerating because they saw us together, and my response is that people saw Elizabeth Smart out in public too, and she wasn't fine either. What the hell do I do? The last time I was single, texting didn't exist. I couldn't drink legally. I lived with my parents. You got the point 3 examples ago, but I keep typing. I thought maybe as a comic, when you started going on the road and didn't know people everywhere, it may have been a similar vibe. Yeah, dude, like you're starting from ground zero. You're totally beat down. You're 26 years old talking about like you're 50. You know? You're fine. All right? Oh, wait, so you were there for fucking, what did you say, 8 or 9 years? Let's do the math here. Text my wife, blah, 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 blah. 8 instances. Oh, so you were there for 9 years. So you got together with this girl when you were 17. So you were a baby. All right, I get it. And you stayed with this girl and you never cheated on her. She cheated on you. And all those years of college when you should have got your game together, how to talk to women, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, dude, that's you can make up ground real quickly here. You're only 26 years old. You just got to get yourself out there. Now, I mean, I wouldn't suggest just going out to bars. Look, if you want to fuck a woman, go out to a bar. Do that. If you want to meet somebody nice, then I would definitely look elsewhere. Do you have any hobbies? Do you like sports? I would join some sort of fucking... I don't know what the fuck is the word. What's the word when they let guys and women play together? You know, I'd join some shit like that. Take a fucking cooking class. Just something, you know, something where the good girls go to. You know? But, you know, if you just want to go out and get laid, who gives a fuck? What you got to do is you got to get over getting rejected. Just go out to a bar and just talk some shit. You know? Don't go out and get plastered and use that as your fucking courage. Just go out there and just talk some shit. You know? And just go out there and just say, all right, I'm gonna say what's up to 10 different women tonight. All right? Or if that's too overwhelming, make it 5 or 4. All right? No less than 4. All right? All right, with no pressure on the results. Just go out there and just fucking strike up a conversation, see how long you can keep it going, and just, you know, whatever. You're going to be nervous. You're going to give a fuck. But with each one, you're going to give a shit less. And the less you give a fuck, the more relaxed you're going to be, the funnier you're going to be, the more you're going to attract them. It's literally when you give a fuck. When you give a fuck, you're scaring them away. When you care, you know, you'll be fine, all right? But it's you got to grow up and stop embracing this fucking this depressive shit, because it's also going to make you an angry cunt, and you're going to fucking hate women, and you're going to push your friends away, and you end up being alone, all right? Unfortunately, you wasted 9 years of your life with some cunt, and you got fucking married, okay? But it wasn't a waste, because now you know what you don't want, all right? So that's it. But for the love of God, do not get into another goddamn relationship. You got to make a pact with yourself. You're not going to go from a 9-year one, 3-year marriage to fucking jumping into something else. You got to stay single and figure out what the fuck you want. You might want to like not even go out to fucking bars for a while. You know? Just go to the gym. Hit it like a fucking madman. You know? And fucking figure out what you're looking for, and then where it should be, and then go in that direction. Do that, all right? Not everybody's going to be the guy who goes out and bangs a fucking 100 women. Who gives a fuck? All right? At the end of it, if you find fucking love and you find the person you're supposed to be with, you won. Okay? So, whatever. There's my fucking 2 cents. Did I say the F word enough?
Oh, here's some letters from people overseas, specifically England. This section's called English Cunts. Hey, Bill, so you thought my last email wasn't good enough for your podcast? I hold no grudges. It's a recession, and you want to keep it all American. Fair play. So let's keep up the theme from your last one and attempt to get a mention. Shameless whoring of myself here. You say baseball jumped the shark. Let me tell you something. Coming from the nation that pretty much invented all major sports except the Olympics, Great Britain. You know, I like to consider myself knowledgeable about sports. Exactly what sports did you create? What sports did you create? Are you going to do the rugby thing and then rugby developed into football? I'll give you that one, that was the spawn of it. But you can't take credit for baseball. What do you say, that's cricket? You guys sit there with that fraternity paddle from some horrific night of hazing. You finally pulled it out of some freshman's ass, and now you're trying to hit a racquetball over to some guy from fucking India? Huh? What other sports have you guys invented? Basketball? You didn't invent that. I don't know what you guys invented, but you sure suck at all of them. You know, when was the last time you guys won a World Cup? You know what? That's a great fucking question. That's what you guys are known for. Soccer, right? And rugby. I like when those douchebags over in England they always try to say that football players are pussies because they wear like helmets and that type of shit. And then you watch a rugby game. Those guys are tough, but those guys would be hitting each other a lot fucking harder if they had pads on and shit, you know? I watched the game. Yeah, it's a bunch of guys fucking sticking their heads up each other's asses as they're kicking at a football. That's definitely, and you know what's funny is I never disrespect rugby. I look at it like that. That's a tough sport, and tough guys play that sport. I don't know why they always pick on football. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Dude, Ray Lewis would fuck up at least 5 of your rugby players by himself without pads. You got nobody in your fucking little pussy-ass English rugby league that looks anything like Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis would destroy him. Jack Lambert. Why don't you bring me your famous fucking rugby guys and show me how those guys are hitting any harder than Lawrence Taylor? You're out of your fucking mind. Out of your fucking minds. Let's look up England. England World Cup victory. I'm going to make a guess, and I'm going to say it's somewhere. It's got to be the 1960s or before. England World Cup victory. The World Cup victory by England, 1966. There you go. I fucking knew it. I knew it was going to be back then, like when the Celtics were winning all their championships, right? Was Brazil not allowed in back then? Fucking padding your stats. I'm just fucking with you guys. I respect your sports, but what do you? Pretty much invented all major sports except the Olympics. Go fuck yourself. You guys didn't invent shit. You had a half-ass idea that we made tremendous. Is there any, you know what I mean? Like the greatest fucking soccer player of all time, is he from England? It's Pele. The Michael Jordan of soccer is not even from England. So why don't you guys dominate something on a world fucking level? I want what was the last time you guys had an athlete? Because I'll tell you right now, that good-looking son of a bitch for the LA Galaxy is not doing shit, and nobody gives a fuck about him over here. You can walk up and buy a ticket. All right? I went to an LA Galaxy fucking game. I parked right next to the guy. I didn't even recognize him. I asked him which way the fucking stadium was. The only reason why I knew he was on the fucking Galaxy is because he already had his fucking cleats on. All right? He can't wait to go back there. All right. The fuck, Beckham. All right, let me get back to this fucking thing. I think I come from some authority. Oh yeah, why don't you pat yourself on the back a little more, you English cunt? Here we go. Baseball always fucking sucked. No, it didn't. And I'll tell you why. It's a game suited for America like no other. Hours of time to kill between meaningful play. Meaningful for some reason is 2 words. Meaningful. Like, what is the meaning of the word? And I ate too much. I'm full. Meaningful is 1 word, you dumb cunt. Take the last L off the full and smash them together. Jesus, I hope that's right, or I just made an ass out of myself. Between meaningful play, allowing for the required TV advertising and selling of shit, overpriced food, and poor beer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? You don't have any advertising there? There's advertising all over there's advertising on the fucking ball in England. You know what? Maybe if you guys scored more than once every fucking 90 minutes, you know what I mean? You could stick some commercials in there. Jesus Christ. Soccer is like hockey without the skates and the scoring and the fighting and everything that makes it great. You ever see like a little sissy get tripped out during recess and he rolls around on the ground and makes such a big fucking deal out of it, you want to beat him with his own books? That's what like watching soccer is like. Every 5 seconds, these guys, they look like if Pau Gasol, if you could have like 20 Pau Gasols all in the same fucking field, just bitch and moaning with that crybaby fucking face. That's what soccer is. See what you did, dude? I actually really enjoyed the game, but you're attacking my shit, so now I got to attack yours. Minimal athleticism required. Yeah, dude, really? Hitting a baseball is one of the hardest things you'd ever do. Why don't you fucking brush your teeth and give it a chance at some point? You guys are swinging with that big fucking paddle. Oh, God. All right, let me go. You know, I would never make fun of the bicycle kick and act like that's a simple thing to do. Anyways, and before you come up with this stock, we'd like to see you face a 100-mile-an-hour curve. I just did that. That's hilarious. From insert drugged up goon here and then talk that shit. It's a game, not a sport. Like bowling is a game. No, it isn't. I can see, yeah, bowling's a game. It's just you standing there. If somebody was throwing the bowling ball at your head at 100 miles an hour and it was fucking changing speeds, then that would be a sport. Okay? Or if you just held the ball like T-ball, you just hit it off a stand, then that would just be a game. I don't know. Athletes are people who actually move around for the majority of the sport. Cyclists, rowers, even soccer players cover around 10K per game. Oh, God. Really? Is that why they're all built like women? You know what your athletes look like in fucking England? They look like mannequins at the Gap. You know? I know we're fat over here, but we're more muscular too. You fucking pansies over there with your poor nutrition and your nationwide healthcare plan. Why don't you get some fucking protein in your diet? With your skinny ass fucking arms and your little legs running around, not being able to. You know why you can't use your fucking hands in soccer? Because you fags would break your wrists. All right, that was homophobic. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to say fags. Sorry, just got worked up. Anyways, let's finish this. The game comes from an old English game of rounders, which was by and large a game of women. What the fuck is he talking about now? You know, I don't even give a shit anymore. While the real me were playing rugby and football. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. You trying to say baseball was made up by a woman? Is that what you're trying to say? You know what I love? Everybody acts like they fucking hate America and they can't stop paying attention to us. I don't listen to any English douchebags podcast. You know? I don't know a fucking thing. All I know, Tony Blair. Tony Blair bitched up and fucking sent you guys, got you guys into fucking Iraq too because he didn't have any balls. You know why? Because he plays soccer. Wow, that was really fucking mean. All right.
My girl wears entirely too much makeup. Oh, Billy Firecrotch. I've been dating a girl for 3 years who is fantastic. Fantastic. She's caring, listens to me bitch about work, and is a crazed lunatic in a good way, in the sack. All right, so she's great in bed and she puts up with you. What's to not like? My one problem is that she wears way too much makeup. She watches YouTube videos all the time dealing with ways to put on makeup, but she always looks like she uses too much. Her eyebrows look kind of like Groucho Marx by the end of it. My dilemma is, how do I go about telling her nicely that she should ease up on the makeup? She's very sensitive about her looks. Yeah, I would guess that. But also values my opinion, which is why I'm in a tough spot. I kind of feel like a jerk, too, because if this is my one problem, then I should be able to deal with it, right? The lovely Nia should probably weigh in on this also, if she's not asleep. Thanks, and go fuck yourself. Well, unfortunately, she's not here. Yeah, I would just, I don't know, one time when she's not wearing makeup, just tell her how pretty she looks. And just tell her that you love the way she looks. You know? Just start there. And gradually, build up her fucking confidence. And I don't know how you could ever just say, you wear too much makeup. If you just said it, how would you say it? Well, let's get to the truth of the matter. You're obviously attracted to her. You obviously think she's beautiful, but she wears so much makeup. Yeah, if a woman wears too much makeup, they can start looking crazy. Then also, they give you a hug, and it's just like you have like the imprint of their face. You know what I mean? Is that called a stigmata? What's the thing when you have fucking Jesus' face on you? Ah, Christ, I always have to look. You know how many times I fucking looked up this word? It's a fucking great song, too. That's stigma. All right, stigmata is a term used. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is all this religious. It's a term used by members of the Christian faith to describe body marks, sores, or sensations of pain in locations corresponding to the crucifixion wounds of Jesus Christ, such as hands, wrists, and feet. Oh, give me a fucking break. What the fuck is wrong with people? Jesus is in me and my hands fucking hurt. I mean, can you fucking imagine? Let's just fucking say, okay, for the sake of fucking argument, that Jesus Christ is a real person. And that shit happened to him. For you to fucking sit there and be like, oh, my fucking hands hurt. Do you realize how insulting that is? To fucking J-Star there? This guy had fucking nails. Isn't it in his arms? I mean, if you did it to his hands, the weight of his fucking body, they would have ripped off. Didn't they actually do it in the fucking wrists? Between the radius and the ulna? The fucking agony that this person went through, and you're going to fucking sit there, oh yeah, I kind of feel it too. How fucking self-centered are you? All right, so she wears too much makeup. Yeah, I would just say, I would just tell her how pretty she is. And rather than saying you wear too much makeup, I would more phrase it like, you don't have to wear all that makeup. You should show the world your beautiful face. You're covering it up. So I would go in a very positive way. But I would just ease into it. I would just, when she's not wearing makeup, you just keep telling her how pretty she looks. You know what I mean? And then hopefully she'll get past that. Because that's a sad thing if someone's walking around, they don't like how they look. I don't know. People are fucking nuts. I think the internet makes people even more fucking nuts. Just sitting there looking at all these people all these Instagram people and all this fucking shit. It drives people. You get a little crazy. All right, can women go to bachelor parties? Oh God, what? What is this going to become a thing? All right, hey Billy Blue Balls. I'd like your advice on a disagreement my best friend and I are having. He's getting married next fall, and we are very close. We've been great friends since college, and we are so close that him and his fiancée just asked me to officiate their wedding. The disagreement is about whether I should be able to go to his bachelor party in Vegas. I'm a woman, but because he's my best friend, I think I should be able to go. He wants the bachelor party to be men only, and I understand this to a point, but at the same time, by virtue of how close we are, I think I should be able to go. My friend and I are big fans of your podcast and have agreed that if you read this on air, whatever your advice is, we'll take it. So if you don't think that I, the best female friend, should be going to the bachelor party, we'll agree to it. Love the podcast. Hope you come to Boston soon. Thanks, and go fuck yourself. No, you shouldn't, because I thought this was a guy going to be bitching about his male friend that wanted to bring a woman along, and the first thing I was going to say would be like, I don't agree with that, but at the end of the day, it's this person's bachelor party, it's their wedding, so you just gotta, I would just shut up about it, but I would break his balls for the rest of time. Like, this is my best friend. He had a woman at his bachelor party. No, it wasn't a stripper. So I would give the same advice here. This is not your bachelor party, and this is not a time for you to throw a hissy fit and ruin this thing for him. He has the bachelor party the way he wants. I think it's really cool that you guys are best friends, and that you're going to. I think it's enough of an honor that he's going to let you speak, as his best man. I mean, that's pretty fucking amazing. Officiate, whatever. Oh, you're going to do the vows?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's going to officiate the wedding.
Oh, all right. Yeah, there you go.
That's huge.
There you go. Yeah. So
I was. Do you care what I think?
only if you agree with me.
I agree with you.
And that's why this relationship works.
I totally agree with you.
Okay, my wife.
I can understand why she'd want to go, because it's like, hey, I'm your friend, I want to go, but like.
Yeah, just say what you say. Don't stir her fucking brain up again. All right, you shouldn't go.
Yes, respect your best friend's wishes and not go, because he's gonna want to do some shit. And
hey, Nia, you don't get extra
you.
credit. You don't get extra credit for saying what you already said. All right. Every once in a while, to me, and I kiss you. All right. I actually went out tonight and I saw the great Tommy Tiernan at this place called the Gilded Balloon, and he's an absolute legend in Ireland. Irish guy, absolute legend there, all through Ireland, all through fucking Great Britain, and into Europe, and it was great, man. It was fun to be an audience member, just sitting there watching an absolute master up there, storyteller and all that stuff, man. It was so cool. And I just got to hang out and join. But you know what fucking sucks? The number one fucking thing that I cannot stand about going to a live, to anything where you got to have these rows of chairs. I just got this perfect seat in the back, right? No problem. There's like one row behind me. I deliberately sat in the back, because I want to get the whole thing. I want to watch him do his thing. I want to see the crowd react. I want to see, I just want to take the whole thing in, right? And I'm sitting there, and this right before the fucking show starts. Just like every time you go to a movie, like, oh, thank God, no one around is talking, right? And then the fucking loud cunt comes walking in right before the lights go down to show the coming attractions, right? The same thing happened at Tommy's show. Everything was great. I'm chilling out. And then I never really got a good look at this guy, but this guy just sounded like the biggest mouth-breathing moron ever. He sounded like his diet was horrible. They just drank and boozed. He was like having problems just breathing. And then when he laughed, you could just tell he was dumb. He just sitting there going like, then he'd go, the whole fucking time. And then if he would inhale like too much like that, then he would cough, and I would feel the wind on the back of my neck like every third or fourth cough. So now I am totally like leaned forward, because it's Tommy's show, it's fucking sold out, and I gotta lean forward like I don't know what, like I'm playing catcher or some shit, and then I gotta kind of look up, so my neck is fucking killing me. I can't lean back, and the guy, it took every every skill that I have of blocking people out, which my skills are terrible, to try to make this guy not ruin the show. Fortunately, Tommy was so fucking funny, I was still able to enjoy it. But the guy behind me was so annoying me that even when he would laugh, because he had such a dumb laugh, I'm like, this, you didn't fucking get what Tommy was saying there. He's too fucking brilliant for it. He's sitting there going, that for a fucking hour. It was like a Mel Blanc voice, you know? Which way did it go? That's what it reminded me of. Is this still fucking recording, or did it turn off? Hey, is this bad? I was watching last night when I was ignoring my wife being a fucking child myself. And they were interviewing these homeless people who have like no place to go and all of that type of stuff. And they were just saying, you know, we sit here and we see people shopping for Christmas. And, you know, I'm thinking like, you know, I wish I had a family. I wish I had somewhere to go. And it was making me feel bad. But, you know, I just wish one time they just interviewed just the lazy homeless person who was just like, yeah, you know, I just never liked having a job. And one thing came to another, and I ended up out here, and, you know, kind of sucks in the winter, but overall it's not bad. You know, for as much as I wear the same pants every fucking day, I can take a nap whenever I want to. I don't have anybody telling me what to do, right? I'm eating, drinking, I'm fucking hanging out, just sort of existing. It's still got to suck. I think it'd be better to be homeless out in the woods. At least you're enjoying nature, right? If I was fucking homeless, I'd be homeless down near like a ballpark. Now, where can you take a shower? The big thing is you got to take a shower. You know what'd be awesome is if you knew someplace where you could shower and a place where you could steal new clothes every 4 to 5 days. And then you could just sort of walk around and just not have a fucking job. You know? Sleep outside. You get used to it after a while. I mean, when you really think about it, as much as they're homeless, aren't they just sort of cavemen in the modern day? I mean, we fucking slept outside back in the day. Native Americans slept in teepees. You had a little bit of shelter. You can't tell me like a box isn't in the same family tree as far as shelter. It's lower than a teepee or a fucking cave. You know, like when they do the coaches like tree, like I was telling you, where Paul Brown in his coaching tree was Don Shula, Bill Walsh, Chuck Noll, Bud Grant. Like, say like the cave, you got the cave. And the family tree off of that's got to be the fucking teepee, the wigwam, the cardboard box, refrigerator with no door on it, right? That'd be an interesting series, The Upside of Being Homeless. I think it's even better if you're like just, if you're sort of a booze hound, you know? I don't mean like just like killing yourself. I just mean like shit-faced. Like every day you drink like you're going to a game and you just get fucking hammered, right? And you're just sort of hanging out on the street. I'm sorry, people. I'm trying to, you know, this podcast started out so negative. I figure I'd take something negative and maybe put a little sunshine on it. You know? Like I tell you, you know who's crushing it? People who are homeless in Santa Monica. You're literally homeless where people vacation. You know, or like Marina Del Rey. Just walking around looking for a boat nobody's been on in a minute. Right? You curl up on the deck. Just laying there. Arr, matey. All right, maybe it does suck. I think it would just get exhausting after a while because I've locked myself out of the house, you know, a couple of times. More times than I would like to admit. And I got to tell you, just sitting around outside is, it's fucking exhausting. It's probably why cavemen were never fat. A lot of people think it's because they didn't eat as much, but it was just that exhausting, the stress of not having a door that you could just fucking close and lock and know that nothing was going to come along and eat you. I think that stress alone. Did I just invent a new diet? Hi, everybody. This is Bill Burr. I have a new diet for you. It's called the remove your front door and go to sleep at night diet. You'll wake up every 8 seconds and the stress of it. There's got to be something in there. You throw in yogurt and just say probiotic, you know? You ever wonder why our ancestors were in such great shape? It's because they were in fear for their lives 24/7. Even when they were sleeping, their metabolism was still going because at any second they realized that they might have to outrun a wildebeest. Right? If we could just somehow get back to that. 3 days a week, if you just removed your front door and went and fell asleep on the couch closest to the to the front door. You know what that reminds me of? I remember one time I met this shady chick on the road, and we fucking hooked up, and it seemed everything was cool at first, and then like she started telling her story. You know, you start steering the conversation towards sex. You know what I mean? Just shit you do in your 20s. You don't have any game. And she started telling me how. Oh God, going back so far. When you talk to a woman, right? You start talking to them about sex, okay, and they're open to it. And you ever had that experience where you're like, oh yeah, here we go. It's all set. It's all set. It's all set. And then it just passes that tipping point to be like, all right, well, I got, obviously going to wear a condom. It's not that bad. All the way to the point of like, holy fuck. All right. You know what? Forget it. Forget it. This was a bad idea. That's what happened with this person. Was open and was discussing things. And I don't know how we went from, hey, I think you're kind of cute. You want to hang out, to her telling me that she hosted a sex party. And I was like, I'm sorry. What did you say? She goes, I hosted a sex party. And she said, I said, what's a sex party? And she goes, well, you rent out all the rooms on the same hotel floor. And then everybody just leaves their doors open and people just walk around going in and out of each room. And you just fuck whoever's in there. So at that point, I decided that, all right, I don't know if I have the level of protection. I don't know if they make a condom for that. So, we did things that there was no way that you could catch anything is basically it. And then I didn't know how to get her out of there. So we fucking fell asleep. And this is when I was really introverted and didn't know how to say what the fuck I was thinking. I remember she was sleeping on the right side of the bed. And it just so happened my watch was on that side nightstand. And I was on the other side of the bed. And I swear to God, I woke up like 58 times that night. Just kept getting up, looking, seeing her there and making sure the watch was there. Rather than just being like, listen, can you just get the fuck out? I wouldn't say if you get the fuck out of here. But, I bet I lost a lot of weight that night.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr. It's time for the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, July 4th, 2016. How's it going? Happy birthday to the United States of America. Happy birthday to the United States of America. Happy birthday, United States of America and the North American continent. Happy birthday to you. What's going on? And thank you for the well wishes of happy birthday from all the other countries around the world that realize we are the best. Huh? You think you got fat people? Huh? Take a look at that. Beat that, motherfuckers. What else you think you can beat us in? Huh? What do you want to have? What kind of fucking battle you want? All you cunts around the world, you stole our jeans. All those cool American jeans, you guys would defect from your country just to get over here to get a pair of button fly fucking 501 blues. Remember that shit? All of a sudden, couple of fucking wars and everybody forgets how much you loved our jeans. That's, that's just typical. That is just fucking typical. Fucking England coming over here, stealing, re-fucking cycling our fucking music, walking around like they're doing something. Redoing the fucking music from the people that we didn't accept. Fuck are you guys doing? Anyways, I'm having a great 3-day fucking weekend. I'm not doing shit. I'm back in the workout mode, so the needle is pointed in the right direction. Old Freckles is going down, down, down. Fucking looked in the mirror last night, and I could tell I was starting to lose weight. Made me feel good. You know what I mean? It's a fucking tough thing being a redhead. There's a really small window that you have to exist in, or else the beatings start again. And it's really something you can't understand. All right, I'm all over the fucking place. I got a bunch of shit I have to do. I'm having some family over today for a fucking cookout. I'm going easy this year.
rather than trying to smoke something and blah, 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 and do all that shit. I'm just fucking going burgers and dogs. Burgers and dogs, the way it used to be before the fucking Food Network showed up and everybody's got to be like a top chef. You know? Remember when you were growing up? That's what it was. It was burgers and dogs and everybody was fucking happy, right? Until the booze started going around. Then, yeah, it got a little sideways, but I mean, it happens. So yesterday, had some friends over. We had some cigars, right? And you know the deal. It's like, all right, your buddies are coming over. Your wife's going to be like, how long are they going to be here? Even if they're cool. Like, my wife's cool, but there's always going to be an element of, how long are they going to be here? They're going to be loud? Are they going to be upstairs and downstairs? It's like, yeah, I'm having people over. Do I do that when you have a little twat party? Do I? If you have them over for your fucking wines and you're all sitting there laughing with your high-pitched fucking voices, you don't think that that's putting cracks in the walls? I don't fucking bitch about it. I go down to the old fucking hardware store. I get out the spackle, right? And with every little cackle, right? Another fucking line in the wall. You don't hear me complaining. Got my putty knife out. Oh, you have a good time, ladies, right? Anyways, so we were hanging out. It was actually fucking hilarious because I'd gone out and I bought, got some Cuban cigars. Oh, what a fuckhead. I cleaned everything up, right? The thing, what you want to do, this is what I've realized when you're living with a woman. What you want to do is you just go all out, right? I cleaned the fucking place up, okay? I even like the deck on the back, like I fucking hosed it off so there wouldn't be traipsing dirt in and out of the house or whatever, right? And she's sitting there going like, wow, you're really going all out. Yeah, there's a reason. Sam Kiddison, there's a fucking reason. There's a fucking reason why. Because what you want to do is what you're doing is you just put yourself into a position where you did absolutely nothing wrong. So when they complain, because they're still going to complain, you got all of this fucking ammo, right? I cleaned this whole fucking place up, right? Cleaned out the back porch, down the backyard, the whole fucking thing, cleaned it up. And we're having family over here today, which was another great one to be like, well, I'm also doing it for your family, right? So I'm doing all of this shit. I got the booze. I got the fucking the outdoor patio furniture. I got everything all cleaned up. I got an ashtray upstairs. I got one downstairs. I got the backyard lights on. I got the whole fucking thing. I got the music. I got the whole thing. And then at like 6 o'clock at night, I realized I didn't get cigars. I bought cigars, but I don't have a humidor, and I said I was going to pick them up, and I had this fucking panic attack because it was Sunday before the 4th that they were going to close, and it was 6 excruciating rings before they picked up, and I was able to run down there and get them, right? And they showed up. I ordered some pizzas and all that fucking shit. And here's the best part, right? Here is the best part. My wife went to sleep, right? We're smoking, we're telling fucking stories. I got all these orange sodas for myself, right? And it turns out everybody there wanted one because it had the real sugar and it went great with the cigar. I'm telling you, Cuban cigar and the Fanta orange soda is the shit, right? They drank all my orange soda, so I had to drink grape soda like a fucking 6-year-old, right? So, anyways, the end of the night, what I fucking cleaned up everything. You wouldn't even fucking know. You wouldn't know you wouldn't know that a fucking soul was here. And that's what you do. All these fucking married guys who sit there, hey, it's not fucking worth it. It is fucking worth it. You just have to do it perfectly, right? You go all out, you clean up the fucking place. They come over. You have a great fucking time. When you leave, you fucking clean the whole place up again. What can she say? What is she going to say to you? You're not allowed to have friends? Little things like that. Because I've had buddies of mine coming over here like, going, dude, what are you doing? You did all that and you fucking wash the dishes? There's a genius behind what I do. I'm talking shit here. I'm drinking throat coat tea and I'm talking shit. What can they fucking say? Then what it is if you do everything perfectly, then they're leaving themselves totally exposed if they start complaining. That all they basically can complain about at that point is that you have friends and you invited them over to the house. All right? And they know they don't have a fucking leg to stand on, so the bitching goes down by like 90%. Now, if you have your fucking friends over and you leave the fucking ashtray out and there's footprints all over the fucking place, they can make it about that. When the real thing is they don't want you to have friends. Right? But they can hide behind the other shit. But the real thing is they don't want you to have friends. And they want to slowly kill you so that they can, have the house to themselves. And if you, go to the obituaries, there's a bunch of guys dropping around 58, 59, 60. And that's what happened. What really happened was they had friends over and they didn't clean up, which gave their wives the window to bitch them into an early grave. And now they're sitting there in the fucking house having a hell of a time, right? Getting to play the victim, getting all the sympathy cards, and eating all the pound cake. And that's a fact. Coming with the truth here on the 4th of July. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyways, so afterwards, right? So we're drinking sodas. I'm stone sober, right? And everybody leaves except for one of my other buddies. And he wasn't in AA, right? The older you get, the more your friends just fucking, they quit. You know what I mean? They just fucking quit. It's like being a lifer in the military. Everybody doesn't sign back up. All of a sudden, you're the old guy. Fucking walking around. Where the fuck all my friends go? Right? Walking around all sad with your fucking Smokey the Bear hat. I didn't hear you. So he still drinks. So they leave. So I get out the giant fucking ice cubes. I pour a couple of Johnny Blues. Out of fucking blue. Right? And, he has to drive. So he's doing the little sippy cup shit. And I live here. So I'm doing the home pours. Right? 1001, 1002, 1003 seat, right? One of those pours. So I have a couple, 2, 3 of those. I'm feeling good. And, but I'm not, I cleaned the whole fucking, dude, when I cleaned all the leftover pizza, I wrapped each slice individually in foil, and then I put a letter on it. P for pepperoni, S for sausage, M for fucking margarita. Took the pizza boxes out, put them in the recycle bin. Took out the fucking chemicals. Fucking sprayed down the counters. You wouldn't fucking... That goddamn forensic team of forensic cunts with their fucking dusters would come in, would have no fucking idea anything happened, right? Thank you for all the tweets, by the way. The fellow supercar lovers out there that enjoyed those clips that I sent you of those fucking insane cars that those Saudi Arabian kids in their 20s fly over into London. Watching those kids zipping around in those cars made me go on YouTube, and I was watching a ton of clips of, those cars versus each other, all these tests, test drives and reviews and all of that. I got to tell you something, man. There's a lot of fucking jerk-offs out there that have these fucking cars. There was this one kid, it's just like, you would think that this guy was into like some Comic-Con shit. And he's just like, what's up, YouTube? They always have that. Is there anything worse when you just want to find the clip and then you get sucked into somebody's fucking stupid TV show on YouTube? Okay, guys, so here's the deal. This guy has a Lamborghini. It's like, I know, you fucking cunt. I don't need you to tell me about it. Somebody told me about it, which is why I'm on here looking for this shit. I'm sorry I'm not yelling the way I usually do. That just the people next door have a little kid, so I'm trying not to scream too loud here. That's my number one fucking thing I cannot stand. Everything else about YouTube I fucking love, but I hate how they have that. Like it'll be like whatever you want to fucking watch. Like whatever the latest thing. What's the latest thing that happened? I'll say that swimmer there, right? The bonghead guy, right? With the fucking, the 20-foot body there. Right? He was giving that guy the death stare. I saw a clip. It's like so-and-so gives so-and-so the fucking death stare. So, what do you think I want to watch? I want to see this guy give the guy the death stare. And every fucking thing I hit on YouTube, and it's just, what's up, YouTube? Okay, so as we all know, the swimmers, and they like act out swimming, and they're trying to be all like fucking interesting and stepping towards the camera and coming back. It's just like, you fucking monobrowed cunt. Just show me the fucking clip, you know? And then what the worst thing is once the clip's out there, then every cunt out there then has to do some fucking remix of it. And they think it's going to be fucking hilarious. And some of them are, but 90% of them stink. You know? I don't know. Did you guys see, you ever see the remix of the Tourette syndrome guy who totally didn't have Tourette's? He was just acting, but he was still funny. Somebody sent me that one on Facebook. That one was funny. I'll say that I enjoyed that one. Sorry if I'm a little fucking curmudgeon here, man. I'm fucking, this weather's really, it's really getting to me. What's going on in the world of nothing? We have another controversy, everybody. What is it? What is it? Is it that the oceans are fished out? Is it that our food supply is slowly being turned into poison? Is it that there's maybe like, 3 fucking banks left? Is that what it is? No, it isn't. Some fucking guy who plays Captain America and another guy who plays fucking Electric Man, or whatever the hell they play. I don't watch these fucking movies. These superhero movies. They were asked to describe some character, the Black Widow, and they jokingly said, she's a slut, she's a whore, right? And everybody's all fucking up in arms about it, and they have to apologize. Nobody has to apologize for fucking drilling for oil and actually accidentally ruining the fucking water supply. They don't even have to answer questions during the town meetings. They just send somebody down there to stare at the person who's now fucking glowing green because they had the nerve to take a shower in their own fucking house. There's no apology coming from there. But these guys here who walk around in fucking underoos and make some stupid-ass joke, right, at the end of a press conference. Listen to these fucking morons. Somebody wrote, well, it's nice of Chris Evans and Jeremy Renner to let us know they're super gross. Oh, can you imagine driving across country with somebody who says super gross? And misogynistic, way to go, bros. Another one, oh dear. Now that Jeremy Renner and Chris Evans are making tasteless jokes. No, now Jeremy Renner and Chris Evans are making tasteless jokes about the only woman in the franchise. Chris Evans and Jeremy Renner, recent comments on the Black Widow were beyond disturbing and misogynistic. Unreal. So then they both had to issue apologies. The guys who walk around in underoos, right, and eat fucking proteins and salads so they can tuck their guts into these fucking tight suits, have to issue an apology about making fun of a fictitious woman. Yesterday they were asked about the rumors, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Here's the apologies.
Yesterday we were asked about the rumors that Black Widow wanted to be in a relationship with both
Hawkeye and Captain America. Can you believe this is an actual apology? As the actor who portrays Hawkeye, I'd like to apologize to the character Black Widow for suggesting she was a whore. You know what I mean? You know what I love? I love that they're acting like there are no whores. That word exists for a reason. You know? There's whores. I'm in Louisiana, fucking New Orleans. I'll show you a whole fucking street of them. Does that make me misogynistic? This is the dumbest... Anyways, I liked Renner's apology. He goes, I'm sorry for that tasteless joke about a fictional character. I'm sorry that this tasteless joke about a fictional character offended anyone. Can you read between the lines? You fucking morons. That's what I feel like he's saying. It was not to be serious in any way, just poking fun during an exhausting and tedious press tour. These guys were asked the same 5 questions for like 9 hours in a row, and then they called a woman who doesn't exist a fucking a fucking whore and a slut, and now they have to apologize. As real people, they have to apologize to real women about the fictitious woman that they labeled as a whore. You know what I mean? You know what's funny is that if there was actually a real woman walking around doing half the I don't even know what Black Widow does, but let's just, if they live up to the photo, what does a Black Widow spider do, right? It fucking bangs a guy, gets his juices in him, and then fucking kills him. You know what I mean? You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like that movie Monster, right? And what has she got an Oscar for that? I want to see that. I want to see a guy who plays a gigolo and goes around and murders fucking hard-up housewives. I want to hear that be called a fucking brave performance. It was so brave. He didn't wear any aftershave during that performance. Have you ever seen that movie? That movie's one of the funniest fucking movies ever. They literally turn her into a victim. You know what I mean? And in the end, like this love story, she's sitting there crying, and I'm supposed to, what, cry with her because she didn't find love? This murderous sociopath? You know, but she wasn't wearing makeup, and she was killing men. So evidently, that's a wonderful thing. Anyways, if you finally somebody rational, this woman wrote, if you're offended by that joke that Renner and Evans made about a fictional character, please reevaluate your life and relax. Exactly. Someone else wrote, Renner did not sound sincere at all. Does he really owe you an apology? Huh? Are you a superhero? You know, being a superhero and a female has always been difficult for me. First of all, I possess no superpowers to speak of, and I don't know if there's a second, but if it is, I'm sure it's harder than whatever guys go through. Can someone apologize to me, please? Anyways, who gives a shit? I mean, come on, they're actors. They're all horse, right? Do you think anyone want to walk around in those fucking suits? You know, you fucking package all fucking, you know, snuggled up there. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? I'm waiting for them to somehow then do something on white males. I actually read one thing was saying, look, sure, they were both joking, but considering they're white males, and then it just becomes, let's take the thing that we know is a joke and now take it seriously. Which is going to bring up, I'm sure, the whole argument that if a guy sleeps around, you know, he's called a stud. If a woman sleeps around, she's called a whore. And that totally makes sense to me. And I'm allowed to have this opinion without you fucking having your hair fucking curlers go flying across the goddamn room. All right? Fucking relax. My opinion does not affect anything. All right? I go along with that because there's no skill level involved in a woman getting laid. Is there? I'm not saying you can fuck anybody you want, but you can go out and get laid. I don't think it's that goddamn difficult, you know, unless, you know, I don't know what your deal is. Unless you're so annoying you would have to be. Guys will fuck anything. Why is that? I don't know why. But all I know is as a guy to get laid is a fucking skill. You got to learn how to do it. You got to have like you got to have a good 1,000 at bats under your fucking belt just to at that point. If you're lucky, you're hitting about $140. And if you look like Ron Howard, like I did, I mean, you've already been sent down to AAA. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's unfucking believable. What a fucking waste. I mean, I'm wasting time on the podcast talking about this. This has become like an every week thing. Like, I don't understand who the fuck they're even apologizing to. The people that comment. That's just ridiculous. You know what? I'm never going to see another one of his movies until the next person offends me, and then I'll forget what they said, and then I'll go see their movies anyways. I have a bone to pick with my wife. You know, I subscribe to Rolling Stone magazine, okay? And this sounds like I'm just telling a story while actually making money off those cunts. I'm not. So, you know, fucking, the magazine comes today, and it's that fucking guy who does the talk show who fucking drives around with Adele and he sings songs and shit. You know what I mean? It's very like musical theater, like a slumber party can break out at any second, okay? So he's on the cover. Essentially looks like he's not wearing any clothes. He's laying stomach down, holding like a little sock teddy bear. You know what I mean? You know, that today's male. How we went from Lee Marvin to that, I don't know what the fuck happened, right? So there's that dude, and I'm fucking cracking up going like, how hard is this guy working his female audience? Jesus Christ. It should have just been like a bubble over his head going, oh my God, you guys, right? He's fucking eating some pudding. So anyways, I'm just sitting there laughing, and Nia's cracking up too. Yeah, I don't give a shit if that's how he wants to live his life. God bless him. You know what I mean? But it's fucking hilarious. Maybe that was the purpose. Okay, but anyways, so somehow we talk about it, and she said, well, last week, Jared Leto was shirtless on the cover. And I'm going, really? Really? I don't remember seeing that fucking issue. She fucking swiped it. I'm really talking shit here. I'm going to have to bring her in for this. I was like, well, what'd you do with it after you? She goes, well, I just read the article. I was like, I bet you did. You fucking animal. So there you go. So my wife is, I think, mentally cheating on me with fucking Jared Leto. And you know what? Can you get mad, though? I mean, that would be really hypocritical of me because, if I see a girl with a fat ass and some titties coming down the street, I'm going to literally almost break my neck turning around to look at her right in front of Nia. And I always say, well, what do you want me to do? You want me to sit here and be like all these other guys and fucking, out of the corner of my eye, like literally like strain my fucking whatever, the ACL of your eye, whatever the fuck that's called, your little eye tendon, looking at, I've been telling it for years. If you see a good-looking guy, just look at him. I know what I look like. I know where I am in the scale of 1 to 10. I'm in the middle of the pack, right? Lance is up front. I'm fucking in the back, with all those other fucking people, in the pendulum, whatever the fuck they call it. I don't understand those people. They really got to be sitting in the middle of the pack going, why are we doing this to ourselves again? Why are our legs like 15 sizes the size of our arms? People who ride on bicycles for a living, it's fucking unbelievable. Like their legs look like Wile E. Coyote when he took that Acme shit. He drank those pills. It's one of my favorite ones where he runs really fast and it's just the flames going down the fucking road. That was the shit, but like it did nothing for his upper body. That's what the guys in the Tour de France look like. Their arms look like little 7th grade arms. Like everybody in my grade's taller than me, Mom. That's what their arms look like. But their legs, they look like Earl Campbell. I don't know. What am I talking about here? Anyways, yeah, I was saying, so it's like, I don't mind that you went and fucking, fucking curled up with your little Jared Leto modal fucking magazine cover, but you don't got to sneak around. You can say like, hey, Bill, this guy is way better looking than you, so I'm going to go downstairs privately and look at this. I get it. It's healthy. Every once in a while, right? Anyways, here we go. All right, Bill, my girlfriend is addicted to sex. All right, collectively, every guy listening to this. Aww. Hey, Bill. Just wanted to let you know if you had any advice related to my relationship with my girlfriend. As you probably read in the subject of this message, there doesn't seem to be a downside to the situation, but there is since she can't control herself. Recently, my girlfriend visited me from California for a month, and every day we banged on the kitchen floor, shower, bedroom, backyard, etc. Up until the last day, it was great until we got into an argument. She kept trying to walk away and break up with me without a real reason until she told me why. Apparently, my girlfriend can't wait more than 8 months without sex. And after 8 months, she doesn't care who she gets it from. This worried me and pissed me off at the same time. We ended up staying together, but I won't see her for a good while. No idea when. Now my worry is that she will cheat on me with other people during the time we are apart. Oh, and by the way, I live in Texas. I would love some advice from my favorite comedian. I would trust your instincts here. Yeah, listen, you can't get mad at her for the fact she told you what her deal is, okay? She needs it. She needs it all the fucking time. She lives in California. You live in Texas. She actually was doing you a fucking favor by trying to break up with you because she doesn't want to cheat on you. And I don't know if this is just naturally how she's wired. I don't know if it's an issue. I don't know what the fucking deal is, but all I know is the way she is, and she lives in California and you live in Texas and you don't know when you're going to see her again. Yeah, you got to let this one go. All right? You don't need that. Anytime, you're with somebody, you're trying to have a serious fucking relationship and, you can't be away from them for a certain amount of time or they're going to fuck somebody else. I mean, I don't think man or woman fantasizes as that for any sort of significant, serious or lifetime partner. So I would, hey, you know what? You had a good time with her and I'd let her go. She's out in California. Let her go do whatever the fuck she's gonna do. And I would try to find someone that's a little more wired like yourself, and see if that works. All right. You know, one of the worst fucking things ever is to be a beautiful woman, you know, and you're with a really successful guy, you know, and you just go around to parties, and then you just stand next to the guy going, is he going to introduce me? Is he going to introduce me? You get one time, you say, hi, and then you just stand there. The other night I did a gig, and there was a scene afterwards, and there was all these fucking, you know, rich people with their beautiful wives, and I don't know. I just started watching the wives after a while. I don't know. Why don't they peel off and talk to each other? It's sort of a weird thing where they just got to stand there smiling. You can see their face hurting. You know, their feet hurt from the fucking pumps. It's fucking brutal. If you're a beautiful woman, what you should do, you got to marry like a fucking six who just can't believe that he's with you, because he'll let you go out and wear some fucking flatties, some moccasins. You don't have to jack it up in the air and stand there smiling next to him like one of those fucking psychos on The Price is Right, waiting to fucking act like they're amazed about a washer and a dryer. Got to stand next to your fucking guy who's wearing a sport coat trying to cover up his fucking man tits, and you got to sit there smiling like you're happy. You know, putting your fucking makeup on like some clown that's about to be shot out of a fucking cannon. You don't need that shit. What are you doing? They got to start. I tell you, these fucking good-looking women that marry these really successful guys and then just stand next to them smiling, you know, for the whole fucking evening. Like a stewardess at the end of a flight, except it takes 4 hours for everybody to get off the plane. Goodbye. Thank you for flying. Hi. You know whose fault that is? It's their fault. It's their goddamn fault for getting yourself into that fucking position. At some point in the relationship, you got to say, listen, hey, Mark, sit down. We got to talk. Guess what? Fucking Susie ain't putting on the shoes tonight. All right? Deal with it. I'm not standing next to you. You want to go to a fucking brunch and stand next to me smiling with some aftershave on for fucking 4 hours? I didn't think you did. Shut up. I'm not finished. At some point, you got to have that conversation, you know? I'm not trying to be mean here. This is supposed to be empowering. I'm saying you have the power to not just fucking stand there smiling like a goddamn... I don't know what it is. You know? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't even know if I saw that or I watched an episode of House of Cards. You know, House of Cards, I lasted like 3 episodes. I just got sick of him fucking turning to me, talking to me. It's like, dude, will you just live your life? Stop talking to me. That right there is the Secretary of State. He doesn't know that I'm fucking his wife. Oh, shut up. I get it. Just stop talking. What is this, the Wonder Years? For adults? Oh, God, I'm in a grumpy fucking mood. And I love Kevin Spacey. Why would I say these things? Because I'm mentally fucking exhausted, and I got another 8 minutes where I got to run my fucking yap. Running my yap on the Thursday afternoon podcast, talking about issues. What else? I don't know that I have anything else. I still haven't watched Peaky Blinders because I'm trying not to drink, and there's no way to watch that show and not want to fucking start just pounding. Maybe I'll wait till like the 4th of July. You know, I'll just watch. That's what I'll do. That's a good way to spend the 4th of July. I'll ignore my wife and just get blind drunk watching a show that she can't understand. You know, I put on the subtitles, but Nia's just not into it. She just doesn't give a fuck. We had this argument the other night, right? She goes, when we go to bed, right, she puts on the TV and she always has her shows on. And what's fucking hilarious to me is she's always coming at me about my temper and my yelling and flipping out, screaming at lamps and shit, or yelling at the TV or my computer. Ugh. Me and my computer, if you ever heard the way I yell at my fucking computer, you know, like that couple that just needs to fucking break up? You know, we got, in my neighborhood, dude, I'm telling you, like fucking 2 houses up. They've been very good lately. You know? But I'm telling you, there's like times like you're literally like waiting to hear the gunshot. It's like just fucking insane the way they scream at each other. It's the most unhealthy fucking relationship, you know, I've ever heard. And I got to be honest with you, man. You know, sometimes I hear it and I go out on my porch and I just listen. You know, light up a cigar and just enjoy it like it's a show. No, I'm fucking with you. I don't. But anyways, so she's always getting on me about my temper and shit. You know what's fucking hilarious? Almost every fucking show she watches, it's just a bunch of people screaming and yelling at each other. Those reality shows that are just wall-to-wall clams, that's all. I mean, you would think all these feminists out there who are sitting there trashing men up and down, all the bad stuff we do to them, admittedly, you know what I mean? We make you stand next to us and smile for an entire fucking party. You know, oh, I'm sorry, this is my wife. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the person I committed my life to. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not even acknowledge that you were fucking here? They deal with that all fucking night, right? All of that bullshit. I know we do that shit, but you would think that these fucking feminists, right? You think that they would have issues with these fucking reality shows because the way they depict women is, I don't give a fuck how many pairs of shoes, how big the fucking house is, how much jewels they got hanging off of them. They're still going to bitch. They're just fucking bitching each other out. She was watching one of these shows, right? And there was just like, I don't know, 15. It seemed like there was 15 or 20 of them. So, you know, there was probably just 3. But that's the amount of noise a fucking woman can make, right? 3 of them will sound like 15. It's like their defense mechanism because generally speaking, they can't beat the shit out of men. But if they just start complaining, it just sounds like a platoon and you back down, right? Instead of giving all 3 of them one of those Mo slaps, you know, when all 3 stooges would get slapped at once. Anyways, one of the episodes I saw, like, you know, like I said, it sounded like 15. So realistically, it was probably like 6 of them, right? They went to like Rome or some shit. And I'm thinking, all right, finally, they got these fucking women out of this cul-de-sac. Now they can be excited to be in Rome. They go to fucking Rome. They do the same goddamn thing. You know, this bitch come up to me, start talking about, it's like, you're in Rome, you dumb fuck. Go look at something. Go eat some food. I know it's just a show, but whatever. She watches that shit, and I'm just laying there. I hate the fucking show. I'm trying to go to sleep, and I just, you know, she just watches these fucking shows where they scream and yell at each other. Now she's watching a fucking show that's about a show that's a show that's like that. It's a show about one of those reality shows, like The Bachelor. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't. What the fuck do I know, right?
I'm out of it. So this is going to be a rough one. And I'm plowing through this. Even if it fucking sucks, I'm not stopping it and re-recording it like I did last week. Because that ended up getting me in trouble. That's how I started talking about that Dr. Laura shit last week. And I got to say, for the first time, maybe the second time ever, I'm nominating myself as douchebag of the week. Because last week I actually supported Dr. Laura because I had no fucking idea who she was. And, you know, I was having a rough time doing the podcast. I needed some fodder. Somebody sent me an email. What do you think about this? And I watched like a 10-second clip of evidently a 5-minute clip. And I just thought she was imitating something she saw in Def Jam. So I was like, well, she's quoting it. She's not calling anybody that word, but the and all that bullshit. And then, Jesus, the fucking emails came in from evidently from my 14 podcast listeners. Evidently, like 6 of them are African American. And yeah, they read me the riot act in different stages. And I got to admit, they were fucking right because you know something? My uninformed logic is usually funny that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and I go off on shit and I realize that race probably isn't one that you should probably do that on. I didn't know that she was like Rush Limbaugh with a cunt. I had no idea. I just, you know, I didn't know who the fuck she was. Thought she was some soccer mom with a podcast, you know? And she was like, all the crazy kids out there are fucking blah, blah, blah. I had no idea. So, all right, fucking eggs on my face. But anyways, yeah, so I got fucking trashed. I took a little heat off of Mel Gibson, I bet. But he got a couple of less fucking hate mails last week. So I apologize. I don't know who she is. I'm not going to apologize for my stupidity. But in the future, when it's something, you know, race-related, I will try to be a little more informed. All right? Well, I got to find this fucking email where this guy fucking trashed me. You know, he said, let's see. He goes, it starts off good, just trashing me, which I totally get. He goes, just like in your bit you did about the Jimmy the Greek thing, it's best for white people to just leave it alone. Dr. Laura may be old, but she's aware enough to know what happens to white people when they say the N-word or bring up racial supremacy theories. See, that's the part of the tape I didn't watch. I showed up late to that rally, you know. By the time I showed up, they'd already put the cross out, you know. Everybody's hoods, they took them off. It was a hot day. I didn't know what I was walking into. I thought it was like a fucking, you know, AA meeting or something. You know, we're all over by the table having donuts. It's my fault. I came in late. So anyways, he said the podium comes out. So I'm surprised you defended Dr. Laura in this case. That's what I got a lot of. I'm surprised you defended her. Because I watched 8 seconds of the tape because I'm a moron. I don't understand why there's any debate about why any debate about racial inequality always comes down to comedians and Def Comedy Jam. I don't think it does, but evidently in your world, maybe it does. I've heard this argument before. Well, black comedians say this and that about white people and say the N-word. Why can't I? Is it fair for minority comedians? And all basically all that shit. I'm trying to get to this part here. So then he was talking about this documentary he saw where some comic was saying, you know, making a joke. This is actually a good joke where white people are like, why can't I say the N-word? And then the dude was like, oh, it's Chris Rock. Well, why do you even want to say it, right? Great fucking joke. Totally makes sense. And then the punchline is, I've sailed the world. I've fucked Raquel Welch. If I could just say the N-word, my life would be complete. And then this dude writes after that, he goes, I think that it bothers white people because you're not used to being told that you can't do something. White people used to be able to do and say anything they wanted. Now there's all these rules. Isn't that fucking, that part of the email, that's where it just went off the fucking rails for me. You know what I mean? It's like, I totally get it. She's a fucking idiot. I didn't realize it because I watched that short little clip, you know? I shouldn't have support that shit. And you're offended by that, which I totally get. And then in the end, you make some dumb generalization about white people. See, we're all the same. We're fucking morons. Jesus Christ. I've sailed the world. Fuck Raquel Welch. See, that part's the joke. But this here is what he writes. Bothers white people that you're not being used to being told that you can't do something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just run around doing whatever the fuck we want to do. It's great. Jesus Christ. That's one of the great stereotypes, is that we're all Kennedys living on fucking Martha's Vineyard rather than fucking, you know, the majority of white people. Aren't the majority of white people sitting in cubicles, not living their dream, drowning in a sea of fucking debt, trying to get health insurance? Isn't that the majority of fucking white people? Evidently not. Evidently, according to this guy, white people have yachts. Sailing the world. All 300 million of us. You know, did you see it during that the Gulf War, the Gulf spill there? You know, that was one of the biggest problems. All those white people, all the 300 million white people with our fucking yachts just sailing around. Oh, it's so awesome to be white. You can just walk, you can do and say whatever you want to do. It's fucking incredible. That's an argument I've gotten into with I think every fucking, yeah, female comics, black comics, every fuck, they just go, yeah, it's easy for you. All you got to do is show up, man. Oh, yeah, that's all it is. I don't even audition. I just lay here, and they call me up. And I'm like, why did you give me that part? Because you're white. Here you go. You don't have to work for shit. You know, that's that class. You know, that's that fucking double standard right there. Okay, now we're opening a whole nother can of worms. Let's talk race for the next couple of weeks, people. This ought to bring out a lot of ugliness. That's that classic fucking, like, that's one of those statements, like, if you flip that thing, what you just said there, that generalization that you made of white people, that basically what? We just sit around and people just give us shit and we can do whatever the fuck we want to do. You're basically going to define us by the Illuminati. If you flip that around and somebody white says that about another race of people, then they're in like a Mel Gibson situation. All right? Now, I'm opening this up for discussion. I'm not opening this up for fucking rednecks to come on here and be like, yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not saying it like that. You know what? I like that this podcast is this difficult. Now you guys can relate to me. You know, you're sitting there in your goddamn cubicles on a fucking Monday. Unless you're white, of course, you're out on your yacht, you know, chatting it up with a Kennedy. Hey, when's the stock market going to crash again? Give me the heads up. Don't tell the Puerto Ricans. That's what it's like. That's exactly what it's like. There's not white people working farms, slaves to corporations. Nah, not at all. Not at all. All you do, you don't have to get up. You don't have to get up. I spent 9 years in bed just because I was white, and they just fucking hilarious. I made more money then than when I worked. That's how great it is to be white. It's so fucking easy. And thank God for people who aren't white, who've never been white, to tell me what it's like to be white. It's fucking awesome. Let me tell you something about being white guy. This is how good it is. Oh, yeah? What are you, reincarnated? Was your name Frank in another life? Is that a white guy name? I don't fucking know. All right. So anyway, so I've pissed off a bunch of people, and this week I felt fucking horrible about that. Even though I've been kind of a cunt again this week. That's what I do. You know, you came back, didn't you? You know, I don't know any better. I'm just a white guy laying in bed. I can't remember the last time I've had disappointment in my life. It just doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen, you know. You know, sometimes the sail on my schooner will break, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ. And then I call the government, and I say, hey, can you send me another one? They're like, wait, and what color are you? I say, I'm white. They go, oh, there you go. Right on the way. You know, I agree with the first half of the email, this guy I'm making fun of, but I would love to send this guy my fucking taxes. I really would. All right, so there you go. That was my roundabout apology. No, seriously, I really felt bad about that. I felt like an ignorant ass. And rather than just immediately come on and apologize, I left it up there for the week so I'd get my nice pounding from everybody. And yeah, you know what I mean? I fuck around. I say a lot of fucked up shit, but I'm trying to start your week off right. I'm not trying to piss you off. Although there's probably a lot of women out there who would fucking disagree. But, you know, it's comedy. You know, people get hurt. That's how it fucking works. This is the worst apology ever. But it's coming from the heart. All right, so go fuck yourselves. That's how we got to end it. All right? I grew up with no hugs. So if I'm trying to be fucking nice, it has to end with go fuck yourself.
Hey, Billy Dope. Billy the fucking dope. Can women forget Mr. Nice Guy persona? Hey, I'm really having a difficult reading today. All right, big fan from Lithuania. That's another one on the list that I got to get to. You're a great comedian. It would be great if you ever decided to do your stand-up here in the Baltics. That will happen at some point in my career, hopefully sooner rather than later. All right, the guy says, I got this dilemma. Can a woman forget your past as a nice guy? One of my former classmates is coming back to my hometown on summer vacation for a few weeks, and let's say I'd like to get intimate with her while she's here. Now, the thing is, when we were still in school, I had a mad crush on this girl for years. However, shit didn't work out because I didn't know how the life works, how the females work, and also I was a little bitch, Mr. Nice Guy. I'd beat my younger self if that was possible. All right, you're doing some good therapy here. But over the years that I've spent in our capital city, I can safely say that my view and attitude towards females and masculinity has changed significantly. What do you think? Can a woman brush off the image of a nice guy, or are you forever marked with the certain character traits in her eyes? Yeah, I think you're kind of fucked. Just put it this way, like, take like the actor that played like Urkel or something like that. It's like you typecast, you know? And Urkel could literally become an army fucking ranger and then leave the military, and when he went to go do a fucking action movie, they'd be, fucking Urkel, give me a fucking break, right? It just... The problem is, what you got to do, look, you always got to take a bat. What you're going to have to do when you get up there, you're going to have to crowd the plate. No, I'm kidding. I would just be, you're going to have to be significantly different to raise any sort of intrigue in her. You know what I mean? Because she probably just wants to meet up with you, have a couple of ciders or whatever those drinks women have when they know that they're not going to fuck you, one of those fucking, I want to feel warm. They have that stupid sweater that covers their hands too, and they drink it with both hands out of a mug, and it's just fucking over, right? They're like, hitting more on the waiter than they don't even listen to you. You're going to have to, I don't know. I don't know what you got to do. Go buy yourself a Raiders of the Lost Ark leather jacket. You got to try to come in and act like you've been fucking doing. So this is the thing. This is what's going to fuck you, is you want this woman too bad. All right? You got to not give a fuck. Don't be a dick, but just go in there and just, hey, what's going on? What have you been up to? And then talk up some of the shit you're doing. I don't know. Look at your phone. This broad, she's driving me crazy. I got the ladies all over me. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to tell you on this one. Once you're typecast, it's fucking over, dude. You got to go behind the camera here. You got to start directing or some shit, because I don't know what to tell you. This is what I would do. Just know this. Going into it, you're fucked. All right? So there's no pressure. Who gives a shit? And, I don't know, make her laugh and just tell her, I always had a crush on you, but I used to be a bitch, but I'm not a bitch anymore. So what do you say? What do you say you come over here and jump on my fucking... No, you can't go that way. But, yeah, I would... Yeah, man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Maybe that's it. Just trash your former self. Yeah, I used to be a bitch, I don't know how to do it, dude. You know what? You stumped me. Somewhere in there. I think the whole not giving a fuck and then trashing your former self and then just telling her that you had a crush on her. Who knows, dude? Maybe, I don't know. There's a chance maybe she liked you back then, or I don't know. Women got that thing though, dude. Once you're the fucking friend, it's over, dude. It's over. You're fucking, the lovely Nia. Nia, we need you. Me and this guy from Lithuania. I'll tell you really quickly. Grab one of those cords. All right, Jesus. All right, as you're plugging in, I'll tell you. This guy basically in Lithuania, he used to be a bitch he used to be Mr. Nice Guy. So he didn't get any of the nice, as Tracy Morgan would say, right? So he whatever. He had a crush on this chick, and she got put in the friend zone, as Chris Rock would say. I'm just going to quote every black comedian here. And you plugged in? There we go. And you're putting the windscreen on. And it's really loud and annoying to the listeners.
Oh, I'm sorry,
there we
everybody.
Go. The lovely Nia, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, so basically, he had a crush on this girl. He was a nice guy. He got put in the friend zone. And now she's coming back to town. He's now lived in the city. He understands the male-female dynamic better.
Okay.
And the way he's wording this, he's been doing all right for himself. But he still wants to bang this woman. His question is, once you're in the friend zone like that, is it possible to get out of it?
Absolutely.
It is? Oh, wow. Okay, because I was going I don't know. I was saying you're like typecast. You're like Urkel. And now you want to be the star of an action movie.
But yeah, no, I think you can, but it's all predicated on your behavior. Like, you don't gotta all of a sudden start acting like an aloof jerk or anything like that.
So I told him to buy a Raiders of the Lost Ark waist-length leather jacket. Maybe get a hat. Is that...
And a whip.
Yeah. Is that bad?
I just think maybe you're a little less available, perhaps. It can be a thing where she'll come to town and be like, "Oh my God, let's go here and and I want to do this and oh yeah, definitely. Well, let me know when you're around. Yeah, maybe we can grab a drink or something. Keep it cash, and don't go in there like, so I've been fucking a lot of broads since you left. Not like that, but just as she's talking about her life. You talk about your life. Yeah, I've been seeing some girls here and there. I don't know, nothing too serious, but I've been having my fun. But anyway, what's going on with you? You look good. like that. Like,
Nia, bam. That was good.
oh, were you enjoying that just then? That little interaction?
No, I enjoying the advice.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
good.
Thank
That
you.
was I was stammering. I was like, you might have to just fucking. I said, your best thing you got going is you got no shot. So just don't give a fuck and just go in there and just be like.
But I think that's
said-
also true too. You have to not give. You can't go into it with expectations of anything.
Yeah, you either
I think
fuck her or
should
you
just-
don't.
I think you just be normal, be a friend like you have been. But I think I have a friend who often gets friend zoned, and I'm always telling him that he needs to make himself less available because he always makes himself available.
What does that do psychologically
And
to
it's
women
always
when you're
like-
less available? Because
And-
I have my
well-
theory, and I know it'll be considered sexist, so I'll listen to yours
I
instead.
think it's the same with men and women. If you're less available, like the people want you more. I think that's just how life is. People like the hunt. I think men like the hunt a little more. So I think you should.
I never liked the hunt.
Really.
If someone was like a fan, I'd be like, oh, hey, I'd be like, yeah,
You're
fuck.
not a hunter.
I was like,
you're more of a gatherer.
No, I was just more like, I hated when women played hard to get. It was so, it got so boring so fucking fast. I was just like, I can fucking, I'll just go rub one out. And then I'll go watch a game. And then, something that you're not
Yeah.
worth the fucking trouble.
Right.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I just always found that like, because I remember when I would just start to walk away, and then these girls would be like, "No, you're supposed to blah 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 blah." I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't get the script. Am I in like some fucking awful play right now?
Right.
I walked away from a lot. My number could have been so much higher. I should have chased. I didn't chase. I just tapped out. I'd be like, all right, yeah, if you don't want to, I understand. I wouldn't fuck me either.
Oh, honey.
All right. Oh, no, don't say that about yourself. People like you. All right. Last one. Here we go. Dating an older guy. Oh, geez. Hey, Bill, I'm a 22-year-old female from Slovenia. Slovenia? Modal? Thank you for the podcast. It makes me laugh out loud, which not many things can do. That's fucking great. I would love to go over there at some point also. That Eastern European tour is going to fucking happen. I just have to have time in my schedule. Because all of those countries I've never been to. From fucking Lithuania and fucking Astoria, whatever the fucking that other one is up there, all the way down through Romania and back up. All I know is if I can fucking somehow get over and then see all those countries, get a bunch of different stamps on my passport, I'm into that shit. Plus, I heard one of those places like Prague or something has all those Art Deco, all that Art Deco furniture that all the places over here, they order it from for nothing and then jack it up over here. What am I going to do? Buy a desk over there and then ship it fucking around the world? Like I'm going to save any money? That's a stupid idea. Anyways, I'm 22 years old. Oh, okay. I would love to hear your take on my situation. I'm a university student and I play sports professionally here in Slovenia. Keeping busy, working out about 8 times a week. My first coach since I was like 12 years old is now my really close friend. Oh my God. His name isn't Woody, is it? He's since moved on to coach internationally. I almost said couch. Coach internationally, but we still keep in touch. He knows me from when I was a little girl, and he used to always tell me I was like his younger sister. But recently I noticed he switched his approach. Gross! He's a 35-year-old single guy. Oh, my God, the fucking red flags. I can barely see the type here anymore. And he only comes to Slovenia in July through August. We were always able to talk for hours, tell failed attempts at dating to each other, and generally get along better than I have ever got along with anybody in my life so far. He's always makes me laugh, compliments my personality and how good I look, but never in a creepy or disturbing way. Okay, all right. My experience with guys my age was never like that. I'm not trying to say I'm too mature for them, but I would always compare them to him, and they would mostly bore me, and connection was never there as much as it is with him. I feel like boys my age are pushovers, at least those I had experiences with, and I feel they couldn't offer me in a relationship more than this older guy offers me in just a friendship. Yeah, and also when you're 35, this guy's going to be 50. So there's also that. And then you're still going to want to go out, and he's going to be ready for nap time. So know that, too. You know, he's 35. He's almost out of the league. If you're an athlete, you know what I mean? 35, that's when you're going to start taking the illegal drugs, you know, to hang around for an extra couple seasons, right? Anyways, she says, we are hanging out a lot during this summer, and I feel more and more vibes and attempts from him. He takes me out to eat and drink. He is always asking me somewhere. I know he's putting the moves on me. My issue is that I know we are in different stages of our lives. I know he wants to get married and have children too. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. You're 22. You got the whole life ahead of you. When the fuck did he start hitting on you? Yeah, no, this isn't fair. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. You've known him since you were 12. No. Stay away from this guy. This is how I know this guy's a creep, because even I wouldn't do this. Okay? Fucking walk away, sir. Stand down. I most certainly am not ready for anything like that. Children and all that shit she's saying. I like to drink, go out with my friends, getting compliments from guys, all to soothe my self-esteem, which is not fully developed yet. Exactly. I'm still finding myself, and I know you will interpret this as I want to fuck around. No, I don't. But this is not really the case. I actually want to find a right person and fall in love. Well, you're very mature for your age, actually, 22. I'm dodging his attempts and usually laugh him off when he puts the moves on me. Get away from this guy. I don't want to read this. It's making me uncomfortable. Yada, 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 yada. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this shit. Fuck this. She said, sorry if that was hard to read. My English is a little rusty. Your English is tremendous. Yeah, stay away from this guy. All right? I can't even... that was so disturbing to me that I can't even remember if he's still currently your coach. Anyways, I feel more vibes. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is this thing? I got to find it. My first coach since I was 12. He's since moved on to coach internationally, but we still keep in touch. All right. I don't know when the fuck he moved on. But what was he? He's... No. Yeah, fuck that. All right? Listen, this is what you got to hold on to. Okay? The fact that you feel the way that you do and you're 22 years old, there is somebody out there your age that is like you. And if it was easy to go out and find love, everybody would find it. All right? But the problem is you know, you gotta go through a bunch of mistakes first. All right? So, I don't know you, I don't know him, but this is not the person. You're gonna settle down. Don't fucking do this. Don't do it. All right? He's got way too much of a mental advantage on you at 35 and 22, and he could really fucking hurt you. I say you deal with the fact that you find guys your age are not mature, and you're going to run into somebody who is. You sound like you're really good looking. You're into sports, right? You're getting these compliments when you go out, so you probably have like these fucking YOLO douches hitting on you. What you need, you know what you need? You need a nerd. I think you need a nerd. Go find some fucking kid that likes to read, you know? So he probably has an idea to build an app, whatever these fucking kids are doing. That's what you want to do. You don't want to go fuck around with your 35-year-old creepy... I really want to get married and have kids. Oh, do you? Do you? That's why you're hitting on a 22-year-old, you piece of shit? Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. All right? I would... stick with people roughly your own age. All right? And that's coming from an older creep like me. So you know it's good advice. Oh, shit. I had the fucking greatest set I've had in fucking months. Saturday night at the Comedy Store in the main room. There was this chunk of material I've been trying to work out. I finally said it in the right way. And then I came home. I was so confident of it. I played it for my wife, and even she laughed. And that's the deal. When you try something new, this is the litmus test. And I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Litmus? Latmus? Modal? Right? My fucking test is I then play it for the lovely Nia. And if she fucking laughs, you can make your fucking wife get behind the new shit that you're doing, then you know you're onto something, you know, because in general, what they do when they first meet you, they're like, oh my God, you're amazing. And they just fucking pump you up, right? So you start going like, wow, she's really cool, man, right? And then once they get you, once you're fucking in the relationship, once you give them the ring and you get married, then they fucking just grab the reins and start yanking back. Whoa, Nelly, whoa! right? They start yanking the fuck back, not because they're jerks. It's just out of fear. He's going to do something new. He's going to find something new. He's going to find somebody new. That's what they do. Unlike guys. Everybody knows that men are totally secure with who they are. I'm just doing this right now for any guy who's listening to this podcast next to a woman, just to listen to her going, oh my God, how can you listen to this guy? He's such an idiot. Let me tell you something, lady. All right? And don't look at him right now because he's not saying this. I'm talking to you, sweetheart in the background, shaking your fucking head at your man who's going to die before you. Let him have his laughs. Okay? What you feel right fucking now is what a man feels when he comes home and you're watching those Botox squawking fucking whores, okay, doing the recap of their fucking season with that Andy Cohen or whatever his name is. That fucking genius. He's like the gay Byron Allen, you know, where they just found a show where there was no show. Everybody was like, there's no show here. And the genius of that guy to be like, yes, there is. It's not enough that you got a bunch of screaming whores yelling at each other that someone's going to sit down and watch it every fucking night. The fact that he then does the recap and just sits there. You don't have to write anything new. They do it for you. He just sits there and effortlessly hosts the show. He's a master. He just sits there and he has this fucking set list like a comic, but all it is to get these women yelling at each other. And he just watch the brilliance of that man. He just fucking sits there. And if it's fucking simmering, he turns up the heat, you know? You know, in episode 4, Kathy, she said she had some choice words in the moment. That's all he has to say. Oh my God, when she called me a fucking cunt. And then she goes, and he just fucking lays back like Ali, right? And when he was fighting George Foreman, he just lets these women start fucking punching each other out and they run off set. And he sits there. And this is the brilliance of this man, is he sits there and he actually has a look on his face like he truly gives a fuck. Like he actually gives a shit about these people. He's just sitting here going, that's great TV. There we go. That just sold some toothpaste. And he's just fucking raking it in. Look at the guy. He looks like $1 million. A lot of people don't know this about that man. He's 83 fucking years old. You know? Everybody talking about Dick Clark, how great he looked right to the fucking end. Yeah, well, close to the end. That, I should have said that. But fucking, you know, whatever. We all go out like that, right? But, he's fucking 83. A lot of people don't know that. You'd think the guy was like, you know, like, whatever. What, 37? I have no fucking idea. There's got to be people hosting real shit that's fucking difficult going, why the fuck didn't I just do that? What he is he's doing a sophisticated Jerry Springer. You know, everybody's sitting down. There's no punches thrown. They scream and yell. They cross their legs. This is one thing I'll say about the Real Housewives. Their fucking legs are incredible. It's fucking amazing. Their legs are like fucking 22-year-olds. Their fucking faces. Woo! You know? Jesus Christ. And I got a lot of fucking nerve saying this, considering the way I look. Considering the way I travel the world. Looking like an albino, balding hellboy. Minus the working out, right? I look like the Thing if it was skinny and didn't have that skin disease. You know what I mean? But yet could not go out in the sun. That's what I am. I'm a middleweight Thing minus whatever. What's it made out of? Come on, Comic Cons. You know what he's made out of. You know how he turned into that. Was it another accident in a lab? Huh? Did he come here from another planet and then get bit by a spider and then got blinded by some shit? Now he's a fast ant living in somebody's fucking head. You know? Driving a jet ski down to Middle Earth. Jesus Christ. Just when you fucking think that the Real Housewives is the dumbest fucking thing you're ever going to watch, they come out with another stupid fucking superhero movie. Jesus fucking Christ. Can somebody just collectively get these nerds some hookers? You know, why don't they go, what do the kids go on nowadays? What is that? What is that fucking, you know, It's one of those apps, whatever the fuck it is. It's not, is it Tinder? One of them is like the hoary one, and then the other one's like, oh, you know, I like this kind of food, and I'd like to have 3 children. You know, the douche app, and then you got the other one that's just like, you know, hey, you know, I got some booze, you know, I got a ding-a-ling, I want to stick it in your fucking, your fucking keyhole there, whatever it is. That's fucking amazing. God bless this generation. You know what I mean? That's fucking great they have that. You know, it's weird. Every year, like, life becomes easier. You have to think less, but it gets more expensive. It's fucking nuts. You know what I mean? I can tell you right now, if there was fucking free porn and there was these dating sites, you know how much easier your fucking life would have been when you were a kid? Just not having to fucking... Oh, God, Jesus, I remember having to go out to those stupid fucking... You just going out to these fucking clubs. You know, I was going out there in the fucking late 80s, walking into a nightclub. Bump, 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 bow. Don't, bow. That girl is poison. I hear. And everybody with their fucking puffy-ass pants, walking around wearing driving gloves inside. Fucking music loud as shit, you know? Now you can sit there in your fucking underwear just scrolling through people like you're a fucking rock star on, you know? Like whenever you hear that shit, like how the roadies would go out and pick the fucking women that the band was gonna fuck. And they'd be like, yeah, you, but your friend's gotta stay. And then the fucking friend would leave and she'd be like, Marcy, how could you leave me? And she just fucking walks away. Just for one night. To fuck the guy, some guy from Deep Purple, right? And then years later, the two of them meet, you know, at a high school reunion. And then the fucking one that left the other one, left Marcy behind, is all fucking nervous that Marcy's going to let her now husband know that she fucked, you know, the maracas player. The maracas player from Deep Purple. He wasn't even a full member. They just had him on for that one fucking song because Santana scared the fuck out of him. They thought that was the direction the music was going to go. Then once they realized that mainstream music was only going to accept one Santana, right? And there wasn't going to be another fucking type of Santana until those guys, Bambalea, Bambalea. And then there was Ricky Martin. Right? Then years fucking later, they're at the fucking the high school reunion, and she's just fucking with her eyes. She's trying to be like, "Oh, so good to see you." She's fucking like bringing her in, like, you know, trying to fucking sort of muffle her and choke her out, like, "Don't fucking say shit to my husband." Then they fucked him a rocket player in fucking Deep Purple, right? And then Marcy, she's a woman. She's just not going to come out and say it. Where's the fun there? Then it's over. You know, it's like a cat playing with the mouse. She's just going to linger. She's going to start talking to the husband. Yeah, acting all interest, not looking at fucking, you know, Marcy, right? And then she's going to kind of glance over at her. And then she's just going to just slowly let it out. Yeah, me and your wife, yeah, we were crazy back then. Remember all those concerts we went to? And she's just going to watch I forget who's Marcy at this point. The fucking chick who got let. We'll just say Marcy's the married one, all right? You're just going to see her face fucking fall. It's this fucking chick just twists the fucking knife. Is she going to tell? Is she not going to tell? And then she'll back off and change the subject. And then she'll gradually come back around to it. And this fucking guy's just standing there, doesn't know a fucking thing. I'm sorry. I was just doing a table read for a fucking screenplay I'm writing called Marcy's a Cunt. You know, and I've been shopping it around Hollywood forever. And I tell you, as great as the script is, for whatever fucking reason, they just cannot get past the title. You know, it's just this politically correct age that we live in.